Welcome everybody to the world of Warcraft, Dragonflight, Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa, and with me, we have our wonderful cast who's starting out the day. Zyronic, Nagura, Makes. I can't believe it. Here we are. It's Dragonflight. We're at our first MDI of the new expansion. We've got a lot of cool dungeons to look at, a lot of cool teams to watch. I'm extremely hyped. How are all of you feeling? Makes, what's running through your head right now?
I'm super excited to get the game started, and honestly, I'm a little curious on what the quickest time today is going to be, because we have Echo in Group A, so that always gives us this kind of bar that people are playing towards, and I think that's going to be super fun to see what they're up to.
I mean, that's kind of the big question coming into any MDI, right? Is like, can anyone take down Echo? Zyronic, what do you have opinions on this early on in the season here?
I feel like I have the same opinion every year, Doa. Like, how, betting against Echo is usually pretty tough to, it's tough to swing, but there are some great other teams in this bracket. We have Sloth in the bracket today, which is a team that really, rose to the occasion last year. They came out with some sick dungeon strats. I think I even covered one of their dungeons. I think it was the Theater of the Pain last year that I covered, and they had a sick strategy there. Everyone copied it. We saw it going into the finals. They have a good shot of coming through. Probably going to be my second pick for this weekend. Legendary has some great players on Echoes, and all throughout the bracket we have some great players across the board, so it should be a great day of dungeons, a great weekend of dungeons.
Yeah, absolutely. Nagura, as we look at our roster of teams that we're going to see here in Group A, who stands out? Obviously, like Echo, Sloth, but of these other teams, we see a lot of familiar faces. We see some new names. What's your take on the Group A pool?
I think it's going to be very interesting. So, of course, we have Echo, right? And I think the first weekend in general is going to be the most interesting and the hardest, too. The most difficult weekend for these teams, because Team Group B and Group C, they're going to be able to see what the first group does, right? And they can maybe copy some of their strategies, but this group knows nothing. Like, everyone has been keeping their strategies a secret, and no one has been streaming anything. So teams don't know, like, is our store the best comps? Stuff like that. So I think it's going to be very interesting, and I think Echo, of course, standing out with that #1 seed coming into this group, but then also Sloth, as we talked about, and Legendary as well. I think Legendary does have a pretty good chance to also make it into the top 2, because they have a lot of really good players on their team.
Yeah, that's right. Well, in case you're curious, here is our format for the MDI. Obviously, we had time trials. We had 2 dungeons that the teams ran through. From that, we took the top 24 teams. We divided them into 3 groups, A, B, and C. They will play, and then we'll have a last stand tournament where anyone who didn't make it through to the Global Finals in late March, early April has that one last chance to get through. Obviously, a lot of cash on the line, but the big prize is either being Echo or beating Echo. It's one of those 2 things, it seems like, in MDI. And here's our format as well, our graph, or our bracket rather, as well. We've got Echo versus Lucky 7 to start things off. Then TEAMSWE, which is short for Sweden, in case you couldn't tell from the flag, versus Levels. Sloth versus Apes together strong. I know my geography. Don't laugh at me, Megs. And then Legendary versus RESETOUILLES. Delicious finish to our day.
Fun point about that, we saw Levels in the TTP. Some of you might remember them from running a Frosty K when Frosty K wasn't really meta. Now Unholy DK a little bit stronger, so I'm hoping Walpen brings one to the table. I'm curious what they do. And both of these teams in Game 2 are actually Swedish players, so Levels is a Swedish guild. Their MDI team is compounded out of players from that guild, and then TEAMSWE was planning to play with 5 Swedish players. Something happened. Now there's only 3 Swedes in that team anymore, but still TEAMSWE as name stands.
Oh no!
Wait,
so the other 2 are like
TEAMSWE,
honorary Swedes.
Or
maybe that's swap team names.
I mean, that never happens in MDI. Team names, logos, that being swapped, like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy talk. Anyway, let's take a look at our maps, our affixes. Still more to cover through. Here's where we're going. I said maps, but I meant dungeons. Sorry, I'm an RTS guy at heart, I guess. Althgar Academy, Azure Vault, Court of Stars, Halls of Valor, Nakud Offensive, Ruby Life Pool, Shadow and Burial Grounds, and Temple of the Jade Serpent will all be in the pool for dungeons here. Some of the key levels were dropped a little bit. It is about speed here at the MDI as well. Obviously, Thundering, our seasonal affix, will always be part of things, but kind of a wide variety of things to worry about aside from that.
Yeah, I think even with the drop in those couple of dungeons that you're talking about, I think our overall like aggregate dungeon level across the board is probably the highest it's ever been since probably Legion. I mean, it is still a focus on speedrunning, but we even saw during the time trials that even though the key level is pretty high, these teams can do ridiculously fast dungeons. We had 11-minute Ruby life pools on a 21, which is just hilariously fast. You got to think about it right now, though. Like, the highest keys that are being undone on live right now are in the 26 to 27 range, so these keys being in the low 20s is pretty dangerous. You know, one thing goes wrong on these keys, it could easily be a full wipe for these teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's MDI is all about seeing those like massive pulls that the teams can put together, but you are always kind of walking a knife's edge, right? I mean, it's not as easy as some of the teams make it look, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, we asked the teams a lot of questions before the tournament started, and we asked them which dungeons they're most worried about, and almost all of the teams listed the highest keys as the most dangerous dungeons, right? The 23 Asher Vault and the 23 even Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Even though SPG is a dungeon that on live servers, I think teams are very happy if they get that key because it's very, very easy. But since it is such a high key level for the MDI, some teams are worried about it. Because, of course, the higher the key, the more volatile these pools become that they're doing in the MDI, and things can go wrong really quickly.
So here's our match pool for day number 1. Now, ban-wise, like, you can't ban the first dungeon, but everything else is up for grabs. Looking across this, what would your bans be?
Probably the knockout, because it's a very long dungeon. I think
that one does tend to drag
one
on a
that
little
teams
bit.
maybe
No
don't want to
Dragon
run, especially like in the first map. Court of Stars is so much more attractive than that knockout, I feel like. So maybe taking out that knockout, but Temple and Ruby Life Pools are both time trial dungeons.
Well, there you go.
There you go, you were right.
Yeah. We know what the teams are able to do in those dungeons. Just calling out Echo's incredible times, of course, leading those time trials. They had 11 minutes, 16 seconds, and their Ruby Life Pool time trials on 21. Now this is 22. And in their Temple 21, they had 12 minutes, 29. This is a 20 Temple that they're running, so I suspect them to be even faster. Of course, a little bit different affixes, but that should be very fun and very speedy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously both teams banning no crew defensive. We might see that quite a bit. We'll find out. But I'm really curious to see what the difference between these two teams is going to be. Obviously, when we're making these groups, it does tend to pair the higher seeds against some of the lower seeds. That's just how you do brackets in sports in general. So Lucky 7, I mean, it's you know, maybe a little bit of unluck, actually, to run into Echo in your very first match of MDI. But, hey, if you can get through this, you have proved something that very few teams have been able to do in MDI history. So the chance is out there, I suppose.
Something they noted in the questionnaire that we gave them, we were asking what they most look forward to and what they're most scared of. And they gave the same answer to both of those questions, saying getting smacked by Echo, which I think is hilarious.
Yeah, so no matter what, they're always going to be happy at the end, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes it's just fun to play against the best, you know? Sometimes it's just fun to be like, hey, we got to play against, you know, arguably, you know, maybe indisputably the best dungeon running team in World of Warcraft. And, you know, even if you get stomped, sometimes there's a certain amount of, like, awe that's involved in that. But it looks like we're almost ready to get things started here in Temple of the Jade Serpent. I really like the dungeons that they brought back for the first season of Dragonflight. There's a lot of fun ones. I really love Hall of Valor as well, but this is a pretty cool one too.
I'm so excited to see the comps as well, because we've seen some very surprising comps in the time trials, at least to most live key pushing teams. Because, you know, we've seen those DKs, we've seen Feral Druids, we've seen Fire Mages, a lot of Shadow Priests, and even Resto Shamans as well. With their recent buff doing a lot of damage, so it's very good to run those in the MDI as well. So we'll see what kind of comps they're running, and I suspect this dungeon is going to be done very quickly, so we're going to have to stay on our toes here and make sure we're commentating as fast as we can, right, Mix?
I'm not going
Absolutely.
anywhere. I'll be around, but yeah, it could be quick. I'm kind of curious on the tank side of things. Like, are we going to see anything other than Protection Warriors this weekend? We do have one team in this group that prefers Monk, I believe. But in general, it seems like Protection Warrior is what people are running in the time trials. It's what people seem to be running a lot of in live keys around this key level. What do you think?
Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons for that, but we are starting the dungeon here, and Lucky 7 right from the get-go going with a Vengeance Demon Hunter, both teams opting to play that Shaman that you were talking about, Nagura. I think it makes sense in Temple. You do want that Curse Dispel, so you want to make sure that you have that available, so really, really nice to see that, and both teams also getting us the little kitty cat.
Yeah, we have those two ferals providing the Mark of the Wild mainly, and of course also doing a lot of damage, but the main damage dealer in both the groups is going to be that Unholy Death Knight. And look at the damage meters. I mean, Echo already from the get-go pulling every single trash mob on that left side, and now they are engaging the boss already. With still, I think there's still some trash alive, even they're going to drag in, but yeah, just absolutely crazy pull coming in from Echo here immediately.
Yeah, and it's fun because I don't know if you saw it, but I was looking at just a bunch of VODs in the past days, and there was a VOD from Gingy on his YouTube of their challenge mode temple run 9 years ago, where they, I think, clocked in a time of 9 minutes.
Sorry, but look at Lucky 7. They put a gateway trying to just skip, and their tank didn't manage to press the gateway because of I think his character wasn't tall enough, because the way gateway works is you have to be in line of sight of the receiving gateway, basically the one that you're pointing to. And I think that's their strategy, that they want to skip the trash and then pull it on top of the boss. But their tank wasn't able to actually use the gateway for what felt like a lifetime. But now they finally managed.
Yeah.
But this is such a cool strategy, and I think this might be a big reason why they're playing the Warlock here as well. Not only because of the extra dispel you'll have at the end of the last boss fight, but also for this gateway, because this really allows them to just, technically, if the tank would be able to click it fast, then he would be able to fight this boss with all of this trash, just making this right side area so fast.
I just want to shout out Ping Zero with that camera. We haven't even talked about it. Our player cams. There is a party going on the right side of the screen as well. But yeah, a little bit unlucky with that skip there at the beginning. Also interesting that Lucky 7 opted to go for the left side first, whereas Echo going to Wise Mari first.
Yeah, very interesting. I do think, I think their plan was a little bit different, right? I mean, of course, the tank having trouble there. It cost them some time, but I think their plan was probably just to go right side, use that gateway, pull all of the trash on top of this boss, and then just like use their bloodlust to nuke it all down. And I like the strategy. I think it's very creative, using the gateway to your advantage as well. But yeah, just didn't necessarily work out the way they planned with that problem there on the Demon Hunter. But Echo now done with the boss, so let's see what they do now. Looks like they're not skipping anything here. That is something we've seen sometimes on live servers, because these pandas, they put that nasty magic debuff, the torch, on players, and that can be very dangerous. But we, of course, have a Master Spell on the Shadow Priest, and it's 20 tyrannical, so even if you don't have the Master Spell, they should be fine to out-heal it on that Rest Shaman of Salia.
Yeah, I think just due to that key level, it makes sense. We've seen it in higher keys where that skip can cost you or it saves you so much time. But here you can see how quickly they're just finishing up these packs, and that Unholy DK coming into play once more. They're just so good for prolonged AoE with like a lot of targets, allowing him to really stack up that faster might, and it's gonna do beautiful damage if you have it. Of course, Click's also in there providing that PI, which can be really strong together with the army. But actually, no, he's playing Unholy. For a second, I was like, huh? But yeah. And
now on that Prot Warrior doing 200k DPS during that pull, like literally doing the same amount of DPS as Clicks and Gingy. So like absolutely blasting on that Prot Warrior. We do, of course, have the difference in tanks here. Prot Warrior on Echo, while we have the Vengeance Demon on Lucky 7. So you do have actually Prensa going down for Lucky 7, immediately using that Unk, but 2 more players actually going down. They ended up releasing. I think there were some problems with the debuff going off from those elementals. The debuff can be really nasty. Their healer going down again. And of course we have bolstering as well, which is something that we haven't necessarily managed to talk about yet, but bolstering is an affix that can be really annoying in Temple because the mobs have very different kinds of HPs on most of the pools.
Yeah.
So you do have to watch out for it, especially for those elementals if you end up bolstering them pretty highly.
Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancy in HP totals, that's true, especially in this right wing here and in the wing towards Strife and Peril. I think after that, it's okay when you're walking towards Liu. You have a little bit more averaged out HP bars, but Echo are making a run for it, just finishing off this second boss here, and then they are going to be on their way. And the question is, do they have an option to skip this here, and what are they going to skip? Because they did play that tunnel that we talked about.
Yeah, there's definitely something they want to skip at some point. And it might be this. Yeah, so they were waiting for the patrol to go on the right, and now they're skipping the infestor. That's a good call because these infestors do have a lot of HP, and they constantly spawn these tiny shafts, which can get bolstered. They don't bolster themselves, but they can get bolsters from other mobs. And when they die, they explode, of course. And if they have a bunch of bolstering stacks, it can be really annoying if they want to do like a bigger pull. So skipping the infestor, definitely a pretty big time save for them. And now it looks like they're just waiting a little bit for things to gather. And there we go. Now pulling the whole area. Oh my god. Okay, we're going to see Mirrors doing some insane damage here in just a second. Take a look at the damage meter on Echo's side.
Yeah, he does need a little bit of ramp-up time as Unholy DK, but then he should be up there with the rest of them. You can see him coming on that. Details just racing to the top. Gingy going down here, unfortunately, but they do have the Battlers are going to be able to pick him back up while they just absolutely annihilate the pack that is in front of them. Everything's falling left and right. Some of the bolstering stacks, of course, now also coming in, but it's not posing any bigger problems to them. I'm curious whether or not now is in defensive stance right now, or if he's still in battle stance, because Prot Warrior is so strong right now. But that was definitely a very scary pull for them.
That is such a scary pull to do, especially on the tank, as you mentioned, just because two of these mobs have really heavy tank hitting spells that do magic damage. And magic damage is something that warriors sometimes do have issues with, especially if you have multiple of these Shas and Doubts that cast these claws and these haunting gazes. As the claw can be spell reflected, but the gaze cannot be. So they try to use as many AoE interrupts as possible to make sure Now can stay alive. He also used his shield wall and his defenses to make sure he got everything ready. And as soon as the mob started bolstering a bit, Now just started kiting and moving away a little bit, because he was running out of those defensives. But yeah, that was really well done by Echo. Of course, Gingy going down means that they could have killed it even quicker if that wouldn't have happened. But either way, still very well executed.
Yeah, and Liu is also taking substantial amounts of damage. Keep in mind, this is a tyrannical. It's only a 20, but it is a tyrannical, so this boss can be scary for some, particularly tanks. You can see the hits that Now is getting every once in a while when he's not able to spell reflect that strike, but he is well protected under Zelia's arms, and they're just able to push that boss into face, no problem whatsoever. Now, there is one more pack in this dungeon that is going to be a little bit scary that's going to come up next, and I'm curious, do you think they're going to pull the entire last room together like they did with the rest of the dungeon as well? Or are they going to have a little bit more respect for that scary threat pack?
That would be so scary, because you have so many, like there's these water casters constantly cast these like nukes and an AoE spell that basically just one-shots your group if it's not interrupted. And then you have all of these like very heavy tank hitting mobs as well. So if they pull everything, it has to go perfectly. Like they need to assign all of their AoE stops, AoE interrupts properly. Now needs to have some defensives available as well to survive that. And I don't think it... Oh, is Lucky 7 actually having some issues on their side, unfortunately, as they were doing some big pulls there in this area as well. And we see some battle rushes coming out, but some people actually just had to release. It's only the Warlock and the Vengeance Demon Hunter still there on this pull. And you can see this Infestor still has a lot of HP. Unfortunately, also bolstered up quite a bit. But it looks like the bolster stacks are running out now. So they might be able to just keep this pull alive. But unfortunately, Echo already done with the boss, and now we're going to take a look at what they're pulling on this last area.
They
not
have to
everything.
be a little, I mean,
Not
they
that
know
crazy.
they're super fast, right? They have to be a little bit careful here. It definitely is just so much, like you said, that you have to interrupt, that you have to keep in check here. And the Infestor pack that we're seeing in front of the stairs there, it's a tank breaker. It's a tank annihilator. You don't want to pull this with anything else, I'm sure. Even in Tyrannical, a little bit of respect is well done here. But they are finishing off these trash packs easily enough. They do have those dispels ready on the team and should be moving towards the next pull. Now, is that going to be a double? Yeah, and now it's going to go in. This trash is so hard. You have the Infestor that you talked about before that is spawning all of those smallies. There's a huge frontal that you're seeing that goes out. There's a fear that needs to be interrupted. All of those Hydro Lances are just shooting at everyone, and they're going to pull this into the boss.
There we go. Bloodlust is available. I assume they're going to be using it very soon as they're nuking down this trash so quickly. I mean, look at Mirror's damage here and that Unholy DK, and there it goes. I mean, that pack just died. There was just so much damage coming out of that Unholy DK, and now this last boss should be no problem for them whatsoever. They have the Vortex from the Feral Druid to be able to stack everything up. They have the Master Spell from the Shadow Priest to get rid of those debuffs. And if they don't have a Master Spell, they also have the Dwarf Racials available too. We have 4 Dwarfs on Echoes.
And you can AMS
here.
it.
They're going to be able... and you can AMS. Yeah, they have so many tools.
Yeah, you can pre-AMS every second one.
Yeah,
so
that's
really
crazy.
nice to see that. I'm not sure if the Bloodlust is not tracking right or if they didn't use it, but I'm gonna suspect that that was a not tracking right thing as it came up right as they were pulling boss. I think they probably pressed it. But yeah, shoved out,
Maybe they
going
forget.
down slowly, maybe slowly but surely. Lucky 7 trying to keep up here. I do want to say they're not that far off. They are at Leo right now. They had a little bit of trouble at the beginning, but seeing as this is first team against last team in the overall time trials, I would have expected there to be an even bigger gap.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Lucky 7, a little bit unfortunate for them that this gateway skip didn't work for them. I mean, it did work, but it just didn't work as fast as they wanted it to. And then they had this... it wasn't a full team wipe.
Partial
it was,
wipe?
Close,
Partial.
a partial wipe on one of those trash groups as well. But yeah, I mean, if they would have had a perfect run, I think it would have been somewhat close to Echo's time. So I do like their route as well. And they're doing a good job for the first time that they're competing. Of course, you know, having to compete against Echo on your very first time competing in a tournament in the MDI is a very tall task, and I'm sure they didn't expect to win either. So I think they did well. But yeah, Echo, of course, now about to kill off Shadow of Doubt, finishing that first temper run in 12 minutes and 43 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow. So Echo asserting dominance right off the bat. No surprise there. Echo is Echo, but it was cool to see Lucky 7 put up a little bit of a fight, at least in the first dungeon. They were, in the vicinity at least for the first boss or two. Took an interesting route at the beginning, but they did say coming into this that they're just straight up friends and guildies that wanted to try out the time trials, and here they are in MDI, so clearly skilled. But you run into Echo, and this is what happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's the one team, well, the 1 seed versus like the 24 seed, right? I think this is what we kind of expect to happen. The low seed in this situation kind of has to play for the other team to make a mistake, but Echo doesn't really tend to make mistakes. They very rarely do them. And it was a perfect dungeon here, and I think Mix alluded to this earlier, but this is also one of our time trial dungeons, right? Slightly different affixes, one key lower, but Echo was the #1 overall seed in time trials. They have a great grasp on this dungeon, and you saw those massive pulls that they were pulling off were pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we're going to go over some of that in the replays a little bit later. But Zyro, like as you were watching that, what stood out? What was the thing that you felt like Echo? Well, I mean, I was going to say, what do you think the thing Echo did that gave them the edge? But you know what? The answer would probably just be kind of everything.
It's just a little of everything, honestly. I mean, even if you go across the board and look at the overall effective DPS, right, they are almost doubling the other team in certain situations. And that kind of comes down to just, the pull style, right? Echo was pulling literally 3 or 4 packs together throughout the entire dungeon, whereas Lucky 7 was going for more of like a live key route where you'd pull two packs together maximum, right? So, I mean, Lucky 7 all under 100k DPS, whereas you have Echo having an unholy DK doing 160k DPS. It's kind of ridiculous what you can pull off when you can put those size pulls together. But check out even Zalia on the Resto Shaman doing 52k DPS. That's the kind of DPS I see some of my pugs doing in Keys. That is absolutely insane. And yes, Resto Shaman got a little buff to their Acid Rain recently, but still, that is a stupid amount of DPS. But it comes down to the start of the dungeon. The very first pull where they use that first Bloodlust, they are pulling the first 2 packs into the 3rd pack and the 4th pack, line of sighting it on this little pillar here, and just absolutely blasting everything together. Everyone in the group is doing really important damage. Mira's just blasting the AoE on that Unholy DK. Also has the power infusion from the Priest as well. Gingy on the Feral Druid doing funnel damage, which is, kind of new for them this expansion, but it's great. They're kind of fulfilling that Subtlety Robe niche as well there. And they just keep doing it the entire dungeon. Another massive pull in the second boss room here. Tiny little mistake from Echo. Gingy did die, but they had the battle res banked up, so it was totally fine, and they were able to get through this nice and clean. And then again, doing it in the final boss room as well right afterwards here. When they get to the last trash pack that is so dangerous, they just pulled the boss on top of it. Because why not? Because they're Echo. They're used to this dungeon. They did it in time trials. It just seemed like another day for them. They were in there. They were clean. They didn't have any issues whatsoever.
Right. So I've got one more question, I guess, as far as like the 2 teams matchup, and I'll throw this one over to Nagura. We saw Lucky 7 go for Strife and Peril as the first boss. I feel like I haven't seen that a ton, but is there like a legitimate reason to go that direction on Temple?
I mean, the problem with going right side first is the problem that you have to walk all the way back up to get to the left side. So left side is a very small hallway, and once you're done, you just walk back. Takes like 10 seconds, right? But if you go to the right side, you go all the way around, down the stairs, and you have to go all the way back up to go to the left. I think that's the biggest reason why you do left first. But they had this whole strategy with the gateway, and that was supposed to make their path less long. But then it didn't work out properly for that tank, unfortunately, didn't manage to click the gateway. So I think, technically speaking, if it works out with the gateway, it could be a valid strategy, if it works out.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Because I mean, the thing is, if you end up against Echo in the MDI as the 24th seed, you got to try some unique things. You got to try to find some little way to maybe get an edge, don't you, Mix?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, this is definitely the matchup where people are always like Echo is going to win it anyway, but it does matter, I think, how much of a fight you're putting out. And of course, Lucky 7 won't be out after this series. So they're going to go probably, most likely, into lower bracket, and then they're going to fight from there. And still, everything is open. So you do want to make sure every series that you do counts and that you always try to show your best, because, of course, it's a competition at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, losing to Echo does not mean the end of the road for Lucky 7. And even if they do get, knocked out of the lower bracket over the course of the weekend, there's always that last chance qualifier down the road, too. And they made it this far, so why not? But we're waiting for our second dungeon to get loaded up. Looking ahead to that, what do you think we're going to, what do you need to do as Lucky 7? You need to obviously cut down on some of the deaths. You need to maybe, find some little trickier pathing that you can do to save a second or two. But mostly it just seems you need to play as clean as possible. And, I think about like what Now said recently on Twitter, right, where he's stepping away from raiding for the time being. It seems like focusing entirely on MDI. To me, it's just like, all right, well, like now he's really in the time chamber. Like he's going to come out like Super Saiyan 5 or 6 or 13 or something like this after this. Like, so what do you do as any other team in MDI, I
mean, you try to also be a Super Saiyan, right? That's kind of goal. The thing that Echo does so well, and we've seen it in this key in particularly, is just how well they play together and at the same time play so well. Like, you saw these giant, massive pulls into bosses. Every single interrupt in those pulls is predetermined. They know exactly what they're doing at what time and when they're sending cooldowns, and that just takes a lot of practice and a lot of playing together to make sure that you can pull it off. So I think teams need to really that's not something you can do from dungeon to dungeon, right?
You can't make those adjustments anyway. But speaking of adjustments, I just noticed this. We have Temple of the Jade Serpent for our background, but this is our first Dragonflight MDI day. Come on. Where's our Dragonflight Dungeon background? I'm sorry to throw production under the bus like this. I normally would never do something like this, but it seems egregious enough that it's worth mentioning. I don't know. It's a very nice background, but it's not Dragonflight.
At least we're going to see Ruby Life Pools now, which is a Dragonflight dungeon. And
That's
I
true.
think it's going to be a very interesting dungeon to watch as well, because we've seen them play Fire Mages in the time trial runs. And that is something that hasn't been played too much on live servers now, but they got a little bit of buffs recently, and Syro knows a lot about mages. So what do you think we're going to see from the mages here? Or why do you think they're running it specifically in this dungeon?
So there are like 3 minor Fire Mage buffs in the past month, which is like really dangerous because Fire Mage right now is kind of, you know, it's the same playstyle as it was at the end of BFA, which was, as people who played back then remember, very, very toxic and way too OP with passive ignite spread all over the place. And also, Ruby Life Pools kind of plays into the Fire Mage niche, where you really want to just do as much single target damage as possible and let your ignite spread and kill everything. There's all of those destroyers in that second boss room circle area where you just want to blow up the destroyer and then passively cleave everything else down. And also there's a lot of really nice spell stealable buffs in this dungeon for Fire Mage as well, where you have like a 20-second buff that gives you 50% haste, which is great for Fire Mage. So I'm not really surprised to see it perform extremely well in this dungeon in particular. I'm not really sure if we'll see it anywhere else in the MDI, but I think it should be something that you see pop up a little more in live keys as people kind of start swapping from Arcane over to Fire.
Interesting. Well, looking at our affixes too for this one, we have Raging, Storming, Tyrannical, and of course Thundering as well. Ruby Life Pools, especially, I feel like in the lead up to the third boss and then the third boss, like the positioning can get kind of tricky, and Storming is, you know, usually I feel like considered one of the affixes that is easier to kind of step around. But thinking about all the rolling molten boulders and all the huge areas of fire, like that kind of makes me like sweat a little bit. But maybe it's just the pugs I've been in. I don't know.
I think Ruby is one of the most dangerous dungeons when it comes to just incoming damage. I don't think there's any other dungeon where the healers have to heal more. Like, all of the bosses do an insane amount of damage, and you have this whole trash area in the second boss room, this whole ring, where you have the destroyers that constantly do an unavoidable AoE dot on everybody. Plus you have the casters that constantly have to interrupt it with those cinder bolts. You have the living bomb that is unavoidable damage as well. And especially for something like the MDI, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle this, because on live servers, you would never even think of pulling like 2 destroyers together. You know, you would never pull those 2 elementals together. I wonder if they're going to do that in the MDI, and I wonder how they're going to deal with that. Just like pull it all, and how do you gather it up? Because the casters, they don't move, right? Maybe they pull some shock casters on top, who knows? We'll see.
Yeah,
I mean,
also
as,
the question
as
of
someone playing healer this season, I do like wake up screaming Blazehoof sometimes. So yeah, this one's gonna be hard to watch. But at least we get to see Echo. Echo versus Lucky 7. Our second dungeon of the day. It's gonna be Ruby Life Pools. Best of luck to our competitors. Godspeed.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, that also was a time trial dungeon, and we saw a crazy time from Echo here in the 21. They pulled off an 11-minute time. So I'm really curious to see how their route is going to look like. Are they going to go for the mini-boss dragons? Both of them, only one? Which one? That kind of stuff. I'm really curious to see if they're going to show us everything that they did, or if they're maybe even holding back a little.
I wonder.
That's
I mean,
interesting too, because
yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, because I was earlier when we saw the bans, I was thinking I wouldn't be surprised if they ban Ruby just to hide their strat, but they didn't end up doing that. So we can actually see what they want to do in this dungeon. But there's no mage on Echo. They decided against the mage now, so I'm not sure if they changed their strategy or if it's because of the different affixes or the key level. But no mage on either side.
Yeah, but we are seeing that Unholy DK come back, and now also the Evoker coming through in the previous dungeon. Of course, because of the Curse Dispel, you did want that Shaman, but now we get to see the full glory of Dragon Healing come through. Bloodlust being popped right at the start for Echo, as they pull basically the entire hallway together in this giant pull together with the Minimob. You can just see Mirrors blasting once again, but Gingy on that Feral, not far off, Nagura. When are you re-rolling?
Yeah, I mean, that's an insane amount of damage coming out of Jinji on that barrel. And I mean, of course, the Unholy DKs, I think we know that they can do a lot of damage at this point. But yeah, seeing Jinji also do so much, really crazy, as they now engage the boss as well. Just carrying that mini-boss on top of it. Actually, the mini-boss already really low because they pulled it on top of that first trash pull with all of those cooldowns available. So this boss might die a little bit slower for them now because they used all of their offensive cooldowns, plus the Bloodlust on that initial pull. But yeah, Lucky 7 doing a little bit more of a conservative pull on their side, as they're now done with the first trash pack and they're dealing with the mini-boss. But it looks like they held on to Bloodlust, so maybe they are going to be engaging the boss soon and then just use the Bloodlust when some of the offensive cooldowns come back from their damage dealers.
Just looking at the percentages of trash count that the teams did respectively, Echo choosing to do a lot more there at the beginning than Lucky 7 is. I mean, they are going to get a little bit more, but it's not going to add up to 41%. So I think Echo is definitely skipping one of the dragons, whereas Lucky 7 might have opted to play both, question mark?
Yeah, so Lucky 7 definitely played a lot less trash here, which means that Lucky 7 has to play more trash upstairs, while Echo can skip a lot. The thing, though, is that these destroyers that I talked about, the elementals, you cannot skip them because you need to kill them to spawn the boss. So we'll see what they do. Maybe they skip some trash between second and third boss, but they don't have a rogue. So they would need to do something with Mind Soothe, or they need to use Invis Potions, or they just skip some trash in a ring area. We'll see what they do, but very interesting though. 41% is definitely a lot of trash coming into this boss. And another thing I just noticed is that they actually switched racials. So some of their players switched from Dwarf to Blood Elf. Both Miris and now on the Prod Warrior are Blood Elves now, which I think makes a lot of sense for that first pull that they did, because there's a lot of these casters that put the shield on another mob that makes them basically not immune to damage, but immune to Cecilia. And it gives them a huge absorb shield. So just having the arcane torrent to get rid of that is really valuable. And then also in the next boss area, you have these buffs that the casters get that gives them haste, which they also might want to dispel with those arcane torrents. So really interesting to see that they really think about their racials as well whenever they choose those things.
There's another moment where Arcane Torrent is super strong, and that's the mini boss before Karaka. The mini-boss of Rivali, it does a cast where it steals the shields from the little elementals. And if you want to be most time efficient, you just want to pull elementals into it, kill them off while you're dealing with that big HP guy. But because he steals their shields, he gets a massive shield if you can't deal with these shields just from the get-go. So that Arcane Torrent is really going to be helpful there to kind of keep these in check and make sure he's not going to get a big shield buff out of that. A lot of damage coming out here on Echo's team, but they should be fine as they finish off the boss and move on to the ring. So yeah, I really like going for Battlefield.
Yeah, really, as you said, like the whole dungeon just has so many usages for it. And Lucky 7 also running Blood Elves as well. 3 Blood Elves on Lucky 7's side. So really cool to see that they really think about their comps and their racials and everything that comes with it. But there we go. Echo now moving up to the second boss area. They do have their Bloodlust back up. Actually, no, that's just a mistake because they're in the dragon. Of course, we're only 4 minutes into the dungeon. So they do not have Bloodlust back up. It's just whenever you're in the dragon, then I guess the tracking disappears. Yeah. There we go. It's on cooldown. But yeah, now I'm excited to see what they do here, because this is an area where pulling a lot of mobs or a lot of trash groups together can be very dangerous. And they skip the
so they're going to skip the dragon. Yeah. But the question is, do they pull it at a later time, or are they going to go for the fire golem? But yeah, you said it. They are just running clicks, a little bit of side walking here as everything is moved together. They are gripping in the Cinder Weavers that are at the back. Just beautiful. DK does have those 2 charges on the death grip, so is able to bring them a little bit closer here. And now 2 of those destroyers. It is a tyrannical, but it's a 22. They are not the easiest thing to deal with. You said it before.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just looking at the damage meter, and I was like, why is now topping the damage? But now that everyone else started ramping, they did actually manage to beat the tank, so thank God. As Spell Reflect also being a really good spell for this dungeon, especially for these mobs as well. And but yeah, you can see how dangerous this is. Even on Tyrannical, just so much damage coming out. Sally having to do a hard job keeping everyone alive while all of those living bombs go out. plus the double Inferno cast on the group as well. Just like a really heavy hitting dot on everybody that is not avoidable. So yeah, crazy damage coming out of the group and really well handled and CC'd. So many stops that need to be done. You can see the markers coming out immediately as soon as they pull these trash groups to make sure that everyone has a mob assigned, which Cinder Bolts they're going to interrupt, which Flame Dancers they're going to disrupt. But yeah, it's just very crazy coordination required for these kind of goals.
Yeah, and Lucky 7 also in that ring now. They had a very close boss time, but keep in mind they're behind in trash just a little bit. And they're deciding to pull that Thunderhead, noting that they skipped some of the trash at the beginning of the dungeon. And now they pulled that into the Destroyer after dealing some damage to it already, making sure they know it can die off without having to deal for it prolonged amounts of time. I think that's a really good decision. If you're just a little bit scared to pull it together, there is another pad that they could add into this pack as soon as the Cinder Reavers die. It's in the backside there, but it doesn't seem to be an option for them right now as they are finishing off that Destroyer. But Echo is on the move again, and they're looking to do another one of those big pulls.
Yeah, another thing to watch out for here is the affix Raging, right? Raging can be really dangerous, not only with the Destroyers, with the Inferno cast and the Living Bomb, but also with the Dragons, right? We saw Lucky 7 pulling that Storm Drake, and Lucky 7 doesn't actually have a short dispel for the Raging, because Echo has Soothe on the Druid, but Lucky 7 only has a Rogue, which is a longer cooldown on that dispel. So they have to watch out a little bit more when it comes to Raging on their side. But we'll see if Echo... Yeah, there we go. They're just done with the Destroyers. They're immediately engaging that boss now, and they're just killing some of these Scorchlings on top of the boss. Trash percentage 75%, so they actually have a lot already. They didn't pull the Fire Drake.
They can't
right?
skip some. No. I don't think they did. I think they skipped both Drags, if I saw that correctly. But I was looking at Lucky 7,
Dragon
so...
on top of this boss. What do you think? They didn't pull it yet.
I mean...
I didn't see it anywhere, but it was possible that I maybe just missed it.
If I think anyone can do it, then it's Echo. But also, like, just looking at the overall trash percentage, they're already at 76. And if they're pulling everything after this boss, they only need 70. So they're probably going to skip the first pack on the bridge. And that's probably everything that they want to do, I think. But yeah, we're going to see what happens. There is one more ad that they need to deal with right now coming out of the boss. It is going to get targeted. It is going to get prioritized here. Just as it's the first time we are seeing that dungeon, maybe a little bit of info here. It's always going to spawn closely to a player location, and then you want to focus it down. Make sure you're not having to deal with the ad and then additional AoE damage on the floor. You see it spawning right here, and they're going to switch on over, pull the boss there, make sure the Molten Boulder is not going to run into that. It's a lot of damage that is going out, but the Evoker is just so good at topping everything so quickly, it feels like. It's just a very good healer right now.
Yeah, okay, so the reason why I was talking about the dragons, right, is the fact that Echo skipped both of the dragons. And the problem here is that they have very little room to deal with this boss now. You can see that's why they actually started on the right side where the Fire Drake actually is. So the Fire Drake was... Both of the Drakes, they fly around, but they land in the same position every time. And usually you kill one of the dragons, so you can kite this boss in that direction, right? But they didn't kill either of them. So now they have this only very little room that they have to deal with this boss in. And it's, as you can see, like they're really like using every single inch of this room. You can see they're just really like scooting in into those fire areas to make sure that they have enough space. And look, they're really running out of space at this point. They have to bait those meteors very well. Because, yeah, if this boss doesn't die fast, then they're just going to be standing in fire. Or they're going to ninja pull one of those dragons. Yeah, that was very nicely min-maxed, honestly, with the space as the boss is about to go down, but Clicks going down as well. It's okay, though, as the boss goes down, too. They can just use a normal rest or a battle rest for speed if they want to. Either way, yeah, this is a risky strategy on Tyrannical. Just skipping both the dragons.
Definitely.
I mean, this is... Just very little space.
We are seeing that skip being deployed here right now that we talked about, as they are a little bit over what they would need if they wanted to play the bridge. So they're going to go here and then into those cauldrons. Now the question is, how big do they go here? And it seems like, everything, just everything. What do you want to pull? Yes, they are going all in. And these channelers are not a joke. Like, they are so hard to handle. And you need to really coordinate your interrupts here to make sure those fires are not nuking your players. That's a really, really scary pull.
Yeah, this is incredibly scary. There's multiple casters that do an AoE uninterruptible spell. As you can see, Sally just healing that there. Plus, you have multiple channelers that need to be interrupted. The channel an AoE damage spell, or like a single target channel onto a player as well. And if that goes on a melee player and it's not interrupted, then multiple people are going to die. So you can see lots of coordination being required, as well as just lots of damage as well to make sure that mini-boss goes down. And Sooth as well coming out of Gingy here, making sure that gets removed. Of course, we also have the Evoker that has the AoE dispel for the Raging as well that can be used once in a while. Yeah, there we go. Last boss being pulled by Echo. 11 minutes into the dungeon, they have the trash already, so they don't need any more percentage. And yeah, Bloodlust available as well. Crazy run by Echo so far.
Yeah, they probably want to hold on to that Bloodlust until that 50% mark, as it's just going to make that fight so much easier. But that also means that for now, they have to deal with the storming, with the thundering, with the winds, and with the fire. It seems like Avatar is back, but it's in Ruby life pools now. You can see the fires coming from that backside there. They're just going to dodge it. It's not an easy combination to deal with here on Tyrannical, but they're doing their very best to get Stormvein down to 50% to make sure they have that double HP target available to them, and then just can cleave both of them at the same time, which is really, really nice. And that's probably when we're going to see that Bloodlust. But yeah, I mean, it's a 22 Tyrannical, and you're looking at 13 when they're finished, maybe 14 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that is just so incredibly fast, especially how they dealt with that first pull in the dungeon where they basically just pulled everything, and then that destroyer area as well, where they pulled multiple destroyers on top of each other, which just seems absolutely insane on a 22 key, no matter if it's fortified or tyrannical. And then somehow dealing with the second boss in that very little area there without killing the dragons, just absolutely maximized their efficiency here in this run. And now we do see the Bloodlust in phase 2 as soon as that starts, because phase 2, of course, the most difficult phase on this encounter, with those multiple debuffs coming out, just lots of damage coming into the group. And there we go. As soon as they kill the dragon, the boss fight gets a lot easier, but it looks like they're not single targeting down the dragon, they're just leaving. Because if you want this boss to be easier, you just finish off the dragon, because then there's no more debuffs. But they're just maximizing the 2-target cleave, right? To make sure that they're finishing the dungeon quicker, which is also insane to think.
Absolutely, but they are gonna finish it. Lucky 7 is on the horizon. They're on their way to get to that boss, but before they get there, Echo will have it finished. I'm gonna put it into writing here now. 3% remaining on Stormvein, as Echo has chewed through that dungeon and made it 2-0.
Indeed, they have Echo with the 2-0 over Lucky 7. And, I mean, yeah, 1 seed versus 24 seed. This is kind of the expected result. I think Lucky 7 put up a good fight. They're not out of MDI yet. Obviously, they're going down to the lower bracket. But, you know, Echo, Zyronic just kind of doing Echo things, coming in strong with the first match of the season.
Yep. Playing insanely strong, playing clean. No mistakes there. Only the 1 death on the board for them, which even for them is still a little out of the ordinary. Pretty much nothing that we expected them was missed there. Just a very, very clean dungeon as usual from Echo there, and across the board the DPS numbers again still insane. Almost 200k for Mirez on the Unholy DK, which is something that I think is going to be a staple throughout the entire MDI. It's still one of the few classes in the game that really has that uncapped AoE potential. So when you put these massive pulls together, they're almost always going to be at the top. I think one of the things we were all a little surprised by was when we started the key, we didn't see any fire mages, though. We were talking about them pre-dungeon the entire time. But I think the key difference between this and the time trials, this is tyrannical, time trials is fortified, don't have enough time to let those ignites spread around. and your Unholy DK is killing everything by itself anyways, with a little bit of help from the Feral Druid as well, mostly doing more, focused damage, taking down the mini-bosses and whatnot, but yeah, I think they had plenty of AoE. The Fire Mage was unneeded for them here, and the size of these pulls that they were going for was absolutely massive. Even going for this double Destroyer pull here in the second area of this dungeon, just staying on their mounts, running past the first Destroyer, pulling it straight into the second pack as well. And you gotta remember, there's like 3 Cinder Weavers in here casting Cinder Bolts at your team. Damage was nerfed by 50% recently, but it still can chunk people pretty easily if they have the Living Bomb on them as well. And just making quick work of these packs too. This is probably one of the most dangerous pulls you're going to see in the MDI. Even on Tyrannical, this can just one-shot people, and they dealt with it no problem.
This boss terrifies me.
Even the tiny little changes that Echo's making already in the first cup, the first match, the first cup here, the tiny change of pulling this boss to where you end the boss at the wall here instead of doing the typical strat of pulling it around the circle. If they pulled it around the circle like most of your pug groups or live key groups do, they'd lose 20 seconds just running to where they are right now. But because they end the boss at this point, they quickly get the res off and can move on instantly. Things like that are going to be a huge importance later on in the season when they get to those finals and they're playing against the best teams in the entire, over the entire season. Those 20 seconds are going to make a huge difference, but they're already doing it now, getting it into practice. And of course, again, pulling everything in the final boss room. Everyone knows how dangerous these things are. There's 3 of those lightning storms going off, and it's just no problem for them. Zalia heals them through it, no problem. So, just Echo doing Echo things. It's absolutely ridiculous what they can pull off, and these are just the initial strategies. As we all know, throughout the season, the strategies get better and better, so I'm excited to see what we have coming up next.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Echo showing us, maybe some of the best strats out there, but a lot of the other teams, there's still a lot of dungeons to look at, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of different stuff. It was cool to see the Evoker come out in this dungeon as well. I've been playing it this season. I feel like it's a real healer's healer kind of spec, which sounds strange to say, but healing in WoW, a lot of it is about preparation, and I feel like there's no healing spec that you need to understand preparation more than for the Evoker. So it's very powerful, but it kind of has that extra sort of demand that a lot of the other healers that are more reactionary don't have. So it's a ton of fun to see the Evoker come out. I love that spec, so I hope we get to see a lot more of it over the course of the weekend.
Disgraced with like a word, but oh yeah, they are preserving. I do want to give a short plea, because I've been having like a half eye on chat, and I see people spamming about how outrageously OP Unholy DK is, and I just want to say Unholy DK is just very strong due to the fact that how they're pulling is perfect for the class. And you can all stop grinning. It is true. If you have TGP, you won't see those Unholy DKs. They do extremely well because they're so great at massive pulls for prolonged amount of time. If you have just like pulling pack by pack, or if you have like very kind of short bursty packs, it's just not going to be as strong. Okay, please stop saying that it's OP. It's just very good for MD.
I don't get it.
But they can only do either or. They can only do either. We don't even have cleaving.
I just like big numbers. Just give me the spec that shows me the biggest numbers in MDI. That's all I care about. I don't care if it's OP. Balance is not my concern. My concern is entertainment. DKs entertain me. It's my perspective.
It's funny how
I tried my best,
on
okay?
the unholy DKs, though. I mean, it's really funny that they focus on the unholy DK. I mean, it's true they do the most damage, of course, by far. But then, I think that the prod warrior damage is just kind of like, just being ignored a little bit. When I looked at those numbers, the one thing that was the most surprising to me was the prod warrior numbers, right? Well, I mean,
Prod warriors had to wait on the
about
sidelines for a lot of
nerfs, though.
Shadowlands. All right, they deserve a moment in the sun.
Sure.
They were trapped in the maw for so long, Yep.
They had their time in Legion as well. You remember?
Yeah.
And
That was a good
I mean,
was just like
there's like a lot of stuff you can spell reflect in nearly every single dungeon in Dragonflight. That just makes them so strong. Plus, they do ridiculous amounts of damage at times. But yeah, Echo moving on.
Exactly. Yeah, they will move on to play the winner of our next series of the day, which is going to be TEAMSWE versus Levels. And that should be a good one too. You know, TEAMSWE with some familiar faces on it, but only 3 people from Sweden, from what I've heard. So maybe that's why they only have the first 3 letters of the word Sweden in their team name. I don't know. Maybe they ran out of space. Hard to say. What do you think, Nagura?
I mean, since Levels actually has 5 Swedish players, I'm just gonna call them TEAMSWE now. So sorry.
The true TEAMSWE.
No, but this is going to be a very interesting match because it's actually the 12th seed and the 13th seed. So they're only like they're very, very close to each other in the time trials. So I think this is going to be, if not the closest match that we're going to have to.
Something interesting about Levels, maybe their DK player Walpen. He also streams, and he's mainly a Frosty K player, and Frost is also not terrible. So I feel like this could be a team where we see Frost and Unholy being deployed technically, maybe, just with a little bit of hopium. I would really like that. I don't think it's going to happen, but if there is a team where I think... No.
What percentage are you willing to put on that? Give me a percentage. Out of 100%, what's the percentage chance we're going to see this?
Maybe like a 3. But if there is a player that is going to bring us a Frosty K, then it is Walpen.
There's a reason. So you're saying there's a chance. All right. Well, we're going to find out soon. We're going to take a quick break for now, but when we come back, it's going to be TEAMSWE versus Levels. Really, I mean, we could call this the MDI Swedish National Championships, I suppose. We'll see who the champions of Sweden are after this. Don't go anywhere. Lots more dungeon running coming at you on MDI in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International here. Our first one of Dragonflight. Your host, Doa, here, along with Nagura and Zyronic once again. But we have Dratnos joining us, who is actually DPSing a LFR Razagath during the break. Did you win? Did you take down Razagath?
The boss is at 25% or so. I'm hoping the team can get over the finish line. We'll see how it goes here.
I'm recording
All right. Give us a play-by-play as we go along. I know that LFR gear is a pretty big deal, so I hope you get something. Good luck on the drops. But
it's a new character, and I want how you get that quest to kill Razagath and get a primal infusion?
Yeah,
that'd be really big for
dude.
my 340 evoker. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
All right. Well, keep us updated. For now, though, we're going to move on to our next match in the MDI. It's going to be TEAMSWE versus Levels. And like we mentioned before the break, this is our 12th seed versus our 13th seed. So theoretically, Nagura, this is going to be a pretty even matchup, on paper anyway.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really close. It could go either way, really. And I also think that, maybe we see 3 maps, 3 dungeons. But there we go. Both teams, again, bunnying no-code offensive, which we've seen already before between Echo and Lucky 7. So, yeah, all of the teams really scared of this dungeon, it seems like.
Is it that they're scared of it, or is it the time thing we talked about earlier? Like Dratnos, how much of a difference do you think that makes? Is it the dungeon itself, or is it just the length of time?
Yeah, Knock It is our longest timer in the dungeon pool this season, right? It's a 40-minute timer, which means that it's one of the dungeons that it consumes the most practice time to do such a long dungeon. So for that reason, I think it's pretty reasonable if you're a team that has a little bit less practice time as well to just plan to ban Knock It and then make 1.5 dungeons worth of practice time for yourself with that plan. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was some of what was going on here. The other part of it, explosive in an MDI setting is always a really big challenge because you're always pulling at such a size that it becomes like a real hectic threat, especially in a dungeon like Knock It where there are so many archers that just refuse to move around with you.
Yeah.
It also seems like Knock It's kind of a dungeon that doesn't really lend itself well to the MDI, right? Because the whole basis of that dungeon is you go to an area, you have to kill 4 mini bosses, and then you spawn the boss. And you do that in 3 separate areas before you get to the last boss, so the only real time gain you can get is from pulling like the extra, 30% trash count you need on top of bosses. Other than that, like, everyone's going to run that dungeon, I feel like, pretty much the exact same way, so that plus the affixes seems like it's a pretty tough dungeon. But we got to get into this Algathar. We're already ready to go. These teams are ready quick, so let's get right into it, Nagura.
Alright, so we do see... Actually... No, okay, so we do see the 2 unholy DKs here. We have 1 priest, 1 shadow priest on TEAMSWE, but we have the warlock on Levels. Very interesting. We'll see what the warlock is going to do in this dungeon, and both of the teams also decide to use the shroud to immediately go to that Veximus area. So not doing the tree area first. So we'll see how they deal with this trash. We see Ravager pack being pulled onto the Veximus area, just pulling all of the trash together on TEAMSWE's side. So we'll see how to deal with this one. Lots of stops that need to be done here. There's so many dangerous casts from these mobs.
Notably, Bloodlust pop for TEAMSWE, but not for Team Levels. I think the Destro lock lends itself more to the pure AoE, as long as they have time to ramp up that Infernal here. He's not really getting time to ramp up for Levels here, though. Only just now passing the Prot Warrior, so big damage coming out, but TEAMSWE looks like they're going maybe just a tiny bit faster, but they did pop the Bloodlust, so I'm not really sure how much faster that could be. You can see Noob Clap for Levels here. The second that trash pack is done, instantly runs out, grabs more trash so that they can pull this hopefully on top of the boss as it spawns here, or maybe it's just something that they do while they wait for the RP for the boss to spawn.
Yeah, I like this strategy by Levels, also utilizing the gateway to get the tank back quicker. But TEAMSWE doing something similar in their side, but instead of pulling the bridge pack, they're just pulling some of those mobs that were still... Actually, they pulled the bridge, but the other side, it looks like. Either way, very interesting, just the fact that they're just gathering up all of this trash, and now they're pulling it on top of Veximus because it takes a while for that boss to spawn. Yeah, it looks like Levels actually caught up a little bit, pulling the boss earlier and managing to gather up this trash earlier, and therefore the time that they lost on the trash actually just made up now. And they have the Bloodlust now as well, which means that they're going to be killing this boss quite a lot quicker, and it is tyrannical, so really valuable here for Levels.
Yeah, they're going to pull ahead a lot here on pure boss damage here, just from having that Bloodlust already a 20% gap opened up. And remember, it's Tyrannical Elgathar Academy, so it's a lot of HP that they have to chew through. This is, pretty close to what people are doing for their, the more difficult weekly keys, unless you're someone that's actually pushing high keys. So this boss is pretty dangerous. Every single time one of those debuffs goes out from the boss, you're going to see people's HP bar drop really low and see these Evoker healers struggle to top them up relatively efficiently. Look at the damage coming out from the debuffs here for TEAMSWE here. Oh man, the Evoker dropping to 20% just from that debuff explosion. Very, very dangerous. But the trash is relatively, it's close to, it's already gone for TEAMSWE, mostly gone for Levels, but Levels is actually just continuing to pull more and more trash on top of the boss here. It looks like their strategy of going towards the entrance bridge instead allowed them to pull that trash that TEAMSWE pulled on top of the boss later into the encounter. So they actually get a little more of that funnel out for the rest of the encounter, so they're not just doing pure single target the entire time. And that 20% gap is opening up a little bit more. They're now 22% ahead on the boss. And these tiny little increments for teams that are this closely matched up based off of their time trials times is going to be really important over the course of the dungeon.
Yeah, and we cannot understate just how difficult it is to deal with all of this, especially because of Spiteful as well. When you see you have all of these shades spawning on top of the boss, and then you have the mana bombs going out, doing so much damage to everyone as well. You have to drop the pools underground, you get pushed back from the boss, you have to soak these orbs as well to make sure they don't go into the boss. So just like lots of stuff going on for both of these teams. There we go, Levels finishing off Maximus, and now they're going to be moving on, pulling that other bridge side that they haven't dealt with before. So that means Levels is going to be able to skip something later on that TEAMSWE will have to play, possibly just because they did a little bit of extra trash there. And yeah, just gathering lots of trash again. Looks like they might be skipping the Ravager, or they just pull it later. Okay, they just pull it later. They pull the
They'll
whole
just be pulling
platform
on top of it here.
plus the bridge, yeah.
I wonder if they're going to be doing any line-of-sight things with the Ravager here. I'm not sure a lot of people know about this, but you can line-of-sight when you get that vicious lunge on you, and it prevents it from charging at the person. It just stays in place and Rift's Breath's in place. Doesn't look like they're doing that here, but it's just something you could think about doing, if this was a higher key, or maybe even a fortified key if you didn't want to take that extra damage. But, doesn't look like it's going to be an issue for them. They're just having people pretty much all stay in melee so they can keep it stacked anyways, and you can see the Destro Lock with cooldowns does a lot of AoE damage. This is even without power infusion, which is what you typically see used on a Warlock, but unfortunate for Levels, they're going to have to use their Battle Res here. Bergman goes down, didn't see what it was too. I would imagine probably one of those Spiteful Shades, thwacking him on the head. Unfortunate, but they have a Battle Res for that. They'll have another one up in 5 minutes, so any mistakes here in the next 5 minutes, we could see them running into some issues.
We actually saw a really cool skip from TEAMSWE. They actually didn't do any trash after Maximus at all. They just immediately jumped to this mini-boss here. And we saw the Evoker actually use Rescue to get their Priest onto the other side. Or was it the DK? Either way, they just got one of the players onto the other side, making sure they can skip all of this area. Just to get to this mini-boss as quickly as possible. They just deemed the trash to be not as efficient as the trash that they can pull later on. So I think I like this, because these Ravagers, they have a lot of HP, it takes a long enough time to kill, and then later on there's a lot of trash after the tree boss, before the last boss, that they can still do, but they're probably just going to gather up and maybe even pull on top of the last boss. We'll see what they do. But yeah, I like this strategy by TEAMSWE. We're definitely going to see a little bit of difference now between the teams. So we're going to see different trash percentages, right? Levels already on 48%, going to be 52 now that they're done with this mini-boss, while TEAMSWE has to catch up on some trash percentage later on. So I think that Levels is a little bit ahead still, just because they have so much extra trash. But it also depends on how TEAMSWE deals with it later on. If they somehow manage to pull it on top of the last boss, then that's going to speed their run up quite a bit.
All right, just keep your fingers crossed for the next 2 minutes here, Nagura. Not going to say why, but everyone knows why. These Eagles are going to have to go down clean for both teams. Yeah, Levels, like you said, about a 17% trash advantage here. Now, we all know that there's a lot of trash count that you can make up right at the end of the dungeon, right before the final boss here, and it's relatively easy trash to mass AoE down. Of course, remember, it's a tyrannical dungeon, so the trash is going to be significantly less dangerous. And, of course, the trash helps you kill itself as well with those Mana Void debuffs, right? Arcane Bomb is actually what it's called. Sorry, not Mana Void. And, you can kind of mass AoE those down, but they're going to have to pull something like 4 trash packs to make up that trash difference. So, Levels pretty secure in their lead here. The only downside, of course, is that they've already used that Battle Res, right? TEAMSWE is going to have that backup just in case something goes wrong for them. If Levels has a death on this boss, they're just going to be down that person for the rest of the boss encounter. So we'll have to keep an eye on them for that.
Yeah, definitely have to watch that as they are dealing with these eagle packs. There's nothing you can do to speed up these eagle packs, unfortunately. There used to be something, but it actually got fixed recently. You were able to actually just pull these eagles as they're flying above the platform. You could just, with a ranged ability, just aggro them faster. But they actually made them untargetable now, so they have to just do the waves one by one. But TEAMSWE now done as levels is as well, and now they're just picking up those orbs, making sure they're throwing it into that goal to make sure the boss is spawning. And on this platform, really not much they can do when it comes to like trash. There isn't anything here, so they're just gonna have to solo the boss. But this boss can also be pretty dangerous with that stacking debuff that you get from the Screech, and eventually it does do quite a lot of AoE damage. So they're gonna have to make sure they use their defenses properly, depending on how many stacks they want to play with.
Yeah, and I imagine the strategy here is just going to be go for like some sort of max DPS scenario, right? I don't know if you can go so far as to try to line up the damage jump on the boss with a Thundering proc. Maybe you can do that, like at like the super high levels of keys. It would be really impressive if we see them pull it off here. I guess it also depends on when the Thundering is going to be, right? If the Thundering is going to be 30 seconds into the pull, it's kind of hard to line that up. You have to burst a lot of boss damage down and then instantly dunk all of the 3 balls. But of course, you know, the main mechanic of this boss are those 2 goals that you have to drop the balls off into, right? At 75%, the first one will open up, and we'll see them drop them off into the fire goal. And of course, once all 3 of those balls are dropped off there, the boss will take an insane amount of increased damage for, I believe, 10-15 seconds or so. And it, of course, like you said, reset that Screech debuff. That's the main source of group damage on this fight. Later on, I think 45%, they have a chance to unlock the wind goal. But a lot of people tend to try to delay that as much as possible, because that kind of makes the encounter a lot harder.
Yeah, and it also costs you DPS as well, because once that buff runs out, that makes you not be moved by the wind. You'll just constantly get moved around the platform, and then there's tornadoes and swirlies on the ground, and it's just very difficult to actually just get your damage out, especially if you're a ranged DPS, right? They do have the Cheddar Priest and the Warlock, so not being able to just cast as much as you would want is going to be a pretty decent damage loss. So we'll see how long they delay that wind buff. It probably depends on how low the boss is, or also depends on the Thundering buff, as you said. Thundering is also something we haven't really talked about. This is the first MDI we see with that seasonal affix, of course. Thundering, I think it's kind of difficult to play around it in the MDI, but I would say that like the better teams, like the good teams, are probably thinking about it and really possibly even like playing around it, because you do have like an internal kind of cooldown of Thundering, so you know when it's going to happen approximately, and maybe waiting a little bit before you do a big pull if it's going to come up soon. Something like that is definitely very possible.
You can see both teams so far trying to delay that wind buff as much as possible. Finally, both popping at around the 20% mark. Maybe this is when second cooldowns are coming up here. Looks like that's the case. As you can see, the cooldowns being popped across the top of our board here underneath those player frames. So using the haste buff, you know, plus not being pushed back while you have that haste buff to just finish off the boss here. TEAMSWE doing a little bit more boss damage, but I think they also pulled the boss a little bit earlier too. So it looks like no real time was gained here for either of the 2 teams. They're just going to be heading into that the tree area, you know, roughly where they entered the second boss area. So a lot of room to be made up here. But you know, luckily for levels here, that mistake that they had, that's kind of fixed right now. They have that battle res back up and available, so they have that free teammate res coming back. That'll be very, very useful, because these bosses are pretty dangerous on Tyrannical.
Yeah, and now the pool that everyone has been waiting for, we're going to see some huge numbers coming out of those Unholy DKs very soon, as TEAMSWE is gathering up all of those lashers, and we're going to see how much DPS that Unholy DK is going to be able to hit, especially with Thundering lining up perfectly here as well. Thundering up on the Unholy DK, all cooldowns being used. They actually hold on to their Bloodlust here, even though it would be available. And before the Unholy DK does the most damage, the Prod Warrior does some damage initially to get that aggro. There we go, the Unholy DK now done ramping, or still ramping it looks like. And that trash is going to die in no time.
Can we see the highest number yet? I think the highest number we've seen from an Unholy DK so far is 900k.
800k on level side.
I don't think it's quite living enough. 800k? But it's all dead. All the smallies are dead.
Yeah.
Oh, the Warlock is stealing the pad, man.
Key level is too
Oh,
low.
man.
I think we just need a higher key level. What about 24?
Higher key level, fortified?
Academy?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, unfortunate we didn't see the
What's
million
Evoker
DPS. I'm
doing?
sure we'll see it eventually.
Ooh, what's this Evoker
What
tank?
is the
I like
Evoker
it.
doing? Hold on.
Ooh, we're pulling some trash, I think.
Oh, we pulling trash onto the tree?
Ooh, I think we're pulling trash onto the tree.
Okay.
Ooh, the Evoker tank. Oh, I love this. Look at look at the Evoker.
Wait, this is great.
Oh, I love this so much. Wow. So just going all the way around the side, pulling some of the trash that usually is not available because there's a gate this close that does not open until you kill all 3 bosses in this area first. But there we go. We have those knights and the invokers being snapped or moved down to this area. And as soon as the boss spawns, I assume they're going to be pulling it on top. There we go. Overgrown Ancient now engaged by TEAMSWE as well. And they're just pulling it to the side here. Just on top of these ats, making sure they AoE it down. They also have to stack soon because they're going to have the lashers spawn in just a second. So they want to make sure that they are stacked on top of each other and they move clockwise or counterclockwise. Ooh, quaking, really bad timing for Sui here. Actually,
timing.
absolutely horrible quaking timing as all of the lashers are now a little bit spread because they would have killed each other with quaking if they didn't spread there. Wow, very unfortunate.
Oh, Serena just got 2 of those arcane bomb debuffs as well. Procced his cheat death. His cloak will come back up, so he'll be a little bit safe still, but no cheat. It's kind of scary. Most of the trash is dead for them, though, and they made up a lot of that trash difference as well. Remember, there were 17% trash count behind coming into this boss here. Pulling those on top of the bosses made up 11% of that gap, so, I mean, that's pretty good. But did they reset the boss, or did they kill the boss?
Oh,
There's no way the boss is dead already. I think they reset the boss.
Reset. Yeah,
Oh,
see,
no.
this is the problem with these kind of strategies, right? Pulling the boss onto the stairs, having other trash mobs there. There's always a danger to just reset the boss, and that's exactly what happened for TEAMSWE. So even though this was a really cool strategy, you know, seeing the Evoker go around, pulling that trash down, and if it would have worked, if the boss wouldn't have reset, it would have been amazing. They would have made up so much time. Yeah, there's always a risk involved if you pull these bosses onto like weird areas. And unfortunately, the boss reset for them. Levels, though, on the other hand, didn't have any of those issues. They also didn't pull any of the trash. Yeah, I'm very sad for TEAMSWE, but because it was such a cool strategy and such a creative way of getting extra trash, it's very unfortunate.
Little unfortunate. I mean, they were definitely making up ground, and I mean, it's not over yet, right? There's still an entire section of the dungeon left, but that is a pretty significant disadvantage to lose 40% boss damage. Really rough. I mean, they were catching up, too, with that trash pull. Man, that is a, I just know there's going to be a dev somewhere that's like, that's not right. Let's add 7 invisible walls to make sure that never happens again.
I think Levels is going to gear up to a big pull on top of the boss here because they only need 13% trash and they have Bloodlust. So we see the gateway come out, and yes, I think I'm right. As they pull all of these trash mobs into the area, and we're going to see the boss being engaged in just a second. This is pretty dangerous for Levels because we have a lot of invokers here that cast these arcade missiles that can be very dangerous, not only for the tank, but they also can go on other people if the position of the tank isn't perfect. So we'll see how that works out for them. But other than that, other than the arcade missiles, there isn't anything too dangerous with these mobs as long as you have enough AoE disrupts for that kind of like AoE channel that they do as well.
Oh, the whirlwind, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Serrated from TEAMSWE almost
Ooh,
dying
tank.
to that. Oh, Noob does go down instantly. Battle res him. Maybe he had the Soulstone on him. They have no more battle reses though, so if that happens again, this could be a wipe for Levels. I need to finish off this trash quickly so that doesn't happen again. Those astral whirlwinds are very, very dangerous. If you're in them for too long, you could easily go down just like Nooboclap did. They need to very, very quickly finish off this trash so that does not happen to them again.
Really well recovered by Levels, and the fact that the Soulstone was in the tank was also such a good heads-up play as well, because, I mean, that's something that Warlocks do usually, but sometimes they have Soulstone the healer, just in case, you know, have a full wipe and you have the battle rest, so you can mass rest afterwards. But yeah, in an MDI run, it makes sense to have the Soulstone on the tank, because usually when a tank goes down, that's like the most dangerous situation you could ever be in. So having the Soulstone there really, really helped them out and made them recover this pull. And now everyone's back up. The bosses in 50%, they have the 100% trash that they need as well. So looking really good for Levels. TEAMSWE now, they did use their Shroud as well, and they're now gathering up a bunch of trash that they're going to be pulling onto the boss too on their side. But yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit behind because of that reset on the tree boss that we saw earlier.
And it's hard to know, how close this would have been if that reset didn't happen, right? They lost about 40% of their boss percentage plus the respawn timer. So you would guess that the last boss would probably be around 50% for them right now. It would have been a pretty close DPS race to the finish. They do have a bigger pull that they have to do here. They have about 5% more trash count that they have to pull on top of the boss, and we already saw Nubuklep go down to that smaller trash pull on top of the boss. So there's a lot of what-ifs here. We saw the potential for this dungeon. Man, you can see how dangerous that pull is there. I should just go... we've done like 15% in the middle of all that trash there. But yeah, a lot of what-ifs. We see the potential for the dungeon, how it could be pulled. I think this is something that is going to be a very, very interesting dungeon to watch, especially when we get later into the season. We see this maybe on like the higher fortified key levels. This will be a very, very difficult dungeon for the teams to do properly with the pull sizes that they're opting for. But in this matchup, this dungeon looks like it's going to be going to levels here. Final boss down to 10% for them here. Only a couple of small mistakes, a couple spot deaths here or there, but they had the battle resist to keep them up, keep the team going strong. And all in all, relatively clean dungeon from levels.
Yeah, really well done as they're about to finish off that last boss. And yeah, only those 2 deaths on the board, immediately having that soulstone available to recover the pull as well on the last boss. Really nice to see. And yeah, interesting to see the different comps that they're running, different routes as well. And maybe it would have been even closer if TEAMSWE didn't have that reset. But yeah, really well done by Levels as they win that first dungeon.
Well, there you go. As was just stated, Levels taking the win here in the first dungeon of our second match here, beating TEAMSWE. It was a fairly close dungeon. A little bit of difference in stats, a little bit difference in compositions, but Levels always seem just that little bit ahead. We were kind of talking about it while we were watching the game, Dratnos, and we were kind of wondering, like, where is this extra count going to be picked up by TEAMSWE? And it seems like they always are that little bit behind.
Yeah, they gave up some time early for that big pull later into that second to last boss, but then things went a little bit wrong there and ended up giving the time back. Plus, Levels are just doing so much damage throughout this dungeon as well that they were just making such short work of everything. That advantage really compounded over the course of the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see the stats in a second, but Levels looked very, very clean with that, didn't they, Zyra?
Yeah, I mean, for a team that's supposed to be like a 13th seed, I believe, that was a very clean run. And like, you see that kind of thing, and you see that kind of run, and you're like, okay, well, what does a team like Echo do to go faster? Because that already looked really impressive, and the damage numbers across the board are similar to what we saw from Echo and other dungeons, right? The DK approaching 200k, the other classes being in the near 150 area, and of course Algothar is going to have higher overall numbers in general because it's more mass AOE pulls. But still, I feel like that's a run from a team that we've seen in previous MDIs that looked like it's something that could be competitive with the top end teams.
Right. Only 2 deaths throughout the run as well, so another thing to add to the cleanliness. But let's take a look at some specific moments from the last one.
Yeah, so when you're doing a big first pull that requires Bloodlust, that can sometimes be really valuable, right, if that lets you pull extra percent. But one thing that happened was that Levels were able to actually get a Lust onto the boss instead and do roughly similar pull sizing, but the advantage of Bloodlust on the boss is that it just melts the boss instead. And so they were able to get a little bit of time advantage off of that kind of opening exchange with similar count coming out of it, but with 20% ahead on the boss as a result of that being where you get your Bloodlust used. Bloodlust tends to scale a little bit better on that single target side of things as well than it does in AoE. So for time purposes, anytime you have some kind of big target to sink damage into during your Lust, that's usually a little bit better than using it on a big pull that's just a big pull, unless the pull isn't allowed to be that big without Lust, which Levels was able to kind of get around that with handling their pulls really cleanly. TEAMSWE had a look at this trash up here, and much as I do when looking at this trash pull, I'm like, okay, let's find a way to skip this. And so they walk around and avoid getting most of these things, right? Little rogue pull, evasion, and then vanish, and you drop combat that way while the rest of your team has just hugged the side and gotten around, and then just waiting for and then the snap, of course, yeah, as well here too. So getting that tiny little bit of extra count, come back over, and bang, we have found some free count there. Very nice little piece of tech. Back over here to Levels, The thing that Levels did really well on this pull in particular was, I believe, just the Unholy and Destro rotations were pretty flawless here. You can see that damage numbers that those two specs were reaching are very, very, very high on this pull, whereas TEAMSWE were a little bit lower on their numbers overall on this poll. So some combination of either just things working out really, really well, the pack being grouped up a little bit more quickly, perhaps those 3 Skitterflies not coming in immediately as well made things a little bit safer there. But TEAMSWE had this idea in after that poll of getting these mobs, these Echo Knights, using the Evoker. We didn't see them doing the parkour there, but the Evoker ran up and around the side, did a little bit of glide activity, got life gripped back down at the end, and as a result, they were able to bring several Echo Knights, which Echo Knights they're dangerous mobs if you stand near that Astral Whirlwind, but otherwise they don't really do anything. The Invokers have this Arcane Missiles cast, which does quite a lot of damage, but it can be interrupted, or it can be landing on your tank who has defensives. You get a big pull going here, a lot of free count, and this is kind of making up that count they skipped earlier. But regrettably, we did see a boss reset happening for them, which I'm not exactly sure what led to the boss reset here. If I had to guess, it was probably a Lasher spawning out of bounds or something, and ended up being super costly for them, if I'm not mistaken about what happened. I could be wrong about how that all went down, but that seems to be the...
It's possible that it was the quaking, right? Because they did really unfortunate quaking, and because maybe they know that the boss can reset here if they spawn the Lashers like in a bad spot. So they had like a strategy coming in where they would put the Lashers, but then the quaking just kind of like ruined their plan maybe. And then that's why they had a Lasher like spawn in like a weird spot where it usually wouldn't spawn, possibly.
Yeah, quaking a really nasty affix against that boss in general as well, right? Like if you get the quakings happening when you're doing that spread, even if it doesn't reset the boss, sometimes it can just spread your Lashers too much. But ended up being TEAMSWE at the end there, despite that cool play from... ended up being Levels at the end there, despite the cool play from TEAMSWE. Really, really exciting match, though, that we're setting up for here between the two teams, and really looking forward to what we've got in the upcoming maps.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it coming into this one. This could be easily a series. We go to 3 maps, and based on the first one, I would say that feels very, very likely. Both teams banning Nakud Offensive again. I'm trying to remember exactly where that means we're going to, but it'll be interesting to see if Levels can edge out another victory, or if TEAMSWE can get themselves back in it.
We're back to the other 2 time trial dungeons again, I believe. Ruby and...
there you go. Yeah, Ruby Life Tool. Or Ruby Life, or is
Ruby
it
and Temple.
Jade? All right, there you go. Well,
so
time trials.
The lore here is that Levels have the faster Ruby in time trials, but TEAMSWE have the faster Temple in time trials. So Levels potentially hoping to get that 2-0 here, because maybe if we go to that Temple, TEAMSWE might have an advantage in that map. Although it's worth noting, affixes key levels are a bit different than time trials were, so that may also complicate things.
Yeah, it's hard to do the exact same thing with the differences in key level and affix, but you know, you can usually run a similar sort of route in most cases. So we will see. We're just waiting for the characters to get changed, the affixes to get loaded in and all that. As we talked about, 22 Ruby Life Pools coming up next, and again, a dungeon that gives me nightmares, but these players are handling it quite well. Very curious to see how they're going to handle that second boss too, because when we saw Echo do it, obviously they didn't kite the boss around the room like we see, a lot of people do on live, because it's just simply safer that way. They were able to sort of maneuver it in a way to give themselves just tiny little spaces on the ground to stay alive. But that is living on the edge in a major way. So I'm curious to see how our 2 teams here are going to approach it.
Yeah, and the fact that they managed to do that saved them a lot of time, right? Because they didn't have to kill either of the dragons. Which of course means that they don't have space on that second boss. But if you manage to do that, if you manage to do the second boss without as much space, then skipping those dragons is going to save you a lot of time, because either of the dragons are very dangerous and you need to make sure you have a lot of damage to finish them off. The fire dragon, after 50%, just does huge amounts of AoE that stacks up or ramps in damage the longer it's alive. And then you have the storm dragon, and that just puts those nasty magic debuffs onto the group. And usually you don't want to pull more trash on top of the dragon just because it's so dangerous, right? So Echo deciding to just get both of the dragons, very efficient, but then also very risky in that second boss. We'll see if either of those teams actually decides to do that. And we'll also see if we can actually see Fire Mages now, because a lot of teams have played them in the time trials, but then we didn't see Echo or Lucky 7 played in the match earlier.
Yeah, it was kind of cool because of the time trials, right? We saw Echo and a couple other top teams sort of breaking out the mage towards the end of the time trials. But then Echo swapped back off of it for the weekend. But I wonder if any of the teams that aren't Echo switched onto mage because they saw Echo using it in the time trials. And maybe we'll get to see some of that out of TeamSWE or Levels.
I think it's important to mention, Echo didn't bring out the mage tech. Monka brought out the mage tech, and Echo copied them. Let's just give credit where credit's due.
Ooh.
You know, Monka is a team that's popped up in the past year that has, essentially challenged Echo for the top spot. They are that good. And, nothing hurts. Even when you're the best team, you can take strategies from other teams and just do it better. And that's what happened in this Ruby Life pools. But I think we talked about this a little bit in the last matchup. Part of the reason the mage wasn't used for Echo here is that Fire Mage needs a little bit of time to ramp up. And the time trials was fortified. In this cup, we have it as Tyrannical. So the Unholy DK, the Feral Druid Shadow Priest combo, that's more than enough AoE. You don't need the Fire Mage at all.
I mean, you can
Yeah, I'm
see
curious
the
if we'll
compositional
see-
meta. Oh,
Yeah. Maybe Havoc Demon Hunter as well out of TeamSWE, something that they used in the time trials. Could be our first time seeing that spec in this game. We'll see out of them, though. I mean, I think this is also a place where the Destro Lock choice is one out of either team that I wouldn't be super surprised by. So that being said, the Feral and the Unholy definitely really compelling. Oh,
here we go.
Wow.
Levels trying to get the 2-0. TeamSWE trying to tie it up. We'll see who takes it.
No mages
These are just the
still,
same
but
comps
we
we saw
still
last
see
dungeon, right?
the Warlock. Serrated
Oh,
switched to
the
Feral
only
now
difference
instead of
is,
the Rogue. Yeah.
Yeah, Feral over Road. That's the only difference. Okay, cool. So team's kind of sticking to their guns here. Not really swapping anything up here. And, of course, no mage. Again, not too surprising considering what we just went over. But here we go, going into the first massive pull for both teams. Little bit of a difference there. Level's not pulling in that final mini-boss here because you can see how dangerous this pull is. It only just now comes in for them. Noob almost went down there. Has that stagger from the time dilation on him from the Evoker. In the Rogue already having to use his Cloak of Shadows just to stay alive on this pull. Looks like the pull has gone much, much cleaner for TeamSWE as most of their mini trash mobs are already dead. Levels also in that same scenario now too, so both teams doing a pretty good job of just AoEing this trash pack down. With as scary as it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a scary pool, and we also see some Blood Elves coming in for both the teams. We see the Rogue on level side being Blood Elf for the Arcane Torrent, and then we see Ruff on TeamSWE side with their Arcane Torrent, making sure they can get rid of those shields that the casters are channeling onto other mobs, which can be very dangerous. So a nice choice of racials here of both teams, as now Levels is engaging the boss with the rest of the mobs that they haven't finished off yet. TeamSWE a little bit slower on their side with engaging the boss at least. So we'll see if they do that soon.
We know from time trials that Levels has a slightly faster time overall in this dungeon. Minus affix changes, obviously. TeamSWE did pull a bunch of those whelps on top of the boss to get a little bit of extra funnel. Let's see if that helps them out at all, but they pulled the boss so much later that it might not even matter. I also would have assumed that the big trash mobs, the mini-boss mobs, would have died quicker for TeamSWE because they have the Feral Druid, which people keep telling me is a great funnel class, but honestly, I have no idea how Feral works, so I just trust them implicitly. Maybe you know more about that as a Druid main, even though you play Balance instead of Feral. Alright, great, so neither of us know.
I just know they have cat form, they swipe, they have bleeds effects, that's... I know.
They bite, they claw.
They bite, yeah, exactly.
The mini-bosses went down so much slower for them. Maybe the mass AoE was just better because there were two of those big mini-bosses that they had to cleave down instead of just the one, so I'm not too sure about that, but what I do know is that Levels has gotten into the first shield much, much faster than TeamSWE here, and their boss DPS just seems to be better. Let's see if TeamSWE is going to be able to catch up, because I believe that the Shadow Priest comp should do a little bit more single-target damage here.
Yeah, it would make sense having that extra PI as well, on top of just Shadow Priest doing a lot of single-target damage and party-target damage on these pulls as well, even though you do have the trash on top. So we'll see as they both... Actually, TeamSWE are having that extra 7% on the board is going to help them later on in that second trash area where they can skip some extra trash. We'll see what they're going to be skipping, as Levels is going to have to deal with more there. But yeah, you can see even on that 22... I mean, it is tyrannical, right? Just doing a lot of group damage. And this is just so dangerous. Because, I mean, look at where they're tanking the boss, right? They constantly gather up these whelps on purpose to get that extra funnel for their damage dealers here. So having less room to work with, making sure those storms are being pulled into the outside as well. So making it a little bit more dangerous for the evoker healer to keeping everyone alive. But yeah, everyone is taking so much damage whenever those whelps spawn, whenever the shield is up on the boss, plus whenever the blizzard is being put on as well.
Wow, I even saw something that I don't think I've ever seen in any scenario on live too there. Check this out. There are 5 mobs available right now, and the Warlock is casting Chaos Bolt instead of Rain of Fire. Really going for the pure funnel boss damage here to get as much out as possible. And they've opened the gap up a lot here. They pulled the boss. They had roughly a 5% boss HP lead going into the boss. And check it out here. TEAMSWE's boss at 13% when it goes down for levels here, so the gap just opens up even more here with all of that funnel damage coming out from them. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, really well done. And they do have to somehow make up that trash that they're behind in, that extra percentage, but it's not too much, especially if they pull it on top of a boss or something like that. So we'll see how they handle that as they're flying up to that second area. Both of the teams did use Bloodlust on the first pull, so they won't have it available for another 6 minutes or so. But we'll see how they deal with these dragons. Are they going to be skipping both of them, or do they decide to play the Storm one? We'll see what levels does here. Looks like they're attempting to skip it as they walk all the way to the side. So one dragon skip already happening for levels, and then we'll see if they also do this crazy echo pull that we. Oh, they're pulling the Destroyer and the Storm Drake. That's going to be pretty dangerous for levels, as those magic debuffs are coming out, plus the Living Bomb, plus the Inferno going off of the Destroyer as well. So just lots of damage coming onto the group here for levels.
Yeah, Thunderhead, notably known for being the Pug Destroyer. Those Rolling Thunder debuffs do a lot of AoE group damage, even on Tyrannical. And of course, that Tank Slam it does as well has eaten many a Brewmaster Monk in my groups, that Thunderjaw ability. So you got to be careful with all of the tank damage here. And, you know, they've dealt with the entire trash pack. Thunderhead's still at 50%. I wonder if they're going to be dragging this into more trash, because you really don't want to be spending all of your time single-targeting these trash mobs down. Yeah, you can see Nubo moving on quickly to that 3-pack patrol. This is definitely slower than what we saw from Echo, but it's definitely a lot safer. If you could say pulling Thunderhead with a Destroyer is safe, it's probably safer than pulling 2 Destroyers at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit safer probably. It's also, it seems a bit slower, right? Because at this point, they have to finish off Thunderhead. They cannot keep this mob alive for that long, because at some point you just run out of defensives, you run out of healing cooldowns, having to constantly deal with these rolling thunders just coming out onto the group is just too much to handle. So they did finish it off now, as TEAMSWE is also on this area, but they decided to skip the dragon completely for now. We'll see what they do later. And they also decided to pull the Destroyers one by one. So we haven't seen any Echo route yet with the double Destroyer pull, but we still saw some like trolls being pulled on top of the Destroyers, which is still pretty dangerous, right? Because there's just so many casters, so many Cinder Bolts that have to be interrupted, so much AoE going out, so much control you need on these packs. So yeah, pretty crazy still, the pulls that we're seeing from either of the teams.
Well, and I feel like the safety is a lot higher for this levels team as well, right? Because they have the Warlock on their team, which is incredibly useful in this dungeon. Putting Curse of Tongues on the Cinder Weavers just reduces the overall damage intake on your team by a lot. It lets you kick more of those Cinder Bolts, and it just keeps you safer. I feel like that's like the curses are definitely something that's overlooked a lot for Warlocks, and you know, lesser Warlock players might not even use them in keys. So it's definitely something that I think is in favor of levels. But you know, we can see the trash count is the same. This doesn't look like it was done on purpose. TEAMSWE has pulled Flame Galay. Is that on purpose?
It could be on purpose.
He's in on top of the Destroyer.
Yeah, so the thing with this dragon is that it actually doesn't do much at all until it reaches like 50% HP.
Oh, they both have.
So at the start, Level's actually pulling both of the dragons. So that's very interesting, the fact that they deal with both of them. But yeah, so the start of this dragon, actually not much happening. The only thing is a little bit of tank damage, and we have the Flame Breath, the frontal, that you need to dodge. But as soon as this dragon reaches 50%, it will start doing ramping AoE damage to the group the longer it is alive. And it looks like that's what they were banking on, right? So they just pulled it on top of the Destroyer, they just cleaved the dragon, they didn't focus it, and now that the trash pack is dead, the boss, or the mini-boss, the dragon, is below 50%, so now it's doing extra damage. They of course also have to use that Enrage Dispel as soon as the bosses are, the mini boss is on 30%, because otherwise they will be dying to that AoE very quickly. But yeah, very interesting strategy here for both these teams pulling the dragon.
Well, I mean, TEAMSWE is kind of pulling ahead here with how they've pulled this trash, right? The Shadow Priest has been putting in work for them, doing great overall damage on these trash pulls, and they're onto that final Blazebound Destroyer as well, way before Levels is. So they're kind of opening the gap here. They're really opening it up. And I mean, if they can stay ahead, we could easily see a Game 3 here. I mean, this is pretty impressive from them to show up, especially considering, like we've mentioned multiple times already, that they have the slower time in this Dungeon and Time Trials, and it's not too much different. Only one key level higher, so this is what that practice is for. It's really paying off for TEAMSWE here.
Yeah, it really is. As they're about to finish up that last destroyer before that boss spawns, Levels still right on their heels, as they're also dealing with that last destroyer on their side. And if you look at the trash percentage, I think it's going to be a little bit in favor of TEAMSWE, right? Because Levels did... Actually, we'll see how it's going to turn out, because Levels did kill both the dragons, right? While TEAMSWE only killed one, but we saw a little bit of a difference in trash percentage earlier. So we'll see how it turns out for them, as TEAMSWE is now engaging the boss with those Scorchlings around to get some more extra funnel onto the boss. Neither of the teams have Bloodlust available yet, so we'll see where they use it. Either they use it on this boss whenever it comes up, or they decide to use it later on, maybe on the last boss, or even on a trash pull, because they will only get one more Bloodlust in this dungeon, that's for sure.
So if I remember where Echo used their second Bloodlust exactly, Echo did something a little different from what you see in live strategies, right? Oh no, TEAMSWE! Gotta call it! Blazehoof has claimed 2 lives! Battle Res already expended on the tank. They'll be getting LFXP up as well. With that, as both of their Battle Res is gone, they're not going to have another one for 10 minutes, and hopefully the dungeon will be done by then. Otherwise, we'll have a little bit of a fiesta on our hands. That can happen. Errant meteor baits can explode and kill people. That explosion radius is so much bigger than it looks. And happens to the best of us, but that has opened the gap for Levels to come back in. They have already evened out on the boss here, and any sort of an advantage that TEAMSWE had going into Blazehoof here is completely gone. Not to mention the 10 extra seconds of death timers on the board here. Oh, this dungeon's wide open again, Nagura.
Oh, it definitely is. Trash percentage almost equal, a little bit in favor of TEAMSWE, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're probably going to be pulling the same amount of trash later on. But yeah, look at the boss percentage, exactly the same, a little bit ahead of for Levels here, so slightly more damage for Levels. But yeah, this is getting really crazy. And of course, TEAMSWE not having any more battle rests available, so if anything goes wrong for them, they're not going to be able to get them back up. And yeah, I mean, look at the mana as well for the Evoker on TEAMSWE's side. It's really dropping low here, because they had to recover so much as 2 players went down there. Yeah, still really good recovery. Sometimes, I mean, if the tank goes down on a boss fight like this, sometimes there's just nothing saving it anymore. So really good on TEAMSWE for being able to recover.
Tank dropped to 10% for TEAMSWE there. If he died, that would have been it. They would have had to reset the boss, because there's no way you're doing 40% of the boss's HP with no tank at this point. Oh man, every single dip of the HP bars, your heart drops for TEAMSWE, because remember, they're out of battle reses now. Any death, that person's dead for the rest of this encounter. They have to play extremely safe just to have a chance of taking this dungeon. Meanwhile, Levels over here, they're singing payphone. They've got 2 battle reses left. They can drop the Bloodlust if they really ever need to, if they're in that bad of a situation. But I imagine, like we were going to say before that mistake happened for TEAMSWE, I imagine the Bloodlust will be saved either for that final trash pack right before the final boss, or they'll use it to try to burn down the dragon on the final boss, because you really want to push that boss as quickly as possible. I noticed in Echo's matchup, what they were doing is they were burning down the main boss, as quickly as possible, just to push it to phase 2 to get the dragon down, and then bloodlusting and burning the dragon down at that point. I imagine that's what it'll be saved for, especially on Tyrannical, but I could also see it being used on the trash pull as well, just pulling everything in together.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see what they're going to do. But one thing I did notice as well is that Ruff
down again. Healer down, 1%, finish the boss!
Oh. Got the boss, thank God. But yeah, there we go. Ruff and Serrated going down again, so they're going to have to release and come back up. Another time loss on the board, and they have to walk all the way back up or wait for the dragon to fly them up. So yeah, another time loss for TEAMSWE. But one thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that Ruff is playing the Blood Elf for the Arcane Torrent, to make sure they have all of these dispels for all of the trash here. So that means Ruff is not a dwarf to get rid of the bleed on the boss, right? The serrated, whatever it's serrated, like that bleed that the boss does, the blows, serrated blows, or searing blows, whatever it's called. That one is something that is really dangerous for prot warriors, right? They just take so much damage from that boss. They do have a bleed dispel on the evoker, but it doesn't work for everyone, I believe. So having the dwarf racial really helping out in case you ever get into a dangerous situation. And you can see levels, they are warriors playing dwarf, and I saw it being used for that boss. So maybe just not having that extra safety for Ruff, for TEAMSWE, causing some issues there as well. Of course, on top of that meteor explosion, but Bergman going down for levels.
Oh man, levels, no!
Going down too! It looks like
this was their bloodlust!
A bit of full wipe as they use their bloodlust as well for this huge pool.
This was their bloodlust. Who is still alive here? No, it's resetting. Everyone died. They used both battle reses too. Both battle reses were used to try to save that at the last second with High Channeler Evadi at 10% HP. I believe they had a Channeler left alive too, so they have 2 entire trash mobs to live through. Oh no. What just happened? And I did see the Bloodlust icon lit up for them. They did press that button. I'm not sure why it's unhighlighted for them. It says it's on. It says it's available on our UI, but I am very sure that they pressed it. So that Bloodlust is gone too. TEAMSWE, are they just getting victory from the ashes of defeat here? What's going on? Just playing this one trash pack safely has brought them completely back to the dungeon. Yeah, look at levels. They have to deal with this Tempest Channeler on its own now, and then they'll also have to deal with that High Channeler Evadi mob as well. That's a mini-boss amount of HP to get through. TEAMSWE is already going to be on the boss. They'll be winning this dungeon unless something goes horribly wrong for them here, and I'd imagine a 22 tyrannical boss is something that it's a layup for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, that was horrible time loss for levels there. Just wiping when the mobs are below 30% HP. Possible that maybe the raging wasn't dispelled, maybe just like overwhelmed by the damage incoming. Yeah, just really bad for levels. And now they don't have any of those offensive or defensive cooldowns available anymore, so they cannot do the same thing again. They have to pull everything one by one to make sure that they actually not going to wipe again. And yeah, just such a big time loss for levels as TEAMSWE is now engaging that boss. They don't need any more trash percentage. They don't have Bloodlust available though. As we talked about earlier, Echo did actually use Bloodlust for this boss for Phase 2. This Phase 2 can still be pretty dangerous, even though I don't think it necessarily is going to cause issues for them, but they're out of battle rests, they're out of Bloodlust as well. So if anything goes wrong in that second phase, if they get multiple stacks of these debuffs, multiple applications of the debuff, then it can still cause some issues for them. So we'll see what happens as TEAMSWE is fighting that boss.
Yeah, that was their second flame debuff that just went out in this first phase here. Alright, they're going to be pushing into Phase 2 and very soon here. The second one of the bosses hits 50%. Both bosses will become available to hit together. And here we go, Stormvane pushed to 50%. Did they get one last Fire Breath? It looks like they might. Did they get a little bit of free burn damage onto the boss here? No, they didn't. They canceled it. So, we're into Phase 2. The boss is going to now putting those flame debuffs out onto multiple people. It's going to be a huge amount of healing required from their Evoker here. Look at the damage on these debuffs as well. Looks like one of them was AMS, so that's pretty useful. They're going to be getting a lot more than just that one, though. So, see how they'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah, and it also looks like they are definitely cleaving a bit instead of full single targeting down that dragon, which is something that is safer, because once the dragon is down, of course, not too much going on anymore. But yeah, they're definitely trying to maximize their 2-target cleave here to make sure they finish off the boss as fast as possible, and to finish off the dungeon as fast as possible, rather. And yeah, it's looking pretty safe so far. They might get another application of that debuff in just a second, and we'll see if they have any more defensives available to survive that. Wind coming in as well, plus the thundering. We need to make sure that they're going to be getting rid of that. There we go. They did no more thundering debuffs on anyone. And yeah, the dragon is about to die. 3%, 2%. They should be safe. All right.
There it is.
That's it.
Oh, they got the last debuffs. Okay. Oh, those last debuffs were scary.
That was scary, yeah.
There we go. With the boss at 10%, this is going to be a counter map win from TEAMSWE. It looked horrible for them. They had the almost near wipe on the second boss, but Levels throwing it back with the giant trash wipe is going to let us go to a map 3 here. We're going to see Temple of the Jade Serpent once again for our deciding map between these two teams, and that's going to be an exciting one.
Wow, victory for TEAMSWE. It was really looking like Level was going to get the 2-0, and then that wipe kind of giving TEAMSWE the opportunity to jump back into this one. And we knew it was going to be close, but that was kind of a surprising end. But props to TEAMSWE for capitalizing.
Yeah, and I mean, it must also be such a relief for them too, because they were already down one dungeon. They lost at Academy. And then once they had those issues on that second boss, having people go down and having mistakes, I'm sure they were worried that they're just going to lose and go down into the losers bracket. But, you know, that mistake from Levels and that huge wipe for them, just managing to get TEAMSWE back into the game. And there we go. We're going to see that third dungeon. Excited to see another temple. We have some times to compare it to from the Echo and Lucky 7 game that we saw earlier as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things line up between that and our first match. But I'm telling you, I've said it so many times, that second boss in Ruby Life Pools is the most terrifying boss in Dragonflight, in my opinion.
The third boss too, as well. It's just it's a dungeon of nasty bosses, very high difficulty, but well played by TEAMSWE getting through there. Again, despite a situation that I feel like a lot of players in that situation with 2 players dead, including a tank at the start of the second boss, a lot of teams would not avoid the wipe there, but TEAMSWE did a really good job of recovering that. And their second battle res had just come up, so they had to use it, and that was their last battle res of the dungeon, so it was very tight for the rest of the run. Things needed to be very clean from there, but extremely well played by them holding on, and they were able to capitalize on a little bit more problems happening from the side of Levels. So this first boss area, as we talk about, really big Unholy DK, Shadow Priest, that combo, these 2 classes, one thing you really want to do when you're playing with them, if you're not going to die to doing it, is pulling these extra whelps by running into the extra quadrants, because both those classes are going to get more damage out of doing that. The challenge is those whelps, they don't give count or anything. If you pull the whelps from the eggs in the earlier trash area, they will give count, but those ones in the boss room don't. So you're just doing it purely for the extra damage, which, it's valuable. Thunderhead was a thing that we talked about Echo not pulling either Thunderhead or Flame Golem, as Zyro calls it, the other one. But we saw 3 of the 4 dragons pulled between our 2 teams in this run. And I feel like this is actually nice and safe. These mobs give 6% count each, these big dragons. That's a lot of count to be given by a single enemy. And on Tyrannical, they're not actually too lethal either. They do limit the size of your pull, but if you're not going to find a massive double destroyer pull, I actually think the dragons are a really good way to be getting your count in this dungeon. And I think that worked out reasonably well for these 2 teams. I do think it is a concession to a bit slower of a run, but here's that death coming out, the quick double death. Ended up using 1 B-res and then 2, and then being able to recover it, but then look at this position they were in. There's fire in every direction of that boss, and then this Molten Boulder. Whenever you have a Molten Boulder and you're in such a tight spot, you have to be really careful with where you're baiting it, but they did such a good job there of not sending it into the wall right next to them, and they were able to kill off that boss despite, again, losing their tank and more players too. So TEAMSWE here, certainly they've lost like at least a minute on their best run, but all of these almost wipes and stuff, when we're talking about losing fractions of a minute or a minute maybe, they all pale in comparison to the size of this calamity for Levels, right? You have this death coming on, and not only is this a wipe, you're losing the wipe time, you've also invis-potted. So now you're dead, and you don't have invis pots to get back past the channeler and the warriors that you've skipped, so now you're dead, and you're going to be way over count, and it is catastrophic. It's impossible to overstate just how much time was lost from that.
The good news is that now we get to have an extra dungeon in this series. We get to go to dungeon number 3 at Temple of the Jade Serpent between TEAMSWE and Levels, and it's anybody's guess who's going to take this one, because we've seen both teams play pretty cleanly, but there's a lot of scary stuff in these dungeons, and people will die. Whether it's to the Diablo 2 callback Molten Boulder that Blazu throws, or if it's the last boss, or if it's who knows.
Yeah, and we might see that Warlock again.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go ahead, Sarah.
It's a very volatile dungeon, right? I think everyone knows in this call how difficult of a boss Wise Mari can be. There are a lot of things that can go wrong on that boss. Fortunately for the teams, it's our lowest key level, right? So it's a plus 20. So this is just going to be a bolt to the finish line. This is going to be a sprint. We already saw a fast Echo win. If either of these teams comes even close to matching that pace, I think they'll very easily take this series.
It's going to be tough,
Yeah, the one thing I
but
was wondering
if you
about-
can, it's going to be something that other teams need to be kind of worried about. What were you saying, Negro?
I just wanted to talk about the Warlock thing, right? Because we've seen Warlock being played by Lucky 7 before in this dungeon. And we've seen this team now also play it in all of the dungeons so far. So I assume they're still going to stick to the Warlock. And then I just wonder if they're going to do that same gateway strategy. Because I thought it was kind of cool. It didn't work out perfectly for Lucky 7 the last time. But maybe it's going to work out for them. Or maybe they don't have this gateway strategy. Maybe they didn't think of it. Or maybe they just decided against it. Either way, I always like it when we see these kind of cool gateway things to just skip ahead or just skip some trash. So we'll see what they do in the temple. But yeah, because it's the lowest key, I do think that it kind of allows the teams to do these crazier pulls. But then at the same time, doing crazy pulls also creates more volatility when it comes to things going wrong. You know, bolstering one of those infestors all the way up. Forgetting an interrupt, everyone getting feared, or just like other channels going through. So many things can just go wrong in Temple. Just so many dangerous casts that have to be disrupted or interrupted.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason that we've been seeing these Resto Shaman looking so good in this dungeon as well, because you have that like huge amount of extra AoE stun, AoE knockup control brought by that spec. I guess Evoker has a little bit of that as well with their tail sweep thing, but the Resto Shaman's bringing that Curse Dispel too, which lets you pull even bigger in this place. So curious to see which healers these teams bust out. If I'm not mistaken, I think Levels used Shaman in time trials, whereas TEAMSWE, I think we're sticking with the Evoker. So we'll see if they are sticking with those decisions or if they've made some changes as we go to this different set of affixes, different key level, and an extra week of prep.
Yeah, bolstering Volcanic, Tyrannical. Just to kind of like recap what Echo did in theirs earlier today, they were able to finish it in 12:43. So that's kind of like the bar to shoot for if you're these two teams. Obviously, you just want to be ahead of the other team in your match, but if you want to try to impress, 12:43 is the time to look for.
12? How much? 12?
12:43.
12 minutes and 43 seconds.
You can remember it
Alright,
because it's
okay,
the first
I'll
four
be
numbers,
back.
but not quite in order. 1, 2, 4, 3. So
That's
it's
just
almost in
confusing.
order.
That's not helping
yeah.
me at all.
That's how I remember it.
That's like
It's a
me
little
trying to do
mnemonic
math
trick.
in high school.
13,
I had all the numbers, they were
24.
just in the wrong order.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah.
41.
21:34.
If you get any time, we will accept any time out of these teams with all four of those numbers in any order. That would be great, yeah.
As long as somebody finishes with like a number, we can make something work with that. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah. But I was an art major, so don't ask me to do anything with numbers. Except maybe draw them. But nothing beyond
It
that.
could be a bit. You could draw it in the times. I mean, happy up for that.
Yeah, like a what do they call it? Like the ancient manuscripts that have like all the very artsy letters and numbers and things. Illuminated manuscript. There we go. I could do an illuminated
it.
manuscript of the time stats for the MDI. Yeah. Just be like a gold filigreed molten boulder just rolling over the times or something. I don't know where I'm going
Love
with
it.
this. We're filling. We're waiting for the characters. Waiting for the players to change characters. We're waiting to get into our next dungeon. Here we go. TEAMSWE versus Levels. Like we said, the winner moves on. The loser goes down to the lower bracket. But is still in it. So don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how close these two teams were in the time trials, 12th and 13th seed, and we can really see it in this matchup here between them, 1-1. So this is going to be the deciding dungeon, of course, with the temple, and also one of the most volatile dungeons, probably. I mean, to be fair, most of the teams, or some of the teams, said the temple is going to be an easier dungeon, but then some teams said the temple is one of the harder dungeons, and I think it really has to do with the fact that sometimes if the key level, like the lowest key levels, can be the most dangerous for these teams because of what I said earlier, where they think, okay, it's only at 20, we have to pull big to make sure that we win against the other teams. And then it just creates the scenario where there's so many things you have to stop, so many things you have to pay attention to simultaneously as well. And we've seen some things go wrong earlier for both Echo and Lucky 7. Well, Echo only had
True.
one death, really, but yeah, I mean, something went wrong for them, right? That counts.
All right. Well, we're in, and we do see the changes. Both of them swap to the Resto Shaman from the Evoker, so they're going for the max DPS Acid Rain build here. But they're not... Either of them are going for the massive quad Echo style pull we saw before. We do see slight differences in trash size, though. TEAMSWE going for a double pull, Level's going for a triple pull, pulling in that water speaker on top of the double living water pull here, and you can see the amount of damage coming out from those droplets splashing on the entire group, even on a 20 tyrannical key, is just dropping everyone incredibly low. Both teams, though, getting through that first trash pack relatively clean. Bloodlust not used for either of them, though, so, interesting. Maybe we'll see some trash on top of boss with the Bloodlust here.
That is very interesting. It's also very difficult to pull these mobs around because there's a bunch of casters. The water elementals don't like moving that much, but yeah, Level's actually pulling the rest of the trash on top of the boss here onto Wise Mari and using that Bloodlust. While TEAMSWE, though, on the other hand, taking it pretty slow in comparison, right? Still haven't used that Bloodlust, and just finishing off that water elemental plus those two water speakers before they move on. Very interesting. We'll see if they actually commit the Bloodlust for the boss alone, or if they just save it for like a bigger pull that they're planning on doing later. Because on the plus 20, we've heard the fastest time was like around 12 minutes. So that means you can only really get 2 Bloodlusts into this dungeon. But if they don't use it within the first like 2, 3, 4 minutes, then they won't get a second, right? So we'll see what TEAMSWE does.
Yeah, and actually I kind of like the pulling the trash on top of Wise Mari's strategy, because if you do this boss correctly, like you make sure you get every single Hydro Lance kick, the only real damage that goes out are those debuffs that go out, right? As long as you aren't taking any of the room damage, there really isn't anything else going out. The only concern that I would have would be a Surging Deluge going off during Wash Away, you know, that AoE on the ground that the big water elemental puts out. But it looks like the lineup doesn't work out that way. It looks like you don't have to worry about that, so it looked like it was relatively easy for Levels to cleave down that trash pack with the boss and gain them a bunch of time here. Now, of course, TEAMSWE did save the Bloodlust purely for the boss, so they're going to catch up just a little bit by making sure they have full use of that Bloodlust for pure single target damage. But overall, getting that funnel onto the boss looks like it's going to be slightly faster for Levels. Probably saves them, you know, in the realm of 10 to 15% boss damage, which is pretty significant on a tyrannical key, so pretty good start for Levels. Honestly, pretty good start for both teams. Even though TEAMSWE's strategy was a little slower, they executed it cleanly, and they're leaving themselves, you know, in the scenario where if Levels does make a mistake, similar to what happened in Ruby Life Pools, they'll still be able to win this dungeon.
Yeah, really close between those two teams still, as Levels now finished off the boss. They're using the gateway here just to move quicker to the right side. But that means they're not going to do that skip that we saw earlier from Lucky 7, because their gateway is going to be in cooldown now. They're going to have that debuff, so we're not going to see any fancy skips here on the right side. But they might shroud the pandas, because they do have the rogue on their team, and that's exactly what they're doing, actually. So they are shrouding those two pandas. Don't want to deal with those at all, as TEAMSWE is now also on their way to that right side as well. We'll see if they just do the same thing with the shroud, or if they decide to pull those trash packs, which is something that we saw Echo doing. Because if you don't pull those pandas, there's very little things you can do with trash percentage in Temple. If you guys have ever played this dungeon, there's really only like 2 or 3 mobs you can skip. And if you skip those pandas, that means that later on in the third boss area, you're gonna have to go back onto the other side and pull some trash into your room. Which, for the MDI, I think that's a little bit of a time loss if you have to go all the way there. Especially with bolstering, it can be really annoying. So, yeah, we'll see how to deal with this later. But Echo decided that probably the reason why Echo decided to not skip those pandas is because of that fact that you actually just have to go and get trash from somewhere else, and just a little bit of a time loss that you have to move there and let the mobs or let the mobs come to you.
All right. Well, boss RP is started for Levels here, so they'll be able to very easily cleave down the rest of this trash once the boss spawns here. Of course, Strife and Peril, you know, I think it's one of the more annoying bosses to deal with in Mythic Plus, but it definitely has a skill cap to it, right? You can get a lot of free cleave in as long as only 1 or 2 people is cleaving. You can, because that debuff, if you're ever like not in combat with one of these bosses for like literally 1 full second, nobody hits it, the debuff resets. So you can actually freely cleave a lot on this boss if only one person's really doing it. And for instance, the Warlock Havocing here, totally fine. Because even though it stacks the debuff, all they have to do is not hit it for a couple seconds, debuff resets. So there is a lot of potential damage increases here that you can do, and there's a lot of skill cap to it as well. And these teams are probably going to min-max the heck out of that just to make sure this boss dies as quickly as possible. But the trash went so well for levels, they've opened up an even bigger gap. Remember, the gap at the end of the first boss for them was only 10%? They've opened that up to very easily a 20% gap here on the second boss. So they're just slowly opening up that lead over TEAMSWE throughout this dungeon. And TEAMSWE needs to come back with some massive pull here, or else it's just going to run away from them.
Yeah, and not having the Unholy DK on TEAMSWE's side means that doing a really big pull later in the third boss area is going to be so much more dangerous for them, right? Because that Unholy DK just really carrying the damage for that huge pull that we've seen Echo do earlier, for example. And Levels does have that Unholy DK available. They could do such a big pull there if they wanted to, but TEAMSWE a little bit more difficult. We also see a little bit of a difference in who is getting the damage buff here in this boss as well. Of course, there's this stacking debuff that you can put onto a player. It will increase your damage done if it's on you. It also is a dot, so it will also do damage to the player that has the debuff. And we saw it on the Shadow Priest, actually, for TEAMSWE, where Levels had the debuff on the DK for a while, and then switched it over to the Rogue. So a little bit of a difference. I mean, they also have a different comp, so it's not that they could do the same thing. But yeah, either way, Levels now already gathering up that trash to that third boss area. Looks like both of the team... Actually, only Levels skipped the Infestor, right? Or is it still there? Oh, no, neither of them.
They've got the Infestor.
Okay.
They just backpull it with this extra trash pack. So they're getting an extra trash pack's worth of cleave here, which is great, because not only does this, let you do a little bit more funnel here, but also it makes the next room a lot safer, because you have one entire less trash pack to cleave down, because I'm assuming both of these teams are going to go into that next room and pull literally everything in there together. This just makes that pull that much more safe for Levels. And TEAMSWE has to pull this off again without an Unholy DK, which is, of course, essentially the highest AoE in the game right now when you talk about these massive pulls. So let's see how TEAMSWE is going to pull that off without the Unholy DK, walking into that room right now.
Yeah, let's see what TEAMSWE is doing, as Ruff is carrying some of the mobs. I'm not sure if they're going to pull everything. It looks like they're mainly just pulling the left side for now. But Levels, though, if you look at their side, it looks like they do pull everything because they have that Unholy DK we talked about, right? They just have the potential to deal with this trash pack so quickly before they have to worry about bolstering stacks, worry about defensives running out. We can see Noob on Levels side, the Warrior, just using all defensive cooldowns, Last Stand, Shield Wall, just everything being used here to be able to survive. And now we'll see the Warrior start kiting in just a bit as soon as the Shield Wall runs out, because these Minions of Doubt and these Shafts just do so much tank damage if any of those casts go through. But this Infestor bolstered quite a lot for Levels. So it's going to take a while to finish off that Minion of Doubt. And look at the Warrior just dropping so low as he walked back into the range, just face-tanking this trash for a while there.
2 more bolstering stacks on the Infector yet again. It looks like some of the previous stacks are just now running out as it goes down. So all in all, I feel like the bolstering management was very, very good for them. The bolstering stacks went on the Infestor when it was like sub 20%, which is really all you can ask for. And of course, like you mentioned, because they skipped the Pandas, they do have to run off to the other side here and pull the 2 mobs that are patrolling around just to make sure they finish off their count for the dungeon and pull them on top of Blue Flameheart. So a little bit of extra free boss cleave here. You have to make sure you're dodging that leg sweep, I believe, from the Brewmaster here. Oh, there's no Brewmaster in this 2-pack, sorry. It's just the Mistweaver that you have to interrupt. And I believe there's a Dispel as well for the Shaman to deal with. But, 3 trash mobs, relatively easy to deal with 1 Dispel on 1 kick, when compared to the trash pull that they just pulled off on bolstering.
Yeah, it can be a little bit dangerous, right? Because you have the curse that you need to dispel, plus the boss in phase 1 has this magic debuff that it puts on a tank that also needs to be dispelled. But I think that's why they're running the dwarfs, right? We see the dwarf on the warrior, so you can dwarf the magic debuff off of the warrior, plus the curse is being dispelled by the resto shaman, or somebody dwarfs off the debuff, and then the shaman has to dispel for the tank. So, and they also have spell reflect every second as well. So not a problem for them, as they are now in phase 2, though. Phase 2 a little bit more dangerous, as this tank attack just puts a huge absorb healing debuff onto the tank, and it does a lot of initial damage, magic damage, which usually is a little bit dangerous for the warrior tanks to deal with. And we also saw the tank drop really low on the application of that. But they should only get 1 or 2 more. And yeah, I mean, look at the tank too on level side, just going down. They have to use a battle rush to get him back up. There we go. They might be able to recover. But yeah, look at the defensive cooldowns. Just nothing available for that warrior, because they had to use all of those defensives on the trash pull that they did earlier. So now they're just completely out of defensives. and they have to push this boss into the last phase before any more debuffs are being cast, because I'm not sure if they can survive one more of those debuffs. There we go,
Man.
they did it. Whew.
That is a rough boss. Remember, this is the lowest key level that we have available to us in our pool. It is a 20. We do 20 to 23. 20 Tyrannical boss still kills the tank with just one Jade Serpent strike. Now, I guess a Resto Shaman isn't necessarily like the best healer to help your tank out with that, right? But still, I mean, you would assume that a tank could keep himself alive on our lowest key level. Just goes to show how scary these dungeons can be. But they are able to get through it, and again, we're 10 minutes into the key. They do have a battle res backup again, so they'll still have that safety net to hold on to going into this last section of the dungeon once Yu'lon goes down. Scary moment for them, but they're able to pull through.
And TeamSWE managed to catch up a little bit. So even though they didn't do this huge pull in this area, which cost them a little bit of time in comparison to Levels, because Levels had some issues with the boss and the tank going down there, TeamSWE did manage to catch up a little bit. Of course, they're still behind, have to finish off this boss. And look at Levels pulling everything. Oh my god.
What, with boss too?
Boss. Oh my god, this is absolutely insane.
Okay.
We're going to see if they can finish off this trash before it kills the tank. We do have all of the defensives back up for the tank, though. So we have Shield Wall, we have Last Stand, we have Shield Block, we have Dwarf Racial, they have Bloodlust.
Let them cook.
We see a lot of damage coming out of the Dastro Warlock as well. I mean, look at the DPS, and that trash is basically dead. But a lot of bolstering stacks. They have to worry about
just
this
that
a little bit longer.
Giga bolstered Infestor left. Veil does go down on the Warlock. He must have pulled aggro at the last second there. Unfortunate, but they have that battle res, but we have to make sure that... Oh no! Noob dead! That's their tank dead! No battle res! It happened again!
Oh my god.
Levels again!
Oh, and the thing is, they didn't even have to risk it, right? LFX going down as well, though, for TeamSWE, as they have some more issues on their side, too. Some of those bolstered mob casts going through, finishing off that Shadow Priest, plus actually proccing that cheat death on their Rogue. But now TeamSWE engaging the boss with that last trash pack. They have Bloodlust available. They have some defensive still left on Rough, but this is still very dangerous, because this boss just does so much damage onto the group. And then you have this Infestor spawning these tiny shafts that explode when they die. Plus you have all of the AoE damage from the boss, so it can very easily kill you. Plus those tiny shafts, they actually get bolstered from the other mobs that you're killing. And as soon as they're bolstered, it actually does a lot of damage whenever they die, quickly one after the other. And that's usually a problem when you have a DK, but Levels having more issues as two more of their players go down.
Oh no.
They do have Ankh available on their Shaman, but they don't have another battle rest for their Rogue available.
No,
so they probably have to wipe again. And this is just too difficult for them to handle at this point. I mean, it was like this insane pool, and it was so close to work out for them as well, right? I mean, there was only like 2 or 3 mobs left for them, but they were so highly bolstered.
It's not all fun and games for TeamSWE, yeah. Rogue dead, okay. Oh, the battle res, but he instantly drops to 1% HP. No cheat death! But he's able to be healed back up, but look at the mana bar for Azio as well. Only 20% mana left to heal through the rest of this boss. It's going to be dangerous, but they should be able to heal through it. They've got the Shadow Priest to mass dispel those debuffs off to help with those dispels, but oh man, this is a lot of a boss to get through. Is that mana bar going to be enough? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Levels essentially just needs TeamSWE to completely wipe here to have any chance of coming back into this dungeon, because remember, they still have over almost a minute of death timers to get through as well. Man, Levels was a team that was so far ahead throughout the entire dungeon. They flew too close to the sun. The wings got burned off.
Just looked so risky too. Like when I saw them just pull all of this trash on top of the boss, I believed in them for a second there, as the Dastro Warlock and the Unholy DK were just bursting so much AoE damage, but they just didn't quite manage to finish off these mobs. And then when you have an Infestor that is bolstered to Oblivion, you have all of these tiny shafts spawning, plus the Shah of Doubt cast as well coming out of the boss, having these tiny ats attacking you, and it was just too much to handle, unfortunately, for Levels. But yeah, TeamSWE, I mean, good for them, as they're about to finish up this boss, and the mana bar being good enough for TeamSWE. Neither of those teams have the Feral players, right? Because we saw those being played earlier, and Ferals would have Innervate for the healers. Nothing like that for TeamSWE here, but it doesn't matter. They don't need to Innervate. Shah of Doubt is going down, and it's actually going to be TeamSWE making it into the upper bracket, while Levels has to go down into the lower bracket, unfortunately.
Yeah, TeamSWE gets it done as Levels fights the Shaved out for the third time. And that's the second dungeon in a row where levels look like they were ahead, but those last moment wipes ended up costing them the win. And Dratanos, like, looking at this, like, but do you feel like they were just pulling too much? That was a massive pull, obviously. They took everything in the room into the final boss the first attempt, and they nearly pulled it off, but do you feel like maybe just a little bit more cautious approach to the final area of the dungeon would have gotten them the win?
It may have won them this game, yeah. I mean, certainly given that they wiped with their big pull, it probably would have won them this particular game. But I loved, out of levels, the ambition, the aggressiveness of what they were going for. I feel like that is indicative of a team that is playing to win the series, to win against really good teams, and, you know, trying full-on MDI-sized strategies. So obviously it didn't work out for them in the last 2 games that we've seen out of them. You know, they need to either tighten it up, or maybe they got some unlucky combinations of abilities in those runs. But it's really high potential. It's really high potential gameplay out of levels. They're playing these comps and these strategies when they're biting these pulls off that are bigger than Echo are going for. You know, that's the sort of thing where you look at it and you're like, okay, this is, you know, we got something cooking here, right? They're having these ideas for ways to speed up the run and potentially be competitive with anybody in there if it goes their way. So I loved that out of levels, but I loved what TEAMSWE were up to as well. TEAMSWE were just coming in with solid, consistent, and high sustained single target as well. So this is the levels first pull, a little bit bigger than the TEAMSWE first pull. The levels strategy in general is a little bit bigger, and it's informed by the composition you see them using as well, right? That Unholy DK really loves large pull sizing and really struggles if you're doing really small pulls consistently. So levels are sort of committing to always doing big pulls in the whole dungeon and then just taking these 3 into boss, for instance, whereas TEAMSWE instead say, okay, let's just do 2 pulls before boss, and then we'll do boss, and we will instead do some more single target. You can see this as well with tank trinket choices. Nubo here using that Storm Eater's Boon, right? That's a big AoE trinket. Look at the AoE DPS that's being put out there. On the other side, TEAMSWE were using Manic Grief Torch instead, which is really good for single target damage, or whenever you're playing with Tettles. Either of those cases, that trinket is really, really, really good. So this was their pull into boss here. A lot of trash coming into the boss here. It's a cool idea. It does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the way that this all ended up working out for them, they had to be really careful of not overloading the stacks on the 2 bosses. And with the trash being here, I think that ended up actually potentially costing them some time because they did have to basically stop damage to avoid having a boss immune itself. But you can see here the single target damage. Look at the DPS meters that we're seeing here. You know, 57k out of the tank, 37k out of the healer, 120s from the DPS is what levels we're putting on the 3rd boss. If we switch that over to TEAMSWE, which here's a brief look at their numbers here. Similar numbers from their DPS, right? But the tank here with Manic Grief Torch instead of Storm Eater's Boon, putting out an extra 15k on this boss, right? That's the sort of thing that can speed up the run if you then are able to do similar pull sizing. TEAMSWE weren't able to do similar pull sizing though, so levels were in a position to win the whole thing, especially when you look at the size of this pull they were going for. All of the trash into boss, you're on a tight timer when you do something like this, because as soon as that boss makes those adds, you are all going to be taking such heavy damage from those auto attacks from the adds, right? And you can see very quickly things falling apart, especially with 40 stacks of bullstring or whatever on that Shambling Infestor. But still, really, really cool play out of levels. One thing to note about TEAMSWE's comp, they don't have a good battle res, right? You don't have an Unholy DK, you don't have a Feral Druid, you don't have anybody that casts battle res well, so you actually see the engineering B-res needed to get used to pick Serrated back up there, so a lot slower of a cast time, a little bit more of a sketchy proposition, but ended up working out for them. TEAMSWE did a good job of recovering that, keeping all their players alive, saving that battle res because their pulls were a little bit more conservative throughout the dungeon as well, so they don't need to have that battle res used on a 40 mob pull in the way that levels potentially did.
Yeah, so TEAMSWE moves on, but... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment that it looked like the tank died to one of the minions of Doubt, literally having like 1 slither of HP, casting like a Dark Claw or something. Like, they just needed a little bit more damage or like 1 disrupt and it would have been fine, right? But just like at the very end before it died, it just got this Dark Claw out. It completely just one-shot the tank without the Spell Reflect or anything available. And that's just really unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what, I think we all liked what Levels was doing, you know, going for those big pulls like Dratnos mentioned. Like, that's really what you need to do if you want to take a run at the champ. If you want to have a chance to beat Echo, you have to kind of out-Echo Echo, right? And they were so close to making it work. They're going to have a chance in the lower bracket. I think they're going to be a very strong contender down there as well against Lucky 7. Meanwhile, we do see that our first quarterfinal of Group A is going to be Echo versus TEAMSWE. And we also look ahead to our next match. It's going to be Sloth versus Apes Together Strong, barely sneaking in there with through the time trials. And they have got a pretty tough opponent against Sloth, so that's going to be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, Sloth is a team that has really come into their own. I'm really, really excited to see what these guys can pull out, because they were a team that, you know, a couple of years ago they were what Apes Together Strong is. They were a team that was just kind of barely qualifying, just getting into MDI. And last year, they really ramped it up. They were one of the most impressive teams to watch. They came in, they just came up with new strategies that other teams then had to adapt to in order to beat them. Hopefully they can bring that kind of innovation this time around too, because I really loved breaking down some of the things that they were doing.
Absolutely. What do you think about that next one, Nagura? Sloth, Apes Together Strong. Like, Apes Together Strong, like, making it in. They weren't top 24 in the time trials, but then some of the teams that did qualify couldn't end up playing, so they got in. Now they have a chance to prove themselves. Like, it's could be the beginning of a Cinderella story, or kind of like a Planet of the Apes Cinderella story. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first weekend of like a new season where we have all of these new dungeons that we haven't seen before is always like the best chance for like a lower seeded team to win against a higher seeded team, in my opinion. Because everything's a secret, you know, like some lower seeded team could have come up with this crazy comp or this crazy route and somehow managed to beat like a higher seeded team. We've seen it before, right? I mean, we've seen the team, we were called Toast something, right? That did the Altaldasar strategy with the snapping.
Angry Toast.
With Hula.
Mm-hmm.
Angry Toast, yeah, there we go. I mean, stuff like that is always really cool to see. So I do think that Apes Together Strong have a chance. But then at the same time, Sloth is such a good team. They're the second seed coming into this group, the 6th seed overall in the time trial. So I definitely think they're the favorites. But yeah, I do think that if a lower seeded team is going to win against a higher seed, then it's going to be in Group A in the first weekend.
Yeah, Sloth, one of those teams, though, Dratnos, that has put on really strong performances earlier in MDI and just in other PvE events in general. So we're expecting good things from this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken maps off of Echo back in Shadowlands, so it is a squad that has put up some impressive results before, although they have yet to really convert on a whole weekend basis yet, so that's something that they'll be hoping to do here. I will say their time trial times, I would say 6th seed for this team is a little bit lower than I would have expected for them, based off of the strength of some of what I saw in Shadowlands too, so I think maybe they're hoping to overperform some of those time trial times and really speed up some of the runs, so we'll be curious to see how that goes against Apes Together Strong as well. Apes Together Strong, of course, it's a double elimination bracket as well, so even if they lose to Sloth, they will potentially be able to make a lower bracket run happen, and depending on how scared they are of Sloth, maybe that even is the series of maps you practice more for, but we'll see. Maybe they've got an ace up their sleeve or something here.
We'll find out. The games continue after a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. The Mythic Dungeon International returns with a third match of the day right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the first ever Dragonflight Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Adoe here, along with Meg Stradnos, and joining us today for the first time is Tettles. How you doing, Tettles? You kind of were the target of some Torch related jokes, call-outs earlier. Do you have any response? I want to give you a chance to respond to that before we go any further.
This guy literally every single time he presses boon dies. And he resets his. Yeah, you reset your own grief torch.
I
You
don't
die
have that
while
trinket.
booning.
Oh,
Yeah, you
my
do.
goodness.
You use it poorly.
Thank you for resetting my manic grief torch, Tuttles.
Oh my god, cha-ching.
Cha-ching, yeah, there we go.
I mean, if it wasn't an item designed to grief your friends, they wouldn't have called it grief torch to begin with. So we're just working as intended as far as I'm concerned. But let's move on to our next match, Sloth versus Apes Together Strong. One thing I want to look at before we get into this too far is production did ask us to pick our winners, our dark horses, our our wild cards for this group. So I'd love to see where we're at for that. I wonder if we can get that graphic on pretty soon. Let's check it out. Okay, so I had Echo as the winner, a runner-up Sloth, which popular, and then wild card Apes Together Strong. I believe that they can bring the ape heat. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Wow.
But I believe
Wow.
Wow.
What does that
Ape
even
power?
mean, Doa?
That's
well,
really
heat
good.
means
I
like the
think,
energy, the strength, you know?
What is our host
the apes.
saying?
Have you ever seen Planet of
think
the
I
Apes?
do want to say, Dratnos shouting out TEAMSWE and TEAMSWE making it a little bit impressive, Dratnos. Do you know something we don't?
Well, I looked at Tettles' picks and I was like, okay, who's playing against them? And then I picked those teams whenever possible.
See, I also picked levels. I can't be mad, but like...
Well, they looked good.
No.
They lost with more aggressive strategies. That's literally what you said in the
Yeah.
analyst segment, is that they lost with more aggressive strategies, and if they were able to convert, they would be great.
Yeah, and I think they're going to do great down the line at some point, but, you know, right now...
If anything, this
Team
makes
Sweden-
them more of a wild card. I feel like losing the way they did shows
Yeah.
they've got the ability, and it just a couple little things here and there held them back. I think that makes them kind of the definition of wild card right now.
I have a question. So everybody except for me picked Sloth as the runner-up. Why did nobody pick Legendary? Legendary also has a team of a lot of veterans, but is it just because the last couple performances by Sloth have been so good?
So I'm a huge Sloth fan, and while I also really like the Legendary team, and specifically Lipan, Sloth are just so cool, and what we've seen from them is always like very unique approaches to dungeons. They're one of the few teams that has a sixth man, so a shot caller from outside, like we usually only know from Echo. And I feel like that sometimes definitely does give them a little bit of, a benefit, like an edge over the other teams. And I'm really curious to see what they're up to with those Dragonflight dungeons.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah,
really
I
hard
mean,
time making this pick between the two teams as well, because they are so close on seeding. And yeah, like you said, I mean, this team, you have 5 insane players on Team Legendary that, maybe it's kind of a new configuration of players for MDI, but I still think this is absolutely a team I wouldn't blame you for this pick, Tettles, although I will make fun of you for it later if it turns out to be wrong. But avoid the topic wherever possible. We're going to do some clever
that makes
maneuvers.
sense.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Both ban Court of Stars.
Court
Nobody
ban.
wanting to mess with the Legion dungeon, I guess.
Yes, we're going to get to see Naka
Now, why do you
defensive.
think that's stat?
Yeah.
Do you think they're trying to hide tech, or do you think they actually don't want to play court?
Bursting Grievous,
I
just
think-
no fun.
I think if you're Sloth, Court of Stars is a dungeon that a lot of people have so much practice on just in general that like you can get upset on that map. And so I think for Sloth banning it out, it seems reasonable. I think if you're Apes Together Strong, they probably just didn't want to play it, realistically, for whatever reason. I don't know why. Court of Stars is definitely one of the most popular dungeons this season, just because of a lot of the times it's seen as a little bit easier of a dungeon. So a lot more people have a decent bit more experience there.
Well, it's one of the older dungeons for sure. I mean, it goes all the way back to Legions. So a lot of these players would have experience, you know, back when it was new, you know, which some of that translates till now. Not all of it, but some of it does, obviously. But yeah, I think seeing the first Naku defensive of the day is gonna be interesting. This is one we talked about. It is a longer dungeon. It is a lot of like clear some stuff, get to fight a boss, you know, that kind of thing. The affixes are going to be interesting. But first, of course, we're going to go back to the Temple of the Jade Serpent again. And it's kind of neat that we're getting so many runs on this dungeon today, because I feel like this is kind of setting a good benchmark for a lot of these teams, and for this dungeon especially, as far as like what we can expect for the rest of MDI.
Yeah, the way our tournament is structured, we have Ruby Life Pools and Temple featured pretty prominently here on Friday. Those were our time trial dungeons, right? So it sort of helps ease the teams in. It gives them a map that is in these pools that they have definitely got experience in because they needed to do it for time trials already. And it kind of lets us get a benchmark for all the teams against each other as we see Apes Together Strong. Was that the boon trinket?
Is that the pre-boon?
The pre-boon, does that do anything good? I'm not sure, but here comes that first pull coming out of Apes Together Strong, and it is a big one. But Sloth are going even bigger. They are going all into the first boss room here. They have all of this trash all at once, including those 3 before the first boss.
This is actually very dangerous with the Corrupted Living Waters. If they get their cast off at the exact same time, that Tainted Ripple, you can actually get 2 stacks of the dot there, but you do see Tundra on the side of Sloth getting a nice Mass Dispel, making sure to get that dot off of all the players on the second cast after that Nature's Vigil initial healing burst kind of did fade, and Sloth is already into Wise Mari.
Yeah, this is a very quick conversion into Wise Mari Bloodlust rolling as well, so they're getting that value on single target damage here. Couple of droppies as well, a couple of corrupt droplets have survived and are coming into this pull, but that is fine. That's, in fact, a little bit of extra funnel, so don't mind if we do. We've got a little bit of funnel actually coming out of all 3 of the DPS classes, right, from Sloth, so that is nice value. Oh, we see Evoker, it looked like a mid-air hover. Ended up going even a little bit too far for Sloth. Meanwhile, Apes Together Strong still cleaning up this previous trash pull, falling a little bit behind early in the dungeon here off of some slightly smaller pull sizing. This is somewhat to be expected with how the teams are seated, right? We expect that Sloth have bigger pulls if they can make them work.
So how are you feeling about the comp differences between the 2 teams here? So the only difference that we're actually seeing is that Death Knight versus that Demon Hunter, yeah?
Yeah, and kind of on a more meta level, the interesting difference between these teams and other teams in this dungeon is the lack of the Resto Shaman. We're seeing the Evokers being used instead, so that means 1 less Curse to spell, crucially, which means 1 less Mistweaver that can be pulled in later safely. So we'll see how that works out. It's also the loss of that Acid Rain DPS, although Evoker DPS is nothing too shabby either, so probably not something that you're hurting for all that much.
I guess they do gain a Lust, right? Well, I guess the Resto Shaman would also bring Lust.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that it's actually super interesting. I wonder what the Mistweaver pulls are going to look like then for Sloth. I wonder if they're just going to kind of heal through that debuff that you... So like the Curse, how it works, it's like a Touch of Karma style effect, but it puts like a heal absorb on you. You can either heal it off, but you take like ticking damage if it expires while it's on you, or you can just decurse it.
Yeah, so that's kind of the dissonance, right, between Sloth's comp here. The lack of that Resto Shaman means that pull size, it's gonna be tough for them to execute it, but they have an Unholy DK, so they want to, right? Whereas Apes Together Strong, they're playing that Havoc Demon Hunter instead. They're a little bit more comfortable being kind of single target oriented, right? Pulling a little bit smaller and trying to get those pulls done more quickly, right? And so for them, I'm a little bit less concerned about the lack of the Resto Shaman, the second Curse spell, all of the Resto Shaman CC that they're bringing as well, and to some extent, even Spirit Link Totem on that pull.
So what we're talking about here was like the third area of trash. Right now we're going into the second area, the Strife and Peril part of the swing. We haven't seen too many issues, but this is a part of the dungeon that can be pretty dangerous. I think that a lot of this comes down to setup, like how the pack is getting set up at the beginning. You need to make sure that you have Haunting Shaw kicks. You need to make sure that you're getting that fish kick as well. And then once the Lesser Shaw start to explode, you see that anti-magic zone coming out for Sloth. This should be safe, assuming that everything has been preset in advance.
Yeah, it's big danger as well. I mean, those 2 mobs that throw the torches right at the start of this pull, a lot of teams will play a rogue and shroud that, right? They'll just get past that mob and the first Haunting Shaw anyways, but Sloth are just taking care of it. Apes Together Strong. You could also Invis Pot there, but looks like Luca there dropping a bunch of feasts to help kind of light the way towards where they wanted to go. One of the benefits of Tournament Realm, that doesn't cost you any gold. But yeah, Sloth now coming down with this big pull onto boss. We'll see how well they're able to manage the stacks on Strife and Peril.
They got this boss pulled so fast. So did they pre-kill that book then off to the side?
I'm not sure how they got
the boss
taken care of so quickly, yeah.
I wonder if their Spreece was dotting it in advance or something like that, because they got this boss pulled incredibly fast. Now, we saw this earlier. A team was able to actually pull a decent amount of trash into Strife and Peril. They ended up immuning the boss, and it didn't seem like it actually ended up saving them that much time. Now, I wonder if Sloth is going to be a lot more controlled with the amount of damage that they're putting into Strife and Peril, because you kind of want to like swap on like 6 to 7 stacks to really just make sure that you're not immuning either one of those.
Yeah, the other problem here is that sometimes the first one that you're hitting is going to take way more damage when it gains 6 stacks or whatever, 7 stacks, than the other one does, and so you can get in this spot where the health bars are pretty desynced between the two. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job, though, of managing this. The way you want to manage that is you just start swapping off of the higher health one, or the lower health one, as early as you can, and swapping off the higher health one at a higher stack count, and that can let you sort of equalize their health bars.
So low-key, I actually really like that Tundra's holding this damage buff as well. So on this fight, the boss has put out a damage buff. That's what that thing that you see on Tundra's frame is, and it gives them 25% bonus damage. The Spreece should generally be the top damage to the boss. So, like, if you look at the damage meter, you actually see the Feral and the Unholy DK doing a lot of damage, but they're doing a lot of damage to the trash, when in reality, I think the Spreece is going to, by and large, be the top damage to the boss, because they're able to pretty easily hit both bosses.
All right, now here comes this little skip for Sloth. Little rescue maneuver. Yeah, and they're able to get through there. Grip. Yeah, so you've got rescue. It's kind of reminiscent of Mythic Razageth strats, right? You see rescue the priest grips somebody else, then you have heroic leap, then you have wild charge, and and that's a full set of skips over that whole area. They did end up then pulling that Guardian and Mistweaver, it looks like, into this pull, and skipped the Infestor. The Infestor, at least the first one, right? They've got the Shambling Infestor now from the middle of the room here. Shambling Infestors are a big problem on bolstering, right? So skipping as many of them as you can makes a lot of sense. You get this one instead, you don't have to deal with that first one, and you prio damage into it, right? You make sure that it's dying as fast as possible relative to the rest of the pack, so that it doesn't get too many stacks of bolstering and slow you down by too much.
This is kind of reminiscent of like a live pull. Oh my gosh. This Infestor,
a lot of damage comes out here. Yeah, the Infestor's large, and I suspect that some of these little Shaw have bolstering stacks as well, which is extra danger on this pull, but well handled by Sloth. And now I suspect that they are angling to do the rest of this room almost all at once, all coming together. And this is going to be tough with just the one Curse spell. They're going to be doing as much damage as they can, as quickly as they can. You can see Malik there blasting an absurd amount of damage, but wow, here come our deaths to those various mechanics that you get when you have so many of these enemies here, and you do only have the one Curse to spell as well. I think that may have been a bunch of little Shaw exploding too.
Yeah, it looked like a lesser Shaw explosion on like the double. I wonder if they could have like anti-magic zone, because we did see them Zephyr the last pack, and like maybe if they had the Zephyr or something to be able to give them a little bit more DR, they would have lived there.
Yeah, I saw an AMZ when they were all dead. It may have landed afterwards, or they may not have all been in it, or it may not have been enough. I'm not 100% sure how that worked out for Sloth, but they were able to recover this pull reasonably well. It's going to be a Shadow Priest res while the Evoker runs to grab a couple of extra mobs. Because you've skipped that Infestor, you need a little bit more count, so you're going to take this Mistweaver and Guardian into the third boss, and that's going to be the count that you need here. Meanwhile, Apes Together Strong have taken care of the second boss, but if you look at the bottom of our screen here, you can see the boss splits are a minute slower on the first boss, and then a minute and a half for Apes Together Strong is the disadvantage after the second boss. They are just going to pull this Infestor, sort of a live key pull here, Infestor, Mistweaver, Guardian. A pretty dangerous pull, but not one that's super efficient, so kind of the worst of both worlds whenever you're doing a pull like this, and Apes Together Strong going to be losing a little bit of time against it, but if Sloth have another wipe here, or if they have a wipe, they are down that battle res, right? So things could go really badly very quickly for either team.
That was kind of what I was thinking. I think that Sloth is like one large mistake away from being able to lose this map, just because Temple of the Jade Serpent is such a fast dungeon. We've seen teams, what was it, like 13 minutes? Yeah, around 13-minute runs already.
12:43 was Echo.
And so, like, realistically, deaths against the timer are more costly than if it was like let's say a 40-minute dungeon. Obviously, if you have a full wipe, it's not good regardless, but it's just a little bit more volatile, and if you end up wiping here, Apes Together Strong could potentially pull something together, assuming that they're able to get this courtyard area dealt with without any mistakes.
Yeah, this is one of the scariest bosses in the game as well for Prot Warrior tanks. A lot of damage comes out that you're kind of at the mercy of your healer to help you through. I mean, you do have 2 charges of Shield Wall if you talent into it, which Malik has there, the second wall, which not a common choice in a lot of other dungeons for a lot of other tanks, but it's actually really often played by top players in several situations just like this, where you need that extra cooldown.
I mean, okay, so Sloth is able to get through P2 on Liu Flameheart. Yulon has summoned. It's impossible to wipe from here. Yeah, I've never seen any group actually wipe on Yulon, ever. And so it should be totally fine for Sloth. Now, I wonder what their next pull is going to be. Because in the last match, we saw Levels pull all of the trash into the Shaw of Doubt. That pull was very, very dangerous, a bit ambitious for Levels, and we actually saw it wipe them. But if Sloth is able to pull that off, it would be impressive if they ever have to come back to Temple of the Jade Serpent in the future.
Yeah, and honestly, the Evoker doesn't have the extra Curse spell for it, but they do have some kind of nasty cooldowns that they can use to try and keep the group topped during the worst parts of the damage that might be even potentially better than what the Shaman could bring. We'll see how this works out for Sloth, though. How big do they want to go? It looks like the answer is not going to be all into boss. It's probably going to be this pull and then the rest into boss, but we'll see how they decide to set it up.
This double is actually very scary because, like you were saying earlier, this is the double Mistweaver pull. And so, like, if the dispels are synced, you can actually be in trouble. Obviously, they do have Cauterize from the Preservation Evoker, so they can actually decurse one, but they only get that Cauterize once a minute. Then beyond that, it's just like a Mistweaver has to die, or somebody's going to be eating that Mistweaver cast.
Yeah, now you do have... all of your targets have counterplay to being selected, right? Like if you Dispersion that, if you just Barkskin it, if you Nature's Vigil, right? If you Death Strike, if you use VE, right? Vampiric Embrace. All of these are sorts of abilities that can make it safe to have that debuff go undispelled, but you're probably going to want to use most of those on this pull, right? So there's that Nature's Vigil coming out from the the Feral Druid, and actually Evoker is just full on damage mode here. Feral Druid is second in healing right now. No raid damage is even coming out on this pull right now for a Sloth because they have been handling it so well and stopping all of the important casts, and wow, clinical precision from Sloth up until those little Shaws all die at the same time. And looks like we're seeing Simpkins going down, so that's going to be Sloth's second and final battle res of the dungeon committed here. They are, however, through all the trash now, 100% count. They just have to manage this 20 Tyrannical Shaw of Doubt, and they'll be able to get the dub here.
That seemed like that was a pretty safe way of pulling all that trash into the boss, because what you saw is like they ended up popping their Lust a little bit early, they popped all of their offensive CDs and army, and had the trash pack at 30% before pulling into the Shaw of Doubt. But at the same point, it's still just that dangerous of a pull that you saw Simpkins die to the Lesser Shaws exploding from the Shambler, which, I mean, it happens, right? That pack is just so deadly. You see teams lust just that pull sometimes on live whenever the dungeon's done at like a higher level and fortified.
Yeah, that pull is extremely dangerous, so not surprised to see Sloth slow it down there, doing in 3 pulls what Levels attempted to do in 1. But even still, this is going to be a fairly quick run out of Sloth. So our benchmark time in this dungeon is 12:43 from Echo. That obviously is not going to be a time that Sloth are going to come super close to, but they're not going to be that far off either. They're going to be maybe a minute slower here, which is not an insurmountable gap, especially with 3 deaths on the board, right? That's 15 seconds in and of itself, plus the extra time loss that the death causes.
So, on one hand, yeah, it's not great that it's a little bit slower than Echo's, especially if Sloth is looking to potentially upset Echo across this weekend. At the same point, I don't know how much practice Sloth realistically should have put into Temple of the Jade Serpent, right? So Temple of the Jade Serpent and Ruby Life pools, since we're seeing them so much on day 1, we're not going to be seeing them as much on days 2 and 3. And so then there's a question of like, how much practice should you realistically be putting into this if you're going into this match and you're Sloth and you're thinking, oh yeah, so this is good enough to beat Apes Together Strong, do we really need like a 13-minute run or whatever?
I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think that the allocation of practice time is definitely a good point. Although on the other hand, Echo may have had a pretty similar thought process, right? Remember we saw the death out of Echo in their temple, so it was not necessarily their super fastest either there. So I don't know. At the end of the day, I do think it could be a good tactical decision. It's definitely going to be enough to win Sloth this map, at least. That's going to be 14-16, the end timer for them as they take game 1 in the series.
And there you go, Sloth taking dungeon number 1. Just giving Apes Together Strong a few more seconds here because the timer was a little bit higher, obviously, for Sloth here, but they claim the victory. Anyway, and yeah, a time that maybe makes Echo sweat a little bit. Sloth, like we mentioned earlier, one of the few teams in the MDI who have taken dungeons off of Echo in the past. We'll see if they're set for that, but let's take a look at a few moments from that dungeon.
Yeah, just right from the get-go, I think a big difference to the other teams has to be that neither Sloth nor Apes Together Strong opted for that Resto Shaman, both of them going for the Provoker, and we saw a really beautiful big pull coming out of Sloth right away, and then this kind of pull where they skipped down and then pulled everything behind the boss, which I thought looked really, really cool and fun, and I love that they deployed that here. You'll see them jump over and then just run back here, make sure everything is going to group up, and then other than levels kind of cleaved onto Peril and Strive at the same time. They had such a good showing of how they dealt with the trash bags from one side to the other side. And here's kind of where the routing really differentiated between the two teams. We saw Sloth wait for the Infestor to move, then do that really nice little skip here that we saw them deploy with that life grip and everything that they had available. Where on the other side, Apes Together Strong, they played that tunnel and then played a bigger pull here. Sloth just decided to pull everything and go into boss right after it. They did add a little extra ed here going into boss, which I thought was really nice as well. And then Apes Together Strong, like I said, just going for a little bit more conservative pull style. Some tragedy happening for Sloth. Mickey and Simpkins both going down, but it wasn't too bad. They were able to recover that. Here's the non-skip from Apes Together Strong that we saw. They just played that Infestor, and I think that's also one of the bigger differences in time. It just takes so long to deal with this mob and deal with this hallway here. So if you can avoid it and just skip it through, I think that's definitely the nicer way to deal with. We saw this pull here into the pack behind them, so a little bit of a bigger pull that then allowed the pull after that to be a little bit smaller. In the end, I think very similar to the other teams we've seen, and like you said, Doa, pretty close to what was shown by Echo earlier today. They also deployed that Bloodlust here towards the end, and then pulled in the boss when they were safe and secure with the pull that they had, and sure that they wouldn't get too much trouble. I think there was one more death after that, but in the end, Sloth took this one home, and Apes Together Strong, I do want to note, they were moved in because another team couldn't play, so their play and preparation time was probably not as much as other teams, and for that, I think they played extremely well today.
Yeah, for sure. It's like Dratno said, clinical. Now, I mean, he did say that right before somebody died, so there was a little bit of a cast and curse there too. But I think you were right. I think you were right, Dratnos, overall.
Yeah, I really liked the way that Sloth played this as well. Though I do want to say I think Apes Together Strong have looked really, really, really good in that run as well, especially for a team of such low seeding, right? Like they've come in here and they've really performed in the first map here. And you know, Sloth are certainly in a position where if they have something like a wipe go on in this next dungeon, and you know, the next dungeon, it's going to be Naka defensive, I believe. So if there's ever a place for things to go horribly, horribly wrong, at least in my experience, it has been Naka defensive more often than not.
It's Sanguine Naka defensive, by the way.
Is it explosive as well, or?
What was it? I remember it being Sanguine, but I can't.
Sanguine Explosive Tyrannical 22.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, whew, okay,
all
so
right. Let's go.
Naka, you know, this is a dungeon that's full of these like archers, right, that are hard to move. That's a double problem with Sanguine and Explosive, right? Because they're going to stand in that Sanguine puddle, and they're going to be spawning explosives 30 yards away from you, you know, farther than your evoker can even reach to get them sometimes, and that's a big problem potentially. So we'll see how big the teams like to go and knock it, but I'm really looking forward to this one. This is also a dungeon where I think you can make an argument for something like a Blood DK for the grips for the mob control. So a little bit low on damage maybe, but maybe something that somebody will bust out in this place sometime this weekend.
So
Do
I mean,
you really
one of
need
the
it
other
if you're running
advantages.
Unholy though?
That's a good point. Yeah, the A-bomb limb does a lot of the same work, although A-bomb limb is used offensively, right, rather than used
But you
just
do
for
have
utility.
2 death grips as Unholy DK as well, so you can control quite a bit. But sorry, Tels, go ahead.
I think another advantage of the Blood DK though is that you can control undead, the mystics, that are in the second area,
yeah.
or the third area, and then with the Mystics in that Tira Maruk area, you're able to get 20% haste buff, and then that ends up equating to around like 10% of your entire dungeon is with that 20% haste buff. It's actually very, very powerful.
Yeah, it's.
I wonder too.
It's big power. Good.
I almost wonder too if this is a situation where like both teams are like, oh yeah, the other team's gonna ban Naku defensive, so we don't need to worry about it. We can just be tricky and ban the Court of Stars as well. And now they both they played themselves as you say. So that might have been the case too. We've certainly seen that happen in the past, where each team thinks the other one's gonna ban it. But I'm just hoping it'll be like
maybe
falls off the dragon.
It's got to be good
something.
for one team, right? That we're going to knockout, right? Because it's somebody's going to win the map, but it's just a question.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe
Somebody-
neither team
yeah.
is sure which
By
one
process
it's
of
good
elimination.
for yet. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got to
Somebody
be
is
good
going
for
to win the
one
map,
team
that's
at
true.
least.
If you think about it, it was yeah. It can't be a mistake
Okay.
for both of them to have not banned it, right? Although we'll see. I'm curious. I think that Sloth still have quite a big edge in this dungeon, but I do feel like it's a smaller edge in here than it is in some of the other dungeons that they could have gone to. But I'm not sure that banning this was the best play for them either, because the rest of the map pool didn't offer necessarily better options. So yeah, here it is. It's 22 Naked, and then if this one goes to Apes, we're going to see a game 3 in Ruby Life pools. That would be a big outcome. Honestly, even just forcing a game 3 would be huge for Apes.
I think that Naka is going to be a very strange dungeon for both of these teams too, because first off, these affixes are really limiting how much you can realistically pull. Sanguine is incredibly difficult, depending on the dungeon for MDI teams. I mean, we've seen things like Spires of Ascension in the past. That was like an incredibly challenging Sanguine dungeon. I think that Naka offensive is going to be Spires of Ascension level of difficult with Sanguine. Now, since we also haven't really seen any teams play it, what are the routes going to look like? And I think that that's like one of the big questions. Are we going to see live adaptations of routes, especially since this is being done on a 22? Like, how big can you reasonably go with some of these pulls?
Yeah, I am extremely curious about how the teams choose to move around this place, because this is the map that like I'm sure we've all experienced it. Like everybody seems to have like a different take on how to go through the map. I mean, all the way down to like M0s or whatever, and people trying to get their weekly done. The whole team's just flying in circles in the air. Nobody wants to land. Nobody wants to be the one to pick where you start a certain area. I don't think we're going to see that here, but I think we are going to see some pretty substantial variations in terms of how teams move through it. Hey, there you go. That's Naku defensive. That's our next dungeon. We're finally seeing it today. It's going to be Sloth versus Apes Together Strong. Apes Together Strong, obviously, looking to come from behind to try to tie this series up. It's going to be a tall order, but maybe on a map like this, maybe there's a chance. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Okay, so we're actually seeing Sloth bust out the Shaman here, rather than in the Jade Serpent. Apes Together Strong sticking with the Preservation Evoker as well, also putting on a Shadow Priest, a Night Elf Shadow Priest, it looks like, as well. Interesting. Here comes the first boss area. What's the pull going to be? Apes Together Strong starting with 12 mobs. Sloth have some world markers down already. Let's see what they're doing with this. It looks like it is maybe even a slightly small... Actually, is this 3 packs together?
It's a triple, yeah. It's a triple. It's a triple with the pat, is what it looks like. It looks like two of the mount. It looks like 2 of the mount pulls plus the patrol.
Actually, this might just be the one or the 2 pulls for Sloth.
Oh, is it just double mound? Oh,
I think
did
it
they
might
skip
be.
the
Yeah,
pat there?
The big 7-pack patrol. I didn't see them grab that, but I did see Apes Together Strong doing exactly that pull. So Apes Together Strong, I think, actually have a little bit more count in their first pull. Both teams are going to hit that Bloodlust button here, but Apes Together Strong, you can see Sanguine getting some big HPS on the meter there, whereas Sloth have done a really good job of minimizing the impact of that affix. Sloth now relocating and going to be grabbing this other side here. Oh, and look at this. They're leaving that middle patrol, and they're going to do it with boss, I suspect, because you can do the boss. The boss spawns after you do these 3 hills, right? And so if you leave that middle patrol, you could do it with boss, as long as you've killed the 3 ballista-controlling Lance Masters.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what I was expecting. What I was expecting after I saw them go to this pull as well. I'm interested in seeing when are they going to start CCing the ads on Granith. I think that's also a big question, because a lot of times on 22 Tyrant, I think that you can see teams starting to CC those saboteurs starting probably around like 70 to 80% mark. I wonder if you have to kill more than one of those saboteurs, because they do deactivate the ballistas, but you only have to like CC them for long enough, and you can use things like Dominant Mind MC from a priest to be able to like control them for just long enough, and then you release it. You just have to have it long enough to where you can click the ballista. And so look at this Sloth, like you were saying, Dratnus, grabbing this trash pack and pulling it underground. They need to make sure that they don't sanguine this boss, though.
Yeah, Sanguine healing on the boss would be a catastrophe here for Sloth. Meanwhile, Apes Together Strong have done an extra pull in this area, so they're going to be leaving this boss area with some more count, unless Sloth pick that count up after boss. But they are going to be leaving it a few minutes later than Sloth. If this pull works out well for Sloth, there's that first Saboteur has been killed rather than CC'd. Makes sense. Setting up a CC and keeping it going, unless it was that MC, would be very tenuous with all of the AoE that's going on this pack. So you probably want to wait until after that. But they are going to land an Entangling Roots on Saboteur number 2. So that one is going to be easily handled, and they just need to re-up that root every 30 seconds. Which Simpkins can do fairly easily.
I mean, realistically, they can just let this root break. I don't see a reason that they even need to re-up it, because it can go and deactivate the ballista, but we're not using that ballista again anyways, right? Like, we're only going to have to re-click the first one, which we did kill the Saboteur of.
Yeah, that's true, because that Saboteur is just gonna run to that ballista over on the left, so not a big deal at all. They could just leave it there, and that's the sort of thing that looks very scary, and generally you don't want to bank on that working in a pug, but when you know which ballistas are going to fire when and how long the fight's going to last with pretty high degree of confidence, you can just let those ballistas that you're not going to need again get deactivated, and it is totally fine. Sloth landing ballista shot number 3 of the fight, and hoping to kill before 5, I guess, is the plan here.
I think that
and I think it's going to work.
I think that they should absolutely kill before 5. I think that they may even kill it with the... Okay, they're not going to kill it with the 4th ballista shot, but it's going to get it down to like 10%, I think, here. Okay, 15.
Yeah, each ballista shot does do a chunk of the boss's health as well, so you can see that landing. Bang! Stuns the boss, 10% now, and now they just tunnel boss, completely ignore the Saboteur. You don't even have to CC this last one, because you don't even need that ballista shot, although maybe you CC it so that you can use the ballista shot to kill the boss, but nope. Sloth are they're letting it go in. They're saying the boss dies or we die. This is the Shards of Stone cast. It's going to be followed up with the Eruption, but they are chilling. Boss defeated.
Good stuff.
24% count, and they are out of here. So they need to get more count from the rest of the dungeon than Apes Together Strong do. But wow, this is a lot of time they've saved. They are almost a full tyrannical boss's health bar of time ahead of Apes Together Strong right now.
What are you kind of expecting for the next pull? Kodo plus all of the Storm Shield mobs? They do have they have 2 spammable purges, so they could actually do the Kodo plus the 4 Storm Shield mob pulls. Okay, they're going Waterfall.
Sloth. Yeah, they're going to be starting with a pull up on the side here, and this saves the Kodo for later. Potentially Kodo into boss is a possibility.
Oh my god!
Sloth. Wow, this is aggressive. Simpkins dropping to 2% health. Nature's Vigil is going to run here. That explosive far, though, no answer for that from Sloth, is going to go off. However, they are healing through it. They have VE and Nature's Vigil rolling, so they don't even need their Shaman to really cast many healing spells here. Just kill some explosives, drop some acid rains down, and leave it at that. And wow, this pull is getting melted thanks to that Unholy DK, huge AoE damage.
I'm going to be honest. What do the no-code neophytes do? Do they just cast Stormbolt? Okay, interesting.
It looks like they do, yeah. Although it looks like in this case they don't, because they get beautifully Death Grip right at the end of their cast. And impressive Sanguine management coming out of Sloth here. I mean, there's so many casters in this pull that Sanguine is such a scary affix with that pull, but well handled, and they're going to be mounting up and heading on over, and now they're going to do kind of that first pull, that closest one, and it looks like this is going to be fought largely by itself. Oh, with the Primal Gust potentially coming in.
That pull is so dangerous with 4 Storm Shields, like they pulled it right there, but since they have 2 characters that can just spam Purge with the Priest and the Shaman, it didn't even look that bad. Now, we call this a cooldown pull in the industry. This is the pull that you pull while you're waiting for your CDs to come back up before you go into the next large pull. And so, this pull has to get done before the Raging Tempest summons, and so this is a great time to be able to allow your 2-minute CDs to kind of reset. And now they're going to mount up and do something probably a little bit more aggressive here.
Looks like this is a pack that's going to be hard for them to add much to unless that patrolling Kodo is close by. So they're just going to do this one. It also looks like we're seeing... Okay, Dark Transformation is committed, although it is a very short cooldown. And yeah, nothing huge going to be used on this one either. So they're just going to be getting through this pull and then potentially another big pull by that final totem that they're leaving. I don't know how big they want to go there. I think there are some more neophytes available up the hill next to that one, so potentially they've indicated that those are mobs that they're interested in. We'll see if that's something they want to do. Although, on a 22 Tyrannical, you can't underestimate the Raging Tempest boss itself as well, so you potentially want to have some cooldowns available on pull on that encounter. 4 minutes before their Bloodlust is going to be available as well. I don't think they're going to get a Lust on Raging Tempest, so they're going to need to deal with it using just their own abilities.
How are you feeling about where Apes Together Strong are right now?
Yes, Apes Together Strong also setting up an aggressive waterfall pull here. Unfortunately for them, a little bit of Sanguine Healing is going to come out towards the end of the pull, although not too bad. A little bit of a smaller pull as well, a much more standard live pull than what Sloth put together on that one, so... Wow.
Okay, so the answer was exactly what you said. They ended up grabbing some of the additional Storm Shields and Neophytes from up the hill, and they ended up pulling it into this final pack before they were able to summon the Raging Tempest. Ooh, their Shaman's not play. Okay, so Thunderstorm is an ability that all Shaman specs have because it's in the class tree this expansion. So every Shaman spec can talent into Thunderstorm. A lot of the times you see people who play Thunderstorm use the knock-up ability. It's like an additional talent, it's a bonus node in the class tree. However, Sloth here, they don't have that talented. Instead, they use Thunderstorm for the knock-back effect to counteract Sanguine. That's actually super smart.
Yeah, that is huge Sanguine tech. Maybe part of the reason that we're seeing the Shaman as well against that Affix, although I think also this boss is potentially something that Shaman have a pretty good time at as well, as long as everybody is playing pretty close to the boss. You're going to be looking especially for the Shadow Priest to come into melee during the electrical storms, I think, to be able to manage that well, but we'll see how well this is handled by Sloth, because this is the scary boss in terms of throughput. It's a little bit less scary when you have classes like this. The first one is going to be used Ascendance, and actually still a lot of damage coming out on the whole group here. Everybody getting pretty low. Barkskin going to need to get used here. Even so, Simpkins is going to go down. Sloth landing the res, but wow, they got really low on that one.
A ball contacted the boss
good.
there. Oh, gosh.
Okay, 76% on the boss. They're going to have to deal with probably 2 more electrical storms. A little bit worrisome.
Yeah, not great, but everything is looking okay for Sloth. If we look at their count in the top, they're at 55%. Generally, for like live key teams, you're going to be around that 60-ish% mark whenever you are leaving this Raging Tempest area. So Sloth is going to have to pull a little bit more trash in that Tira and Maruk area, but that seems fairly standard.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to find the count that they need reasonably well. I am curious exactly how many pulls it's going to take them to do it, but I like the mobs that they've chosen to pull so far, and I like skipping that 7-pack at the start of the dungeon if you can safely do it, and I think they found a really good way to do that and save a little bit of time. So Raging Tempest here, 43% as we're approaching the next electrical storm. Here it comes. This is going to be quite a bit of raid-wide damage. We'll see what cooldowns are available here. It looks like, is that Healing Tide? Healing Tide and not much else. Maybe this is going to need to be Link as well. Yep, there it is. Link getting dropped by Sloth. And this is actually a really nice opportunity for some Death Strikes. A couple more balls reaching the middle of the boss there, although that one might be fake. Yeah, that one looks fake that did reach the middle.
So the balls that land on like rocks at a weird angle, sometimes they will become fake and then you just like can't soak them. It's totally fine. But one of the consequences of this is that Sloth got 0 resets on their damage buff here. And now they're lusting into 0 stacks of that buff. Man, that's very unlucky for them. Because if
they're just lusting to finish off this boss. And I think one of the reasons you want to hit the lust here is that you probably are going to see this dungeon go over 20 minutes, right? So you get a third lust in the dungeon if you use the second one on cooldown, which Sloth have chosen to do here. We'll see if they're able to get to their third lust now, or if this was their last lust of the dungeon. I'm pretty sure they'd be happy either way.
Okay, so a little bit of that lust is lost, but like you said, I think that lusting the last boss is certainly more valuable than, lusting a trash pull that's right here. And so they lust to get that boss killed off. Apes Together Strong, they're fighting this Thunder Beast, and they're having a Sanguine
healing,
moment.
Though. Yeah, a little Sanguine moment for Apes Together Strong. That Kodo patrol was actually skipped entirely by Sloth, which is always a little bit sketchy because it does patrol around the boss while you're fighting it, but well done by them. They're putting together a pull in this area now. It's going to be 2 extra Corruptors coming in with this first hill. The 3 birds are approaching soon as well. I suspect those will get added as they pass overhead. And yep, down they come. So we're up to 5 birds in this poll now. A lot of frontals are going to need to be well managed here. Spell block committed by Malik as well. That's going to make him effectively immune to magic damage for the next 20 seconds.
One of the big things that you also have to watch out for here, in addition to like the Sanguine, is the Chant of the Dead. So if you actually get that Chant of the Dead onto mobs, they actually end up taking reduced damage. So you need to make sure that they are getting moved pretty much permanently, especially with like the Sanguine affix, and like these packs are going to be incredibly tedious to kite. It's a lot of this is on Malik and making sure that him and Marky end up gripping or like moving the packs well.
Yeah, although you do have to be a little bit careful because that cast time is so long as well. Sometimes people will run away from that Chant of the Dead early, and then the mob that casts it is going to be left at like 90% health, right? And that is inefficient as well. So you do want to move out kind of last second, and we have this kind of instinct of seeing a swirly like that and assuming it's going to explode in the next couple of seconds, but it's like a 10-year cast time, so you got to stand in it for a little while generally to make sure you're getting full value.
There is some reason that you could play Preservation Evoker in this dungeon as well. Like if they talent Overall, then their Oppressive Roar can actually soothe all of the mobs, and then you can just like use that Oppressive Roar to kind of counteract the Chant of the Dead in rages. But at the same point, obviously Sloth here playing that Restoration Shaman. How have you felt about the Arsham so far? I feel like I haven't figured out why they're using it yet.
I like it. I feel like the Thunderstorm against the Sanguine is pretty good reason, although I guess Evoker does have their racial knockback that fills a little bit of a similar role. You've also got an Interrupt in a dungeon that does have in this area quite a bit of good stuff to interrupt.
That's true.
And also, if you consider the last boss, right, Thunderstorm and Interrupt on the last boss seem like two really good places to use those abilities, so maybe that's part of the reasoning too. But I'm also curious. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, right, like if you don't need the throughput of the Evoker, you're doing good damage and good throughput on the Resto Shaman as well, and you're bringing those extra little bits of value, so maybe that's all the reason.
I think that it's not super clear, because I do think that they actually do slightly worse damage than the Preservation Evoker generally. I would be very interested if at some point we could figure out, or like ask Sloth why they were playing the Arsham in here. Because I don't think it's bad, right? Like it's clearly competitive, and they're doing. I mean, we saw the Thunderstorm and stuff like that. It's been doing great things.
Yeah, I would love to know if there were specific reasons beyond that as well. I will try and notice any that I notice, but of course there might be something I don't notice. So
I mean, look at his DPS right now. He's doing 40k DPS just largely through that Acid Rain talent. I mean, it's very competitive, especially in these MDI style dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like similar damage to Evoker. I'm not sure which one would come out on top. I do feel like Evoker has a really easy time with Explosive Orbs as well, because you just Azure Strike them. Yeah. And that's very easy to do as a Preservation Evoker, but Resto Shaman not bad at killing them either. Just Frost Shock, but that doesn't cleave a little bit of free dam onto the nearest target. I guess that damage is almost irrelevant here, though, but Apes Together Strong having their first death that area coming in, their 5th death of the dungeon. That's going to be pretty costly for them. A little bit of a fly time now. 55% for Apes Together Strong as they make their way over towards the Tira and Maruk area as well. Sloth here nearly done with their count. They've set up a nice pull in the aftermath of getting the boss ready to be pulled. They've probably started that boss RP as well so that it's ready to be pulled as soon as they're done with this one.
I think that Apes Together Strong is having a similar run in this knockout offensive as they did in like the Temple of the Jade Serpent, right? Where it looks good. Yeah. Like I don't have too many complaints with the packs that they're pulling. Obviously they're having some deaths, but they're not having like full team wipes or anything like that. It just seems like some of their strategies are just a little bit slower, and I think it just kind of proves how difficult it is to get these pulls done. Because Apes Together Strong are doing pulls that are literally twice to 3 times the size of live pulls, and Sloth are doing pulls that are, 4 to 5 times the size of live pulls.
Yeah, these are some really, really aggressive strategies coming out of Sloth, although not too much in this area. In this area, they've largely been keeping it a little bit more conservative than they did in the first 2 areas, which I think speaks to some of the snowball potential that the packs have in this area. If you pull too many of them at once, you really do just get overwhelmed by stuff that, even if you survive it, it slows you down to the point that it wasn't worth to go that big. Thundering now coming out for Sloth. Good job of clearing, though. Last second clear, saving them from the stuns. This is a boss where Thundering can actually pose a bit of a problem as an affix, because against that Gale Arrow ability, right, you normally stack up to deal with it, but if you get a Thundering Swirly on you as that's happening, it can actually be very, very dangerous.
I have a question. So where do you think that Sloth is going to get their final 9% enemy forces? So I have Mythic Dungeon Tools open right now, and the last 2 mobs that are in front of Balakar Khan only give around 6.15%. Now, there are ways to skip those 2 mobs and to pull into Balakar Khan. Simkins has Nelf Racial, he does have Shadow Melt, so he can actually skip them. Do you think that they're going to get the remaining 9% in this area, or do you think they're going to be doing actually a big pull, potentially even with those 2 mini-bosses into Balakar Khan?
Yeah, so can you get 9% with like that 5-pack just to the side of Balakar Khan? Does that get you up to 9%?
So that 5-pack is also 6.15%.
Okay, so they're going to need 2 things.
They would have to pull the Patrolling 2 Thunder Fists, like the 5-pack and the 2 mini-bosses to be able to get it.
I feel like their best bet then is to do one big pull after this boss in this area, get 9% from that, and then go into the last boss and skip the 2 children of Balakar Khan.
And do the live route, the live Balakar Khan, where it's just the...
Yeah, I think you just do... So you pull the... Yeah, so the problem with that... Right, the reason that is hard to do and requires something like a Night Elf is when you pull Balakar Khan, those 2 mobs pull and get in combat with the whole group if they're not in combat. So you get one person with a Night Elf racial in combat with those 2, then you pull Balakar Khan, and then that person Shadow Melds off those 2, and you just make sure you don't play in that part of the room. You get to skip those mobs. We'll see if that's what Sloth decide to do, or if they have a little bit of an extra way to get 3% more count. And do those 2 either with or before Balakar Khan. It looks like they are gearing up, though, for 9% in this area. We'll see exactly what that ends up looking like.
Is this going to be a double? Is it going to be a triple?
So they're starting off... Okay. This is 3%, if I'm not mistaken. So it could be... It could be this plus the last... It could be this plus the 2 children onto Balakar Khan.
So 3.08, yeah, 3.08 plus the 2 children of Balakar Khan is 9.23%. Yeah, did they miss this pack?
Could be. Yeah, it could have been something that they had designs on pulling earlier. It could also be something that maybe they just slowed their route down a little bit because they knew they were ahead and they didn't want to make a risky pull. But yep, that's 94% now for Sloth. So either the patrol or the 2 children will be enough here for their full count as they make this little skip in. By the way, if you're unfamiliar with this skip and Naka defensive, it is by far the easiest way to get this dungeon done, just making that fly around the left of the bridge, onto that rock, and you can get into Knockadon hold without having to do anything really hard. No precise timing required for that or anything. And here is Balakar Khan. What do Sloth want to do with this one? Bloodlust is available in 45 seconds.
Oh, it's
There's a patrolling 5-pack.
Okay.
The 5-pack has been pulled. Balakar Khan as well. Simpkins is Nelfing. Yep, there we go. So it is the 5-pack rather than the 2 children. That is going to be good for their damage profiles, right? It's a little bit of a scary pull, but it's not too bad, and it's a little bit more efficient than doing those 2 mini-bosses in front of Balakar Khan. They do need to make sure they get this killed off. Good for Sanguine, yep, and also make sure that they do it before they push Balakar to 60% and start the intermission.
I'm so glad that I had MDT open.
Yeah, that was good.
I was sitting there like, where are we getting count from? This is chill. They got all the small mobs killed off. They did unfortunately drop a lot of Sanguine on top of the rock spot. So a lot of times you end up baiting the charge into the rock, and that stops Balakar Khan from like charging full duration, and it gives you a little bit better uptime, especially for your melee. Is the Sanguine going to despawn before this next charge? They're going to have to bait it away? It looks like
the Sanguine has despawned here. So yeah, Simkins is going to go around the rock. Ooh, tries to feral charge as well. Tries to wild charge in cat form to dodge the damage of the spear. Does not quite work out. It is possible to make that timing work, but it is quite tight.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
Drapmoose has been doing it. It's been 50% success rate, so it is very tight timing. Here comes the intermission, though. Wow, all right, so what are they going to do with this? Death Grip, Thunderstorm, probably a Mass Grip here if one is selected. Oh!
Die.
Yeah, I guess Mass Grip isn't available, right? You have Abomination Limb, but unfortunately are going to have a death coming out here. Blinding Sleet is used as the next interrupt. Incapacitating Roar. Silence and individual kicks are now being used. You can see our kick tracker up in the top left. All of them were used on that one. And that is going to be enough to get them through this intermission. But wow, that was sketchy.
I mean, we're looking okay here. This is the hardest part of the fight, and look, if you check the top of the screen here, we do see that Sloth has Bloodlust available for them in a second. They're kind of just waiting on offensive CDs. The Power Infusion, so the Power Infusion just came back up. Tundra has all of his offensive CDs, and now he's going to be doing a little bit more damage to this boss. This boss should melt in the next minute and a half or so. He has a long fight on Tyran 22, but assuming that they don't reset him with the charge, this is looking like a win.
Meanwhile, Apes Together Strong have been running into further difficulties in this Tira and Maruk area. 12 deaths on the board for them now as they are just about finishing up their count. Still have that boss, though, to deal with before they'll be able to get this dungeon done to get over to that Balakar Khan area. And they're not going to have the opportunity to in this run, I suspect, because I think Sloth are about to end this game. It's going to be about a 23-30, 23-15. Knockout offensive. We don't really know how that stacks up against other teams yet, but I suspect that's not bad. I think this is going to be one of our longer dungeons. It is a 40-minute timer normally. It is a very long dungeon compared to some of the other ones in the pool, so that's going to be the timer stopped here. 23:09 for Sloth. Very well played.
Yeah, Sloth putting on a clinic once again in their 2-0 victory in the series, getting it done really fast on Naku Defensive, and it was fun to see, obviously, all the pulls and everything like that, but I really enjoyed to see kind of the very optimized flight routes they had, too, because I think, at the end of the day, that's also going to be something makes that a lot of these teams have to pay attention to if they play this dungeon. It sounds kind of silly, but it's true.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot in this dungeon, specifically in terms of routing that we want to go over, so let's break it down. At the very beginning, we saw both teams pull pretty big before going into that boss fight. Absolutely makes sense. You have that Bloodlust up for Apes here as well. Going really big here, allowing you to use all of your cooldowns, get them on CD, and then once we go back to the boss, they were ready again. There was some really cool tech coming from Luca on that Vengeance Demon Hunter, using the sigil to actually keep that saboteur in place. There's only so much that each team has to keep these controlled, so it was good to see that Vengeance Demon Hunter come into play there. I felt like, so really, really nice to get them rooted there. You see it, it's just going to get sigil, make sure it's not going to go anywhere for a second, and allow everybody to do some extra damage there. Now, when it comes to neat techniques, have a look at Marky here in this boss fight. He is going to pre-AMS the electrical overload, which allows his team to have one less of the electrical overloads in the area, and therefore allow them to deal a little bit better with these here and collect these orbs, which I think is just always very, very cool tech on the DK. And yeah, this was very painful. Just so much damage going through, Simpkins going down, but they were able to recover that, so good for Sloth to get that back. And Apes on their side also had a little bit of trouble, as there was a finish that was rather clutch, I want to say. Let's have a look how this one played out. They had the orbs come in, as well as the electrical overload, and then Depsy took a huge hit here and fell over, got rest. But in the meantime, Luca got meleeed because, of course, there was no tank. In the end, they were able to kill that boss. And here is a really cool technique. I think you were speaking about it as well. We can barely see it. It's on the left side. So the group is walking in, and they decided they don't want to play these mini bosses. So what's happening is Simpkins is on the left side of the team. He's pulling these two bosses and then shadow melding them off, allowing his team to actually fight Balakar Khan together with the extra ads, and not having to deal with these mini bosses. And of course that increases the difficulty a little bit, because it means that you have to stay in this area of the boss. But I thought that was really, really nice to see coming out of Sloth here as well. And yeah, well-deserved 2-0.
Yeah, so Sloth takes the 2-0, Apes Together Strong, heads down to the lower bracket. They're not out quite yet. And it was talked about during the cast a little bit, too, that, they were kind of a last-minute addition, even though we've seen them in, various WoW PvE things in the past and other MDIs. So the practice time may have been a little bit more limited, but they put on a pretty good show overall. But it's obviously something where, looking ahead to the lower bracket match, they're going to have to step it up to another level, I think, if they're going to want to stay in it. Yeah.
I think that overall, okay, can you stop doing that? I think that overall, Apes Together Strong looked fairly solid. They did run into some issues, and of course, they wiped in the Tyr and Maruk area. But like in reality, they were one major mistake away from being able to kind of overtake Sloth in some of these areas. Which, whenever we saw earlier the predictions, pretty much every single caster except for myself had Sloth predicted to come out of this group. And if Apes Together Strong is able to stay that close with Sloth, it could propel them into a spot where they are a lot more competitive against some of these other lower bracket teams.
Yeah, the competition for them is going to be the loser of Legendary versus RESETOUILLES, which is our next match. So that should be a pretty exciting one. Legendary there is your runner-up prediction of the weekend. That's a really powerful looking team, right? We've got some really high-end players that are on that roster. They're our 7th overall seed, so extremely closely seeded to Sloth. If they make it through to tomorrow, that's going to be a really exciting match there in our quarterfinals. But first, they're going to get to play up against RESETOUILLES. Here's that Legendary roster. You've got players like Tobo, Lepan, Igloo, a lot of players you might recognize, Splat, from previous MDIs as well. All playing together here on a pretty powerful roster.
What is the logo for RESETOUILLES? What is this?
So
keys
I
and
think it's a
bolts?
bunch of keys and Ratatouille.
Yeah.
In
Clearly.
the Ratatouille.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Have you ever seen Ratatouille?
Isn't that movie with
Basically-
that mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, it's like they're
Yeah,
playing, but there's
right.
like little kobolds on their heads, like controlling them, I guess. So we have to make it
I thought
World of
I thought
Warcraft.
I thought a Tui was a mouse.
I don't think so.
No.
I think
I guess we'll have
Ratatouille is
to
it's a
think
food.
that one over.
It's like a bunch of it's like chopped like vegetables and sauce, isn't it? Isn't that what Ratatouille is? I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen that movie in like years.
It is vegetables in the oven. But speaking of things we maybe haven't seen, like Ratatouille, something that we might get to see here
transition.
is the tank monk, because Great Rum, the tank from Ratatouille, was saying that he's not very comfortable on Prot Warrior. Yeah, I'm getting away with this segue. And he was saying that he prefers to play monk, so I'm curious if we're going to see that.
I think Brew is not a bad choice as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of warriors so far, and there's sort of this narrative building of like a warrior, super OP, super dominant thing. But I really do think Paladin, Brewmaster, and even potentially DK in the right cases can either be close or potentially even better. If it's a comfort pick thing, then maybe, I think that it's also close enough that the comfort pick might be worth doing as well, depending on how much more comfortable you are on it than on warrior.
I think, there's like a Brewmaster Monk that is in the top 10 world for tanks, maybe even 2 Brewmaster Monks that are in the top 10 world for tanks. The top tank right now on live keys is a Prot Paladin as well, so it's not a situation where I think you're going to see a lot of Prot Warrior during MDI just generally, because their kit allows them to... The size of pulls that they're doing in a decent amount of situations is just like so large that it allows them to be really strong. But I think that, like Dretno said, Prot Paladin and Brewmaster Monk, if piloted well, absolutely can perform.
We'll find out. As time goes on, as keys get higher, as metas get a little bit more figured out, I'm sure we're going to see some more variation. This is only the first weekend, after all, of the Mythic Dungeon International. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our final match of the day, it's going to be Legendary versus RESETOUILLES. Don't go anywhere. It'll be a heartwarming, fun-filled family adventure when we return here on MDI. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Oh, if only you could hear what we talk about during the break. It's hilarious. It would be a funny podcast in itself. But we're back to talk about some serious matches, of course, when we have Nagura rejoining us as well for Legendary versus RESETOUILLES. I can't remember. Was like Ratatouille was that a song movie? Did they sing songs in that, or is it just animated?
I don't think.
I saw it like once.
I don't know. It's a long time
decades
ago.
It was 50 years ago, I think, that I saw.
I don't think they were any
that
songs.
movie. But anyway,
I might be wrong.
RESETOUILLES carrying on the spirit of whatever good message there was in that kids movie as they try to take down Legendary, which is going to be a tough team to beat. Legendary has a lot of good players.
RESETOUILLES actually said that their name came from their bald GM, and it's something that he says regularly in Raid.
Huh.
I don't know why
they did
that he
actually
was
write
bald.
that.
They
want to
play in
specify
the
that he
guild
was bald.
reset together, apparently. So that's and then it's like little resets, little wipes or something is what's going on there. I think so.
Oh.
Yeah. And then, of course, the
I
forgot
Ratatouille
Dranos could speak French.
Sound alike. Excellent for us as well. So here's the map pool that we are going to see them as they face off against Legendary, which is the 7th seeded overall team in our time trials, the 3rd highest seeded team in our cup weekend here, which means they are fighting Sloth in theory for that one of the 2 tickets out of this group. We're going to see an Algathar Academy for starters. Temple and Ruby have both been banned as well. Those are our 2 time trial dungeons. They're in all of our series today, but they're not in this one after those bans come out. So we are going to get a Algathar up first, though. This is going to be all about those massive pulls. I suspect we're going to see Unholy Death Knights entering the battlefield for both teams as well.
That's right. We're getting started already.
Oh.
Legendary versus RESETOUILLES.
Oh,
See who takes Dungeon 1.
Oh my god, it's a Brewmaster Monk and a Fire Mage.
And okay, so you have a Shadow Priest to PI the Fire Mage as well. Whenever you're playing a Fire Mage in the MDI, always look for the Priest. The Priest is always going to be there as well. It's a combo that you're almost never going to be able to justify the Mage without that power infusion in an MDI setting. So we'll see how well this works out as they're going to use Shroud of Concealment for RESETOUILLES as they set up a big pull in this overgrown Ancient area. Legendary, on the other hand, are doing a big pull over towards Veximus instead, mirroring more what we saw out of TEAMSWE and Levels earlier as well when they ran this dungeon.
Yeah, they're pulling a bunch of the Ravagers plus this whole platform on the Veximus area, and Feral doing a lot of damage. I assume the Unholy DK is going to catch up in just a little bit, but insane damage coming out of Splat here with Feral. Tobo as well, just both of them doing 600k DPS. Kind of insane. As they're about to finish this off, have to deal with all of those Spiteful Shades, of course, as well. And as they're waiting for the boss to spawn, I assume they're going to pull some more trash that they can deal with while fighting the boss whenever it does spawn. And yeah, RESETOUILLES done with their Lasher pull soon. And look at the damage the Fire Mage is doing. I mean, if you don't have the Unholy DK to do the damage, you're just gonna have to make up with it with a Fire Mage and PI.
Yeah, that Fire Mage value, ever since they've been buffed 3 or 4 times over the last last couple of months, they're now doing an insane amount of damage with that Ignite based off of how much single target damage they're doing, right? It's all getting spread to nearby stuff. So you pretty much just blast a single target damage into the highest health mob, and everything near it catches fire as well. This boss is an extremely good example of a boss where that's super valuable because you have a main target that you want to do a lot of damage to, and then a bunch of incidental targets nearby that spreading that extra Ignite damage onto is super valuable as well. So we'll see how that works out for RESETOUILLES. Meanwhile, Legendary working on Veximus, a little bit less of a high numbers boss, although they have very high numbers because they haven't dropped combat yet. They've been just staying in combat this entire dungeon. They are blowing things up with that Unholy DK Feral Druid combo. Also does a lot of single target as well, although their comp's going to be a little bit less excited when they're just in these pure single target moments, right?
Yeah, for sure. One more interesting thing when it comes to the comp is that Resto Shaman, because we've seen Resto Shaman before, but not in Academy. In Academy, we've seen those Evokers being played earlier. So interesting to see that both of those teams decided to run with that Resto Shaman. Now, Resto Shaman, of course, can do a lot of damage as well, and they also provide Bloodlust, which no one else provides from those damage. Actually, wait, they have the Mage on RESETOUILLES sides, so technically they wouldn't need the Shaman for the lust. They just decided they wanted for, I don't know, the utility that provides lots of stops on the Resto Shaman as well, and AoE interrupts that they can use on top of just doing a lot of damage. So interesting choice by both of these teams as they are about to finish up that first boss.
Oh!
We're going to see... Oh, Eagle actually going down to that mana bump combo from the boss.
It was a quaking interrupt on his healing surge, if I'm not mistaken, that nature locked him as that damage was coming out. And I think when you're nature locked as a shaman, you can't even wall, right? Because Astral Shift, I think, is nature as well. So, unfortunate overlap there landing on Igloo. They are going to be able to use the Ankh, though, to get through that one. So that is a once per dungeon cooldown at the MDI level, but still saves the battle res for if they need it later. So may or may not cost them that Ankh was committed there. At best, it's 5 seconds. At worst, it might be much, much worse. Both teams have their first boss taken care of. Legendary a little bit ahead in count, although it's hard to directly compare these two teams. RESETOUILLES here, setting up a little bit of a snap onto that Guardian Elemental. Huns there used the misdirection, or tricks of the trade, rather, on the tank, and then jumped, attacked these mobs, and they've all snapped over to the tank there. They AFK for a little bit once they snap, but once they start fighting, they're now going to be taking damage again as well, and this gets RESETOUILLES a little bit more count. Legendary also onto this Guardian Sentry. Lepan using that Grief Torch for some extra single target here. Not surprising choice in the tyrannical dungeon like this. And they've also snapped some mobs here.
Yeah, same strategy coming in from those teams. We've already seen this before. Very efficient, of course. Get some extra trash, but it looks like Legendary pulled even more. We do see some Foragers as well as those Elementals. So we see a RESETOUILLES pull. So a little bit of a bigger snap coming in for Legendary, meaning they'll get ahead in percentage even further. And, I mean, this is still dangerous, right? This mini-boss does a lot of tank damage, and you have to, of course, dodge all of these whirlwinds that are being casted. And on top of that, sometimes it can be difficult to actually use this bridge if you're still in combat.
Yeah.
But looks like they're fine.
Easily handled there. They're going to start off with the first little bird pull here. A little Spiteful Shade is going to snap after them. But just easily kited by, it looks like Splat was the fixate target for that one. And they'll be able to make very short work of this pull. RESETOUILLES about 1 pull ahead in terms of tempo, but the remaining dungeon for them is probably a little bit slower than it is for Legendary. So I think I like Legendary's position right now, but it is really close here between these two teams, especially impressive given how much slower RESETOUILLES were in the time trial dungeons. They have really shown up so far. Loving what that Brewmaster is putting out as well. Big damage coming out. I mean, look at that. It's comparable here on this pull between the two teams to that Prot Warrior number as well. And you're bringing Mystic Touch, which I guess is only buffing your Rogue and only some of their damage, but still a nice little bit of extra value. I guess Battle Shout is probably more damage, though.
Mystic Touch or Battle Shout?
It's got to be the Battle Shout, so? Especially with the comps the way they are, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. But you're switching one buff for the other, so I don't think it's like that big of a loss. So you probably just want to look at the damage that the tank itself does outside of the buff. And, I mean, usually it's going to be the Prot Warrior, right? But sometimes maybe the Brewmaster has some advantages as well, with the extra utility that it provides as well. Ring of Peace can be really good on some of those pulls. So we'll see what they do with that. But yeah, Legendary, fighting that last Eagle pack, nothing you can really do to speed this up. Because the boss only spawns once that last Eagle pack is done. RESETOUILLES, though, already done with it, and now they're picking up those orbs to spawn the boss. And yeah, who do you think has more single target, like pure single target between those two teams?
I think I like RESETOUILLES' side of the pure single target. I mean, we're going to kind of get to see here, right? We can see how much earlier they pulled the boss. Okay, so they pulled their boss at 6:59 on their clock. We'll get to see when Legendary pulled the boss, and then maybe we can do a single target check. I guess we can look at the DPS meters as well, but I think I like RESETOUILLES on that. It looks like about 12 seconds before Legendary, RESETOUILLES pulled this boss, although... So we'll see how much faster they're able to get it killed at the end, whether or not that difference gets bigger or smaller.
And the damage and face that you have in this boss as well. I'm sure Combust is really good for that, right? If you just line up all the cooldowns for that damage, I'm sure that's going to be very valuable.
I suspect as well that your healer should be free on more globals in RESETOUILLES comp as well. Because you have a Brewmaster that shouldn't need as much of that healing, although Rytro there in deep magenta stagger for a while, but usually Brewmaster has a little bit of an easier time sustaining against this incoming damage of Croth than Prot Warrior. This is one of the harder bosses to tank on a Prot Warrior, although at this 21 key level, that may be low enough for Lepan that he's not in too much pressure. You can look at that dot, though. The dots in particular are kind of the weakness of the Prot Warrior. You can see that that's requiring quite a few healing globals to come out of Igloo, although not too many. Still getting a lot of those lava bursts in. All right, here's that Firestorm on RESETOUILLES' side is lining up with their Thundering as well and a Combustion. This has got to be good for them. Look at that Croth HP starting to melt there.
Unfortunately, I had to stop casting that Pyro. Being too scared getting hit by that swirly underground. So a little bit lower in the damage than it could have been, but still really blasting that boss, as you can see, 32% already. But Legendary is going to trigger that phase in just a second as well, so they're going to be catching up on that boss's HP. And both of the tanks playing that Dwarf racial too, right? So they can get rid of that bleed the boss does apply. You can see Lepan actually just used it a few seconds ago, so that's going to help them out a little bit. But Lepan actually running out of defensive, so you can see no shield wall stacks anymore, no last stand, and also no Dwarf racial. So a little bit in danger here.
We have
the
Link.
Legendary side.
And I suspect Link might be used as a tank defensive here, although we're getting to the Firestorm phase here. Immediately Manic Grief Torch used by Lepan as well. This is going to be a huge burn for Legendary as they try to catch up to RESETOUILLES here. And they're going to be able to do it, it looks like. This boss is getting very low very quickly for Legendary. We saw 12 seconds earlier on the pull were RESETOUILLES, and I think they're only going to be about 5 seconds faster on the kill, so I think they've actually lost time here. Might not even kill it first. Wow, Legendary have just destroyed this thing in Execute, and they've made up time there on that boss split, so they're actually done here with more count and the same number of bosses, and I think they just have one big pull into Tree ahead of them here, whereas RESETOUILLES still have to navigate that more tricky Veximus area.
Yeah, another thing on this boss, I guess, is the fact that you have triple melee, right? And melee usually lose a lot less damage from having to move out of those swirlies all the time, while we have a Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage that are reliant on their casts going through. And if you have to interrupt casts, move around, dodge these swirlies, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of a bigger loss for them. Yeah, Legendary gathering up all of the lashers here, plus those skitterflies as well. And yeah, Tobo is going to pop off in just a second, and all of those lashers are going to be dead. See how much damage? We saw 800k HP DPS from an Unholy DK earlier. Let's see if we can top that number.
Yeah, Tobo here really starting to ascend on this pack. All of these extra targets, all of these extra Festermite stacks, all of these extra wounds bursting for bursting swords. So much damage coming out from Tobo. Somebody should check him PC, because that is certainly not normally what he is doing there. Wowee. Splat not far behind as well on the Feral Druid. That is a lot of damage coming out of the kitten there for Legendary.
Yeah, Splat honestly has been doing some insane numbers. I mean, we've seen Ferals do pretty good numbers as well on the other runs, but Splat kind of, I don't know, maybe somebody check his PC as well, because this is not normally either, as they are about to engage Overgrown Ancient here. RESETOUILLES did actually use their Bloodlust on one of those bigger pulls they did on the Veximus area. So they pulled a Ravager plus basically everything else in that area and just committed their Bloodlust. Very interesting, because I'm not sure if they think they can get another one. Or if this was like the most dangerous. Yeah, probably not, right? So it's interesting that they chose to use the last here, because most of the other teams we have seen, they saved the last for that last pool, where they pull a lot of the Echo Knights and the Invokers on top of the last boss.
All right, so here comes the AoE phase for Legendary here soon. Big damage coming out now from everybody, and they've actually killed those first set of lashers so early here. Maybe even makes you worry that it was a little inefficient to do so much AoE to them, because those mobs didn't even need to die for ages. They are going to be getting this branch, actually not even really worrying about the branch. They're just going to do this next AoE phase first. A lot of groups on live will try and kill that branch before this uproot, but Legendary just not worried about it. They'll kill it with the AoE and do even more efficient single target damage on Overgrown Ancient instead. Quake overlapping at a little bit of a dangerous time, but they have a little bit of buffer to get out after that Quake before the damage. And wow, they're just leaving all these lashers alive. Not a problem. Lepan pops Shield Wall. Shield Wall is now expired. A lot of lashers are going to all die right at the perfect time.
Yeah, and the thing that happened there, the fact that they killed the branch so late, actually made this the pool that removes the bleed effect from the group and actually heals you up. It also healed the lashers, so they all just healed from 30% to full HP again, and that's why they were alive for so long. and Lepan struggled a little bit with that poison debuff stacking up on him. He did use a Dwarf Racial to get rid of it. It didn't even look like Splat was dispelling, so I wonder, maybe he didn't even skill the dispel, because it's the only situation in the dungeon where you would even need the dispel, the poison dispel. So maybe they were just like, oh, I don't need it. Lepan can just dwarf one of it, and then he's on his own.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of defensives. That's what they're for, right? And, honestly, those
Right.
Lashers healing up, it seems bad, but it does give you even more funnel time onto the boss, so might be good. Here comes the Shroud into big pull, potentially into the last boss here as well. Lepan doing a masterful job of collecting these enemies, line of sighting, grouping them up well. Here comes a Death Grip on one of those Restorers as well to bring it in. Quaking feels like an annoying time, but that's actually probably good, because now you're not going to have to deal with Quaking for the next 20 seconds. They're going to be able to get through this pack. Hopefully, most of the damage can get done soon, and they're starting their setup. Here comes that Lust. They're pulling the boss in as well. You just have to be really careful here of those Arcane Whirlwinds. Tobo does need to stay in, though, to do as much damage as possible. So he's just going to use defensives instead of dodging that.
I mean, this is a pretty insane pool. I believe it's 23% trash, because that's exactly what they still need to get to 100, and I assume they do it all in one pool here. So lots of trash being pulled onto this boss, which definitely can be very dangerous, especially when Lepan starts to kite, and some of those arcane missiles might not be hitting Lepan anymore. It looks like most of the invokers are dead, just a bunch of Echo Knights left. That shouldn't be too big of a worry for them. It looks like they are also trying to kite as much as they can whenever they're running out of those AoE disrupts.
Look at that. That was a beautiful AoE Fear from Lepan. He knew that they were all getting gripped in right then. So he used the AoE Fear to make sure there weren't any mobs whirlwinding where they were getting gripped to. And that was really good. And also look at this kill timing out of Legendary as well. They've killed all these mobs after one of the grips, so the Spiteful Shades aren't going to be there to murder them on a grip either. Those are the main ways that you wipe with trash onto Doragosa, is some combination of an ability and this grip on everybody. So really beautifully managed with how they've allocated their DPS and how they've used that effect, that Intimidating Shout in particular, to get through there.
Yeah, this is an incredibly clean run by Legendary, having one death only so far, and I mean, this route is pretty insane. There's the amount of stuff they've pulled on top of bosses, snapped to the mini-bosses and so on, is pretty crazy to see. I mean, if you look at the time we've seen before, the only time we've seen Academy was between Levels and TEAMSWE, and Levels had done the dungeon 18 minutes and 35 seconds, and Legendary definitely gonna beat that time by quite a lot. So really good route by Legendary and very well executed.
Yeah, this is going to end up being something like a 1640 or something for Legendary, so not at all bad. RESETOUILLES, I've also been impressed with how their run has looked. They've finished off Veximus, and, like you said, TEAMSWE Levels were putting up that 18-minute range of times, and RESETOUILLES wouldn't be far behind that if they were allowed to finish this run, which I suspect they won't be, but still looking pretty good out of them as well. I'm excited to see what they have for us in the future maps of the series, but Legendary closing in on the final percentage points here of Echo of Doragosa. No way they could wipe from here.
I'm really trying to jinx it, but yeah, there's no way. As Echo of Doragosa does go down, and it's going to be Legendary winning the first dungeon against RESETOUILLES in that Academy, and what a run, wow.
Wow, indeed. Dratnos playing with fire, trying his best to cast her cursed Legendary right before the end of that dungeon, but it doesn't work. Legendary comes out on top anyway, and they did that extremely fast, didn't they, Tuttles?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I had either complaint for either team. RESETOUILLES looked great. Legendary, with their Veximus first strategy, was able to, beat that time from Levels by around the 2-minute mark. I mean, Legendary is looking pretty strong. I'm feeling okay about my pick after this Algathar Academy. I'm going to not come in too early with the gloating on Legendary looking good, but I think that they look like they're in a good position after that first dungeon. And this is off the back of... Okay, so they do a left first strategy, and I think that one of the big things I want to talk about here is this Veximus first strategy versus the Overgrown Ancient first strategy. So with this Veximus first strategy, I actually think that you're going to end up saving somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 seconds in an MDI style run just with this strat. And generally this is due to like backtracking in this Overgrown Ancient area. It's because like where you're going to be ending your run is just a little bit closer towards that staircase that is closer to the Echo of Doragosa. Whereas for RESETOUILLES here, they were doing something that's more akin to like a live route. And a lot of situations where they were lusting this first trash pack, their mage is doing infinite damage. Getting the PI and the lust he breaks 1 million DPS. This is actually so sick that he's able to do this. But this right first strategy is really good if you're trying to lust 4 times in the dungeon and you're up like against a 32-minute timer. Whereas I think for like MDI specifically, unless somehow you're going to finish the dungeon over the 22-minute mark, you're realistically going to want to go to this left side first. And then on top of that, Legendary was able to do, you know, more often than not, similar to larger pulls than RESETOUILLES, that was allowing them to save a decent amount of time. I thought that the snaps into this Guardian Sentry, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times, it was so sick, and I think that just like how a lot of these mobs are going to be snapped, I wonder if this is going to change what this dungeon looks like overall for like the remainder of the season.
It's going to be interesting because, you know, obviously as time goes on, we're going to see teams get better and better at making bigger and bigger pulls. So in this first week especially, it feels like the teams that can get those pulls going right off the bat and kind of pave the way are going to have the edge. But I guess the question is, especially looking ahead to the next map for RESETOUILLES, like, can they maybe turn the dial up a little bit more and go for a little bit bigger pulls?
So, I mean, look at this pull. I think that this it proves your point exactly. Like, this pull right here that RESETOUILLES is doing is very large, especially by live standards. You would never do a pull this large on live keys. But we saw Legendary literally like 2 clips ago. They did all of that trash like in one singular pull. And I think that like sometimes you have to just like pull the trigger on the absolute largest pulls in the MDI, especially if you're trying to become a top 2 team and come out of this weekend. But RESETOUILLES, I mean, they didn't really have any mistakes. There was not really much to critique or complain about. I thought that they looked really good. Legendary just looked top tier.
Yeah. They really did. So now our next map, like we mentioned, our next dungeon is Nakuda Offensive. How much can you really push that pull-wise? Because you're flying around a little bit more. Things are a little bit more spread out. You know, how much are you at the mercy of the patrols in this given area? Dranos, when you think ahead to the next dungeon, do you think this is something where RESETOUILLES can do kind of what we're talking about? It's like, well, all right, well, let's find a way to add in another pack here and there and try to just go that much faster to catch up, you know?
Yeah, I've been trying to think about it, and I do think there are ways they can make up some time in that dungeon. I also think the Brewmaster against Sanguine is another good combo, right? That's a nicely positioned tank against that affix. You have Ring of Peace to maneuver mobs out of Sanguine whenever you want, and that can be really valuable too. So potentially something that means they lose less time over the dungeon to that affix. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have for us in there. I still think Legendary, I mean, if Legendary play like they did in this dungeon, I think they're in position to challenge Echo in maps and potentially beat every other team in this bracket with how this has looked so far.
Do you think RESETOUILLES could capitalize on a Legendary mistake and be able to beat them if if Legendary has like, you know, like a Sanguine Catastrophe and like a wipe or something?
I think realistically that's probably what RESETOUILLES are playing for, right? Is they're playing to be within one wipe of Legendary and then capitalize if that does happen, but you know, Nakud, again, it's one of our biggest question mark dungeons. It's one of the places where if somebody has come up with something brilliant, Nakud is one of the most likely dungeons for it to have happened in. So I'm curious to see if RESETOUILLES have something like that. But even if they can just play Legendary to a close game or take it off of a wipe out of them, I think that would be a really good outcome for RESETOUILLES as well and set them up well for a lower bracket run.
I mean, to a certain extent, Nagura having Explosive be a part of Nakuda Offensive does give maybe a little bit more opportunity for RESETOUILLES to have that chance to come back with a Legendary mistake. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. Every once in a while, a team misses an Explosive. And at this key level, that can be, like, devastating, right? So there is that to consider, I suppose, too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the MDI specifically, and most of the time also on live keys, it's going to be the healer's job to kill the Explosives, right? And sometimes when you see those huge MDI pulls, the healer just doesn't have time to deal with the explosives and actually has to heal. And that's when usually things go wrong with explosives, because the healer's like, hey, back up explosives. And then the damage dealer's like, oh, I don't have nameplates for explosives or whatever. And then it can go wrong very quickly. So we'll see how that turns out for them. But other than that, Nakud, I think, is very difficult for teams to really be more efficient in. Just because, I mean, there's so many different things you can do. There's also so many mandatory mob packs and things you have to do. And at that point, it's just, I think it's very difficult to figure out like a route that is really quicker, and sometimes it's also hard to tell how much more efficient a different pool is, right? Because it's such a long dungeon. So to really like try different routes and see what's better or worse is probably going to be very hard in a dungeon like this that is so long.
True. I want to add that, you know, when your key is on the live server, sure, it's okay to expect that your healer is going to get, you know, a lot of the explosives, but please, if you see one about to go off, just hit it. Just hit it.
Yeah, I do think almost anybody pugging, you'll always do better off by just trying to kill as many explosives as possible, but as you reach these super coordinated levels, I think we're going to see Igloo and Sephirin looking to get as many of those explosives as possible to free up more damage globals for their DPS. Both teams are going to start off with this 12 enemy pull here and use that Bloodlust, even though it's Tyrannical Dungeon, getting that Lust on cooldown nice and early and sending it on a really, really scary combination of enemies.
Yeah, and then we also see the legendary switch from Resto Shaman to Evoker here from Igloo. So a little bit of a switch when it comes to comp. Other than that, we still do see the Fire Mage on Reset to his side. We also see another switch. So we see the Priest actually coming in from legendary here as well. And yeah, we'll see how that turns out. And as you said, I mean, the Brewmaster with Sanguine is probably going to be very nice, but they don't have the DK for the grip, which I do think is very important, especially on this first couple of trash pulls, where you have these hunters just casting shoot from the side, and you just can't get them to gather up. So having a grip is really, really nice for legendary.
Yeah, ooh, Igloo getting a lot of stacks of that bleed, though, does end up, I think, cleansing them off, perhaps, with that bleed cleansey button thing that Evokers have. Really nicely handled there by Legendary. This is one of the dangerous parts of when you're pulling so many of these enemies together. These War Spears charge that far person and give them the that nasty bleed. You can also dodge it, but potentially at this key level, especially without Fortified being active, it's better to just tank it and not lose the damage of trying to set up a fancy dodge. And some of the same abilities that you would use to stop it from hitting somebody as well are better used against Sanguine anyways.
Yeah, you can also interrupt it. Usually you want to interrupt it like after the cast, because it's initial, it's like I think it's like a 0.5 or like a 1 second initial cast, and then the charge happens. And if you interrupt it during the charge, then it actually just won't happen, like the bleed will not go through. You can do stuff like Vortex, you can do Inca Roar, any kind of stun will work as well. But it's very short and it's very difficult to time, so we'll see. And I mean, at some point you'll just run out of actual disrupts as well, because it happens a lot. We also have the Priest, right, with the Perma Root, which can help as well with those Void Tendrils. So we actually
they nerfed that. They're not permanent roots anymore. Yeah, they break on damage. So briefly, Void Tendrils, it was just a 20-second root that just didn't break on damage, but now it breaks on damage. So it's I suspect had that not been changed, we would be seeing a whole lot of Void Tendrils use in some of these dungeons, because that was really good.
That was pretty good.
Like Spiteful as well.
If they're gonna nerf that.
Perma-root the Spiteful. Yeah.
Sometimes it was also bad. I saw priests perma-root mobs within the runes, like the healing runes in Halls of Valor trash. No, I saw that happen as well. So maybe sometimes it can be a good thing that they nerfed it. But either way,
yeah, Sanguine as well.
Teams now engaging the. Oh yeah, Sanguine as well. Yeah.
Could be a problem. Okay, so yeah, like you're saying, first boss coming out here. Both teams are on the exact same pace, although RESETOUILLES are 5% down. They've pulled one less pack to get to this point, so Legendary have a little bit of an edge in terms of that count that'll help them later. So we saw Splat Ursul's Vortex, the Saboteur there. Then Tobo tried to grip the same Saboteur away, but it actually got moved further towards where it wanted to go because that Vortex was there. So ended up having to use the second charge of Death Grip. They're okay, though. Not a problem.
A little bit of miscommunication, I guess, but even though it looked like they both pulled the boss pretty much at the same time, it looks like Legendary does have a little bit more DPS. You can look at the damage meter, seeing that Shadow Priest plus the Pharaoh really doing a lot of damage, as RESETOUILLES is struggling a little bit, as they're now behind 20% on the boss.
You can see Wexy has a new friend here using that mind control with Dominant Mind talented. Was able to grab that Saboteur. The Saboteur doesn't actually do anything when you have it mind controlled, but It also doesn't do anything when it breaks mind control and has aggro on you either. All it can do is run and disable ballistas, so not a problem at all for Legendary that is free and disabling that left ballista now, because they're never planning to use that one again. They're just going to use this one, and then, yeah, they're going to use that one over at the right, and I think that's going to be the last that they'll need is the plan here.
Yeah, and then they also, they have a lot of CC, I guess, for these saboteurs if they actually want to just stop killing them completely. They have the root, of course, as well from the Feral Druid. They technically could be using to just permanently root one of those ads. But yeah, boss is really low for Legendary. It is, of course, Tyrannical 22, so those bosses have a lot of HP. And I think that's also, I think Makes asked someone, I'm not sure who Makes asked, but they were saying that Shaman does a little bit more single target damage compared to Evoker. But looking at the damage meter, it looks like Igloo is doing more on the Evoker.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the boss and the comp and like, you know, how many healing globals do you need. You have to move a lot on this boss, right? You have to like go to the ballistas of the healer. And I guess as an Evoker, you probably have more movement abilities, like hover and stuff to actually get to your spot. So you probably manage to cast more. That makes sense. All right, Legendary. Let's see what they set up here. I'm curious as well. Earlier, we saw a big pull coming out from a team up against the waterfall with like 3 packs coming all together at once. It does look like Legendary are moving towards that waterfall. And there's the mini-boss pull. Are there going to be some extra enemies coming in? Yep, they have those 2 extra storm shields coming in. And are the neophytes over and to the right from our camera going to come in? It looks like no. It looks like Legendary are on a little bit more of a conservative pull than we saw earlier today. We saw a bit of a crazy pull in this dungeon earlier today, so I'm not surprised to see a slightly less ambitious take from Legendary on this pull in particular.
Recently now also getting to this area, and they also did the same pull as Legendary did on their side as well. And
yeah, I mean,
yeah, looking good.
So RESETOUILLES got 5% less in their starting area, and they killed their first boss 20 seconds later than Legendary. So they're certainly behind, but not by much. Like 20 seconds and 5%, right, is all the gap that's between these two teams after that first boss split. That is not even like a medium-sized mistake out of Legendary would let RESETOUILLES actually take the lead at this point. So really, really well played by RESETOUILLES, keeping it this close. And they are doing an excellent job here with a clean run so far. Good job of managing that Sanguine Affix and doing a good job of getting most of their damage where it needs to go pretty efficiently.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by their runs. I mean, even the Academy earlier wasn't... I mean, if you compare it to TEAMSWE and Levels time, of course, Legendary had like an insane run. But I do think that the RESETOUILLES run would have been very comparable to TEAMSWE and Levels run. So considering that they are the 18th seed out of the time trials, they're actually doing really well. And they're also running this like special comp that we haven't seen anyone else run. So I'm really impressed by their routes and just how they're playing. Especially since this is the first time that they're competing. So really well done by RESETOUILLES. Also not many mistakes at all on their side either, which is something we see usually newer teams make more mistakes on the first time that they are in the tournament because, you know, nerfs everything coming in, or maybe their routes are a little bit too risky for the actual tournament. While in practice it might have worked, but then on tournaments things just aren't working out. So really, really impressed by RESETOUILLES, but unfortunately still behind as Legendary is now... dealing with the last patrol, it looks like, and I think they still have to kill 1 totem.
Interesting. This patrol seems a little bit slow for Legendary, and yeah, they are posturing to add to this. They are bringing it with them into that last totem pull. So there's going to be a Thunder Beast that they need to make sure they interrupt, and there's going to be 2 extra Storm Shields beating up Lepan. Storm Shields do a lot of damage to Prot Warriors because they do 50% of their physical damage as nature damage as well, so as like extra nature damage that gets done to Lepan on every single one of those auto attacks. So even though those physical damage hits can get blocked, the nature damage is really substantial from those mobs. He has used Spell Block here. Spell Block is going to mean that for 20 seconds he's not in much danger from those Storm Shields, but once that cooldown expires, he is going to start taking huge damage with every successful auto attack. Luckily, they've gotten through most of this pull before that Spell Block expired, so nicely done by Legendary, managing what can be a dangerous Prot Warrior pull.
And the Storm Shields, they can be perched, right?
So the Storm Shields get a shield that can be purged, but they just have that passive of doing 50% of their physical damage as nature. Yeah, kind of always. So
I thought it's attached to the shield. They
I don't
always
think
have
so.
it.
Although I will admit I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just always true on their attacks. But
It could be. I think the shield just explodes when it doesn't get purged or runs out.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, here comes Raging Tempest, 22 Tyrannical Raging Tempest, one of the hardest bosses that we have this weekend. Even though it's only a 22 and we have some 23s in our pool, it is Tyrannical and it's Raging Tempest, so it's probably the toughest single target HPS check that you're going to see here. Legendary do have the benefit of Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil. Vampiric Embrace is going to be committed against this first Electrical Storm. It looks like Vigil is getting saved for the second, as it was not even available at the start of this pull. It's just come off cooldown right now. Igloo doing a good job of keeping that HPS up as well. 42k so far, but a lot of that HPS actually stolen by good defensive and Vampiric Embrace use from the rest of the group. And I think also they might not have dropped combat before pulling this boss, so maybe our HPS meter is a little bit polluted by the previous pull.
Yeah, and Igloo also not picking up a lot of these orbs either. These orbs are, of course, increasing your damage and also your healing done. It stacks up all the way to 10. And we saw both Splat and Tobo were the ones that were prioritized on who can pick them up. Makes sense, they're melee, can run around, they don't lose too much damage in comparison to the Shadow Priest, right? So they picked 10 debuffs on both the Feral and the Unholy DK, and then they were making sure to extend their debuff. That only works if you really pick up the last orb during the storm, like the very last second. Because if you do so just right before it reaches the boss, then your debuff is going to last long enough to pick up another orb as the next wave spawns. And that's exactly what they did on both and Unholy DK. But somehow the Shadow Priest is still doing a lot of damage, even though they didn't have those 10 stacks for the whole fight.
Yeah, he's been rolling the 10 stacks really well so far, though, and Legendary have done such a good job here. They're going to overlap a Bloodlust with full uptime of 10 stacks on their entire group as well, so doing just an absurd amount of DPS to this boss, which also translates to Nature's Vigil doing an absurd amount of HPS on that Electrical Storm as they needed it there, and wow, that was a fast Raging Tempest, making it look so easy, Legendary there, and that's the thing, like, that boss is hard. But you not only need to survive it, you need to do it quickly in an MDI setting, right? You need to make sure you're getting that 10 stack extend on all of your characters in order to make sure that you're beating another team that's doing it, because otherwise you're just losing so much damage.
Yeah, and that was really well done by Legendary. Even, not having those first couple of orbs go to the healer, which is something that can hurt you when that first Electrical Storm comes in. They did just manage to use their defensives and their Vampiric Embrace and whatnot to keep the group alive on the first one, to make sure they can really utilize all of the orbs on the damage dealers. Really well done, as they're now moving to that third boss area, doing a big pull there, but having some issues gathering up these mobs, and I think this is something that we see in live service a lot as well, where these corruptors just stand somewhere casting this incredibly long spell, this chant. It's really difficult to actually get them to gather up, but still just doing a really good job and nuking everything down equally, which is really important when you have Sanguine.
Yeah.
Actually, the Typhoon coming in a bit early here on Feral, but they still have grips, I guess, and they have another knock from the Evoker. You think they play Evoker because of the knocks and like the Sanguine management?
I mean, you can talent Thunderstorm.
Like, yeah,
you can use Thunderstorm, and you can talent it. You don't have to talent the knock-up, right? So we've seen that used as well in the healing spot. But I do think that's a big point of value that both healers are bringing is management against that Sanguine Affix. So yeah, pretty cool movement here from Legendary, and I think they're doing a good job as well of being disciplined about using those abilities like Death Grip and like Typhoon. Abomination Limb is being used on pull, that's grouping all the mobs up, but then we're saving stuff like Death Grip, like Typhoon, for the end of the pull to use against Sanguine, rather than early in the pull to use against those casts, and instead what they were doing was Lopan was kiting in tight circles, such that he was kiting back towards the mobs he had just kited away from, and keeping the mobs all in AoE range of each other. So really, really good tank movement out of Lopan here as well for Legendary. And this is another pull that's going to go really quickly and really smoothly for Legendary.
Yeah, RESETOUILLES also doing a really good job on their pull as well, using that Ring of Peace too to get the mobs out of that Sanguine pull on the ground. So really well, I mean, they have different tools, both those teams, but they both are using them really well. Not too much sanguine healing going on either sides, so really well done. I don't know how is Brewmaster for these mobs, because I know that some tanks are actually struggling a lot with a massive effect, like the healing debuff that these mobs are actually applying. Is Brewmaster, like, are they like better or worse than a Prod Warrior, do you know?
Not bad. I think you can dodge the Mortal Strike, so they end up taking a lot less of those stacks than a lot of the other tanks do in this area, if I'm not mistaken, although I could be wrong about that exact interaction. All I know is that when I've been playing Brewmaster in this area, it does feel generally pretty good. It feels like a pretty durable tank against this sort of incoming damage, because even when you can get a healing reduction on you, you're not in danger of kind of getting 100 to 0'd by surprise within that healing reduction, so... usually, even though their health bar is looking like it's in a lot of danger, they actually do an absurd amount of self-healing. I mean, look at that HPS meter that you're looking at here. 60k HPS being done by Rytro to himself against this pack, basically not needing any attention from Zephyrin. Zephyrin pops the AG, and that AG healing alone is probably all that is needed for Rytro from the healer, and the rest of it he's just providing himself.
Yeah, it's actually
we have Explosive
really
and
well
Sanguine here for Resetouille, both becoming a problem. Sanguine healing the mobs back up and a couple explosives going off. They're able to recover it, though.
Yeah, the mage doing a lot of DPS here in this pool, PI being used, plus that Combustor combo just doing so much damage. I guess maybe an issue with the Sanguine and the mage. Oh, their tank actually going down. They do have a Battle Res available, but they don't have anyone who can actually cast Battle Res, so it ends up being a full team wipe, unfortunately, for Resetouille. Things just went so wrong, so fast for them as the tank went down, and all of the other team members just followed almost immediately. Yeah, this is a problem if you don't actually have a Classic and Battle Res. It takes quite some time to actually use the Engineering Res, so they didn't manage to get the tank up very fast at all, and everyone just followed up immediately afterwards. Huge time loss for Resetouille, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the reason that pull went so bad was because it just lived for so long. 15 million Sanguine healing came out on that pull, so they just weren't able to keep all of their stops and stuff going, and they ran out of cooldowns and just ended up dying. So Resetouille now a wipe against them, and that is a huge opening here for Legendary, who already had a moderate lead. Now will probably have enough of an advantage that they could potentially even wipe and still be okay here. 96% count. This is going to be an 100% count route here for Legendary, so they're going to be skipping the last two mini-bosses before Balakar Khan and not pulling any trash onto Balakar, anything like that. It's just going to be boss, and then timer will stop here for Legendary. Another 4 minutes until their next Lust is available, so they will get it on Balakar Khan, I suspect, but maybe not even on Bull.
Maybe not. They're just way too fast for their Bloodlust timer, apparently, as they're now dealing with this basically two boss fight here. I don't know how good the classes are that they have right now in Legendary's compass. I mean, most of the bosses are single target, right? So you don't worry too much about double boss. But some classes are just generally really good on a two-target cleave fight, and it looks like Unholy DK seems pretty good.
Yeah, Unholy, not bad at the two-target number. The Shadow Priest as well also does pretty well there. The Feral Druid also pretty happy about two targets. So all around, this is going to be a fight where, yeah, that damage number is going to look really impressive out of Legendary, I suspect. Resetouille also not bad at that, though. I mean, they're going to have that Fire Mage doing a lot of damage against that boss when they get to it, if they get to it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while longer as they've taken another full wipe as they're attempting to get this trash area done. Yeah, catastrophic for Resetouille now, who are just hoping to stay in this and hoping that something goes even worse for Legendary on one of these next two bosses.
And I feel so bad because I was hyping them up and they were playing so clean and they had such good runs, and it's probably because I said it, right? So it's my fault. This is gonna be on me. I'm so sorry, Resetouille. I hope it works better in the next dungeon. But either way, Legendary on the other side is still fighting that boss, and they have 0 deaths on the board. I mean, they had a 100% clean run so far, and a really fast route as well, doing some risky pulls. Of course, again, No Good Offensive is a dungeon where you don't necessarily, you can't do as many crazy things just because you have to pull certain mob packs, so you have to kill certain totems to spawn the bosses. So not too much variety there. But yeah, only 2 bosses left. Once this boss is dead, only Balakar Khan is left. as they're going to be skipping those 2 mini bosses. The only one who can do it is Splat, I guess. Only one Night Elf on their group, so they have to trust Splat in doing it properly, but it isn't too hard, so should be able to do so.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhat precise strategy, but a lot less difficult than most of the MDI strats we see, right? People even do that on live sometimes, is skip those 2 mini bosses because they're kind of difficult and they're kind of slow, right? They have a lot of health, they only give 6% count, and you can find that count elsewhere in the dungeon and just have a nice pure single target Balakar Khan fight instead. So Legendary get that Tira and Marukan counter done, and it is just going to be Balakar Khan. We're going to see that same strat that almost everybody is using in this dungeon is so good of skipping into Knock It on Hold. You just make sure you look down here, you see that bridge, make sure you're on the left of that bridge. Is an easy way to make sure you're going to the right spot. And then this little mountain here, use a Skyward Ascent, and you get where that Stormcaller is. That Stormcaller looks hostile, looks nasty, doesn't do anything, just sits there, isn't actually a mob, and you get into Knock It on Hold for free.
And there we go, and now we're going to see that mini-boss skip. Of course,
Yeah.
the order that you have to pull it in is mini-boss first, the 2 mini-bosses first, or the 2 mobs first, then you pull the boss, and then you use any kind of ability that will drop aggro. So Shadow Melt in this case, but also Vanish works, or I guess Greater Invis would work as well for mages. But yeah, RESETOUILLES unfortunately just having more and more issues. I think that first wipe just really cost them, right? Things went wrong there with all of the Sanguine healing, just probably committed more cooldowns than they had to, and then just things are just going to go wrong at that point.
And we see that a lot in MDI, right, where the first wipe kind of leads to the whole plan falling apart and leads to more problems. So RESETOUILLES definitely in some trouble there. Legendary, on the other hand, getting this beautiful opener onto Balakar Khan. They have their Bloodlust available, and we'll see if they decide to use it for safety in the intermission or for time in P2. Those are the 2 options for this Bloodlust. Intermission shouldn't be too bad for them because they do have that Death Knight. Death Knight is so good against that phase. Just gotta make sure they don't get randomly taken out by that Iron Stampede, and they've made their way into the first intermission, the only intermission. Death Grip's gonna
some
be
healing
used.
required here, I guess, by the Evoker. Well, usually the other phases are a lot easier to heal, but this one has a lot of incoming damage. Even if you manage to group up all of the Stormcaster and you interrupt all of the Storm Bolts, it's still just a decent amount of AoE damage coming in here that needs to be healed. But they're looking fine, and as you said, they are actually saving the Bloodlust. They're not using it for safety here. They're just saving it for phase 2, for efficiency when it comes to boss DPS. And, I mean, they probably know at this point that they're ahead. Because of course there's a delay in the stream, but at some point they'll know. So it's interesting to see that they did go for the safety play here, right? They were just saying, okay, our plan is that we are lasting in the last phase and we want this to be as fast as possible, and they just stuck to it. Or maybe they're just holding on to the lust for a next dungeon. That might be
Always a possibility. Yep, you never know if you might need it for the next dungeon. Maybe they're just waiting, 8 more seconds on PI. So you could actually hit Lust now and you would get it for your full PI, and that's exactly what they're going to do. There comes the Bloodlust, and they're going to be getting their Power Infusion out, all of their cooldowns going, big damage coming in as everybody optimizes their final set of cooldowns, potentially their last potion of the dungeon as well. And this boss is going to melt extremely quickly here. Lepan also using Spell Reflect for pretty much every single conductive strike as well, which means 1 less global out of Igloo, 1 less Dispel is going to be needed, and also some free damage onto the boss from that Spell Reflect. So really big value. Using that rock as well by the side of the room, charging the boss into the rock, so not very far, not a lot of time lost. 23-22 knockout offensive for Legendary here as they 2-0 RESETOUILLES. Well played.
Yeah, solid victory for Legendary as they take the 2-0, but we were talking about this a lot, Tettles, while we were watching the game, is RESETOUILLES was putting together a solid run both times, and it was just little things here and there. In this case, it was a missed explosive that set off kind of the chain reaction that led them to kind of fall far behind. But overall, pretty good performance from them, despite not getting the win today.
I thought that they looked pretty good. They're the 18th seed coming into this weekend. I mean, I think that they're going to give the lower bracket a pretty steep run for their money. Did anybody see what the final time for Legendary's knockout offensive was? Because we know that SLOTH was 23
23-22.
23-22. I mean, that's really close to what Sloth is, and I think that Legendary and Sloth are the two favorites to kind of come out of this weekend in that second slot. And I mean, the fact that they were a few seconds slower than Sloth isn't great for them, but I didn't think that Legendary looked like they were doing anything too bad. I thought that this pull with the Kodo and all of these Storm Shields into this trash pack was actually very dangerous, but I think that like the comp that they have makes it a lot safer, because if you do this without like a spammable purge, you're probably going to run into a lot of issues where you're wiping and whatnot. And these pulls, we talk about knockout offensive being a little bit volatile in some situations, and on these affixes it is so dangerous. Look at how many explosives are just spawning here, and you end up seeing one of those go off, the Brewmaster Monk goes down, and then it's just going to be a full wipe. And then, I mean, RESETOUILLES was doing a great job coming into this. But then just like that one mistake, like Doa said earlier, kind of spiraled out of control. Legendary had a lot of great tech that they were doing in this dungeon. You actually see in that Beast Collar pull, Lepan actually dives into that Beast Collar pack and then flies away from that. If you aggro that pack and then reset it, then all of the accompanying like beasts despawn. Those mobs only give you 1 count per, and so they're not normally deemed as efficient, but then you just pull that Beast Collar into this pack like you did see from Legendary here. I think that they were doing a lot of the pretty standard knockout offensive stuff. They also did this great meld skip from Splat here. He tags this pack and just melds it off right as Balak Arcana is pulled. I think that overall, Legendary looked like they were having a pretty good run. I think that you can increase the pace of knockout offensive, especially in like that first area a little bit. But I thought that they were okay. Now it's a question of what are they going to look like going into Sloth tomorrow.
That's going to be a great series, and that may end up being our closest series of Group A, too. I don't want to like call something like that for sure that early, but just based on what we saw today, that might be one of the closer ones for sure.
Yeah, I mean, based on seeding, right, we kind of expect them to play there in that spot in the tournament and then potentially have a rematch in the lower finals for the for the ticket out of the group, for the ticket to the global finals. So it's going to be really important how these two teams play against each other, and if there's any map pool for them to have super prepared for, it's going to be the one tomorrow. That one tomorrow against each other is super duper important. That Sloth Legendary quarterfinal that we're looking at. But first, we're going to get to see Echo versus TEAMSWE, which I'm also excited to see. TEAMSWE may be a little bit anxious about that one, but I always love to get to see what Echo have in store for us, and TEAMSWE might be hoping to take a map or two off of them.
After
that'd be an interesting one. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, after seeing both Legendary and Sloth, what are you guys kind of expecting between that matchup tomorrow?
I think
on the Sloth side, yeah, it's tough to be sure. Here's a look at the map pool that we will see them in. So we're going to see them in an unbannable Ruby Life pools, and then they'll get potentially Algathar, Cortastars, or Shadow Moon, which we haven't seen yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right.
So could be pretty cool. That's one of our highest key levels, although obviously it's Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, so maybe it is effectively not one of our highest key level dungeons. And then potentially if 2 maps get banned and we go to a game 3, we will see knockout offensive replayed there where, yeah, like we said, they're like 15 seconds apart of each other in their knockout times, which I think speaks to just how close that series is likely to be.
Yeah, looking at, just glancing at that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds again that we might have a chance of seeing tomorrow. 23 Fortified Bolstering Storming. Does that add to the potential difficulty, really, or does that not scare you that much? Nagura, Dratnos.
I've been storming. Okay, I've been storming out of my safe puddle in Bone Mob before, so that's something that
yeah,
okay,
true.
that I would look out for. But other than that, not too much affix related danger, I think, from that set of affixes in that dungeon.
Well, okay, so we have to think about it. Okay, so a lot of the times whenever you're thinking about Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, you're thinking about how free it is relative to the timer. But like in a competition, it's more of a question of like how large can you pull versus the other teams, and I'm really interested to see like the Dominator pulls. I think that like the Dominator Exhumer pulls are going to be the ones that kind of like separate the teams. Maybe there's potential for like a first pull that's like really big with potentially like one of the blueberries and whatnot. But I think that like I don't expect bolstering storming to really be the big issue here. I kind of do expect that it's like, you know, more in the range of like fortified, but like the pulls themselves, like how dangerous are the pulls like exclusively?
Yeah,
that
fortified 23.
spatters and the bats, like there's a bunch of pools in my opinion that on live servers you just play safe because you have infinite time, right, as you said. But I think there's so many things you could do, like bigger pools in. You can pull like a million spatters and bats on top of the worms in front of the worm boss. You can jump around, put the spatters back, pull the spatters on top of the boss. Even you can even pre-pull the, what are they called, like the 2 really dangerous mobs right in front of the last boss that people tend to wipe to.
The blueberries,
I think was what Tettle's called them. Yeah.
Oh, the blueberries. All right. Yeah, you can literally pull them on top of the worm boss if you would want to, right? I mean, I don't think they want to, but
key being there if you want to.
Many possibilities.
Well, that would certainly be a pull.
Hey, I mean, if levels gets there, who knows? They do it.
Yeah.
But I think you're right as far as like the pulls being the thing that kind of determines it too, because just wanted to do like the biggest pulls we saw all day, and that came back to haunt them a little bit. But if they can start executing on those, then they become like a real threat. So that's something to keep an eye on tomorrow. Is will they be able to make those big pulls finish a little bit cleaner?
Like tomorrow is going to be a little bit of a mind game because the teams have time to practice between now and tomorrow, right? And some of the matchups. For example, there's going to be an academy between Legendary and Sloth, right? An academy we've seen from Legendary, but we haven't seen it from Sloth. So now the mind game is going to be, okay, does Legendary think their strategy is good enough? But Sloth has seen it. Now, is Sloth going to just do the same thing quicker, or is their strategy already faster? Like, it's really hard to tell for Legendary. While Sloth has all of the info they need, right? They know exactly what Legendary is going to do. Or at least know approximately what their strat is. So, and I think that's between all of the other matchups as well, between the other teams, right? So you really have to figure out, okay, are we just going to leave our strategy the way it is? Or are we trying to do it even quicker because the other team saw our strategy now?
In addition to that, like once you start to get to like the 21, 22, 23 range of keys, you run into issues where they're like, aren't that many deviations of like strategies that you realistically can do. You can only go so large before you're running into like this wall where, okay, yeah, this isn't like the same as MDI has been in past where like the keys are a little bit lower. These key levels relative to like maximum level of keys are actually kind of close in some situations, especially once you get to that 23 level. Now in Algathar Academy, we have seen like triple pulls and pulls with like Ravagers and stuff like that. But in reality, there's not much more strategy-wise that teams can do to kind of optimize.
I mean, I think there's so many things they can still do, right? This is the first weekend. I am almost certain that we're going to see like many like optimizations, especially like smaller ones, right? But not between today and tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think in this time frame, we're not going to do that. But in the long term,
we'll definitely see. I mean, we'll definitely see a big jump between this weekend and next weekend, right? Between Group A and Group B. Group B has, and Group C to a certain extent, have the benefit of being able to watch these teams this weekend and see what people are doing, retool things a little bit. I think especially in the tank side of things, we talked about this earlier. Dratnos was mentioning this, that in some of the hierarchies, Paladin has become kind of popular. Maybe that's something people decide they can bring down to the key levels for MDI. But we've got a lot more tournament to go at the Mythic Dungeon International, as you can see. We're just one day in. First day of Group A is basically in the books. We got 2 more days, tomorrow and Sunday, of course, to finish up the group. And then 3 more weekends before we finally get to the Global Finals at the end of March. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And when we do get to those Global Finals, then things are gonna be optimized. That's when we're gonna kind of see things really push to the limit. I can't wait. I'm excited about this. I've been having a ton of fun with Dragonflight Dungeons, so it's cool to see MDI back again.
I love the comp differences that we've seen across the weekend so far. We just see so many different... so more often than not, it's been like Prot Warrior Tank, but I think that like across both the healer and the DPS roles, I mean, you've seen a wide variety of different stuff showing up for different dungeons.
I mean, we've seen 3 different tanks today, and the one that I'm most excited about, Paladin, is still not even been fielded yet, too. So that's looking pretty good. And on the DPS side, we've seen most of the classes that one could play. Maybe not most, but many.
No enhancement shaman.
None yet, but I actually think enhancement. I think the enhancement shaman. Oh, was there?
Was there one today?
I think in a Ruby Life pool, somebody played enhancement. It was
it
Lucky
really?
7, I think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
If
and then
that's the case,
I might be making it up. Who knows?
I'll pay attention better tomorrow. We'll see.
I think the enhancement and the Paladin as well. If
Oh, they
we get
did.
to
Okay,
the
yeah.
Azure Vault 23, I think that could be a place where these sorts of
Oh, yeah.
things that we're seeing more in the high keys on live start to be really valuable as well. So Azure Vault 23, it's something we probably won't see tomorrow. It's something we will see in our final matches of the day if it's not banned and we go to a game 3. I'm rooting for that though. That place is gonna be cool.
All right.
Me too.
That's a lot of ifs, but the optimism is real from Drano. So we'll see what happens. But I think we're getting towards the end of the day. So before we close out, I want to ask, what have we learned today? It's always good to go back and kind of take what we've seen and share the lessons that we may not have known, before the day began. So we'll begin with you, Nagura. What did you learn today from our first day of the Mythic Dungeon International?
Well, I learned that you can do the dungeons that I'm doing on live keys quite a lot quicker, and I'm gonna make sure to let my pod groups know from now on, and I will link those MDI routes whenever I join a group.
I'm sure that'll go great. Dranos, what knowledge did you gain?
I guess I kind of expected this to be true coming into the weekend, but it's sort of reaffirmed for me that there's multiple different ways that you can attack these dungeons, and it's not super clear what the best one is, which is not always true, right? Some MDIs we have, there's one comp that is dominant in 80% of dungeons for 80% of teams, and that's not something we've seen here, right? Teams in different dungeons, but also in the same dungeon, have been running very different things from each other, and in some cases, sure, it may be due to comfort, it may be due to the first weekend where we have less information, but I expect that we're going to see picks like the Demon Hunter, the Death Knight, the Rogue, the Mage, all of those sorts of things kind of fluctuating, the Feral Druid, right? All these different things coming in and out for different teams based on whether they think it's good or not. And I'm not sure we're ever going to get clear answers about which one's best in which dungeons, which is so cool. That's one of my favorite things whenever that is true for MDI.
It is awesome. Tettles, we come to you. What'd you learn today?
Learned that it's Nagura's birthday. Happy birthday, Nagura.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is. Do you want us to
Please
sing?
don't sing. No.
I mean, we can sing if we can sing.
Birthday
End the show? Don't we have...
To
late.
you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
Happy birthday, dear Nagura. Happy birthday
Oh, I tried to go falsetto
to
anyway.
you.
To you. Oh, that was
absolutely
the album's
beautiful.
coming out next weekend. All right. Well, this edition of Warcraft Sings is over, but happy birthday to Nagura. Thanks everyone for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time in one sleep. If anyone sleeps, I recommend sleeping. With the next couple matches, next 6 matches here from Group A of the Mythic Dungeon International. It's going to be great. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you then.